Hello, everybody. Welcome to week 2 of NECC, and my boss has gotten older. Wow. Obviously, it's Greybeard. It's Greybeard next to me. He's beautiful, and I'm excited to be here, Greybeard. How are you doing today?
Well, listen, this is fabulous for me. I mean, it's half an hour past midnight where I am, standing in for Bass, and I really hope he gets his mic sorted and he can get back into the seat here. But in the meantime, how cool is this? Collegiate Rocket League, late at night. Fabulous.
Oh, yeah. I'm excited to be here. The non-US members in here unite. Obviously, it's late for me as well, so we're on night shift. But up first, we have RMC Randolph-Macon versus Defiance College in the Emergence Red Division, and well, they have played before. They do have a week 1 match, but I don't really think we can draw too much from that yet.
Now, you know what? Early season is always, everyone's trying to. Well, obviously, everyone wants to get off to a good start, but you're in that phase of you can have a bad week and still recover, but you don't want to get too far behind. So it's a little bit up and down and throw the dice and hope for the best.
Yeah, that is the case. And, well, Defiance, they did get swept in the first week. But as you say, that it's warm-up week. It's week number 1. Always game number 1 is warm-up as well. But RMC, they did win it. So in the broader scheme, it of course matters. It will matter for your record going into the playoffs. But for right now, it is fine. You can regain in the Queen's Academy. That's not necessarily the biggest loss or the most questionable loss that you can suffer, but the teams are shaping up to be ready, and I'm ready to get this roaring.
Absolutely, and nothing of what we say, of course, takes away from the fact that nobody goes into a series of Rocket League going, "Oh, it's okay if we lose." Both of these teams absolutely want to win, and they're going to be playing like they want to. At least we hope they will be, and we're going to have a much better idea within the next 5 minutes of where we stand and how these two teams are approaching.
Here we go, RMC versus Defiance. It is game number 1, week number 2, and it is time to get those W's under your belt. But it's the Emergence Division, so I do think we're going to see a little bit more scrappy Rocket League. You know, trying to find your way, trying to find that flip reset. And look, actually got it as well. That's impressive.
Yeah, well, it's kind of an early flipper reset. So, oh, look at this long distance. It's going to be in. Gino is going to bag it in 24 seconds in, and fantastic start.
And then a flip reset won't serve you any purpose when you don't have the boost there. That is the thing about this division, right? It's brilliant. In the case of, you sometimes all of a sudden see a pop-up play like that, where they do get the space for a flip reset. They need a little bit more time to set it up, of course. But then they go on the counter, and it is punished rather quickly. So you do need to take a calculated measure, and that's just a good short kick. He just gets that in from his own half.
Yeah, but if you look in the midfield, there's a massive, I think it's the player there, a massive feels backflip as he saw the ball coming to him. He knew he had to react and then did the old classic backflip and was left stranded.
Kicks. Fun information about him as well. He started playing around this time last year. So most of us have been here from the start, or a big amount. He's been here only a year, and to already be in Emergence Division, that is impressive, and I can only see him shooting up the ranks even further, honestly. But right now, it doesn't really matter how far you shoot up in the coming future. It is about how you perform right here, right now. And with only a year of Rocket League experience, it could be added pressure when you're on stream.
Well, being on stream is always an issue, and I'm always amazed at these guys who've played Rocket League for a short amount of time and do so well. I've been at it Hive now for like 6 years, and I'm still struggling around the level these guys are. So it's good to see them making the progress that they are. So a bit scrappy here in front of the RMC net, but they do get a clear minute and a half in and a level game. It seems to have settled a little bit and tightened up a little even.
Oh, and as you say that, there is a shot there, but Skills will be able to whip that out to the side, maybe even get a second challenge in. But usually around this rank, it is one of the cases. You're either a GOAT mechanically, or you just know exactly where to position your car and kind of know how to play the game in that sense. And it seems to me that, honestly, these players, I kind of have both. I don't really see any oppositioning. We saw a flip reset already, but now the attack set up by Pure Imps will get shut down rather quickly. Skills for Days tries to amend it and does get it into the center, where Gino will dive underneath.
All right, the shot off the backboard. Oh, Skulls for Days there. I think he was a third man. A little risky. He does get a touch there, so it doesn't pop over them and put his team into trouble. And now back over onto the yellow-orange side. A shot on goal, and it says save. Fantastic clutch save off the goal line, keeping Defiance in the hunt.
Gino with a big clear down the other end. RMC, they're holding on to this defense. 50 yet another time. Well, might just land in the box. It's an awkward aerial, and you do indeed miss it. It's so pesky when it's bouncing off the backboard like that.
Yeah, Gino getting his second, but it's a bit of a gift, Hyphen. Oh, my word. That's the worst feeling in the world. I don't know if you ran out of boost. You know, how many times does that happen? You get up to as you're getting to the ball, you're like, okay, I'm not going to get all the way up there. Sails over him and for the easy put away. Oh, but this now, a little bit of pressure right off the kickoff for Defiance. They've got to get it kind of cleared away here. They will finally get it cleared and maybe build some pressure of their own over on the blue side.
Boost always a hard thing to manage. You can never have enough of it, but Gino just to go for a cheeky infield turn, and that is a heavy first touch. Good lock up there by Pure Imps to keep this out of the attack kick. Going up for this play. 35 boost, that's going to be tough. Skulls for Days needs to work on the defense, and he does indeed do so. Skulls have been imperative to that defensive back line.
And they're having a good period here, Defiance. They sort of camped over in the blue side, haven't figured out how to get it past the last defender and into the net, but it is building pressure, which is always a good thing. But they're playing pretty high up, but they're not going to be too punished here, or maybe they will be. It's a 1v1, but it is cleared. But for how long? No, yeah, exactly. Is it though?
Oh, but is it though? And
now
that's just gonna go in. Kick from distance, and that's the scrappiness we were talking about. We first think, oh, there might be a goal coming here down the orange, and no, all of a sudden it pinches wide and it goes into the blue net.
And you know, Hype, it's such a great period of skill level where this is all now, because you're coming out of that, the impulse to just hit the ball away, and you want to control it, you want to have those softer touches, keep control, but sometimes that old instinct just kicks in, and I think we saw a bit of that end-to-end stuff, and it does result in an equalizing goal, and in a minute to go, we're locked at 2 goals apiece.
A minute to go, that overtime is looming indeed. Gino puts it up high. It's unfortunate to give away a lead and a long clear over the top, but they could get it back here. They have been incredibly offensive. Pure Imps diving underneath the play. Skulls for Days. That's just a Defiance play there, or rather, their opponents.
All right, Pumas, it comes. I'm trying to see how that happened there, but yeah, the bouncer, which can be quite awkward to deal with, as we've just seen there, as it comes over you, because it's not going at bullet speed, but the bounce is so awkward in terms of having enough boost and time to get up to and meet the ball where it's coming in.
Well, that's a shot coming through. Gino clears it off the goal line. They're trying to keep this in, and Defiance, they need to up those thrusters. They need to go quickly, and IQ for you, that's a pass off to the center, but nobody will be home. Pure Imps just has an easy clear away, kicked from distance. Gino needs to turn inwards yet again, and he does.
All right, back and high and loose in the middle. That was actually quite a nice little touch forward. And now with 15 seconds to go, it's probably last chance saloon here in this game for Defiance. And kicked is up. He's going to get it forward. It's going to come down off the backboard. The follow from Nilok. Oh, my. Hi, Furia. The shot of the game, I think. And what a classy finish.
Those always seem so simple when you're watching them, but we've all been there. You have the easy shot lined up, or so you think, and then you fumble the bag. But with 7 seconds left, Nilok shows us nerves of steel. Nilok yet again into the center. This could just end in regulation. It does bounce up for one last go. Skulls and Gino, they both double commit. Gino gets the one last whip on it. It will be overtime. RMC versus Defiance. This is a close one.
6-goal overtime, and it couldn't get any closer than that. Both teams have scored. Both teams have had to defend. So we've had all the action, and I hope whoever takes this game, that when we go into the second, it's just as close, and we get to see like the full lineup of games for these teams scrapping to find a victor in the end. And now Defiance getting it over to the RMC side, and IQ for you is gonna bang it home. And they've been behind for most of this. They've been chasing from behind, Hive, and now they take the win.
And they've been chasing from behind, but they've also been chasing the bold Defiance. They're not willing to give you any pressure or any confidence on the ball. They just challenge you outright before you can even set up anything. And, well, they do suffer the consequences. RMC go down game number 1. And, well, Defiance, that's a team who was 0-1. So it just proves our point of those previous standings. What you did in the first week doesn't matter anymore. It's out the window, and you get to make a new chance for yourself. But that was ridiculously close still.
And as I was saying, I hope it is that close going forward. You know, when you see close opening games in a series like that, the second games often go one or two ways. Either that kind of continues, or one team just pulls ahead and we see dominance start to happen. But I'm enjoying these two teams going up against each other. So I hope we get as close a game in game 2.
I feel like that dominance usually happens when you start breaking apart mentally, when you kind of don't have the trust in yourself anymore to pull it home. You really should, but having a strong mental game is one of the most important parts. It's imperative too. Playing Rocket League at any level, realistically, as soon as you are on tilt, you're going to start hyper-fixating on those mistakes, and that's where you start to point them out, losing confidence, and altogether going down the gutter.
And I think both of these teams, I don't think there's any reason for any of them to be on tilt. They both played very well. There were some good moments. There weren't the sort of clutch of mistakes, you know, the whiffs in front of your net or the double commits. Both playing fairly well. Oh my! Sorry. Okay, I did not see that coming, Hive.
No, neither did he. Neither did anyone on the pitch. Gino having the aerial control of an eagle, and he will bury that home. Oh my, that is a play and a half.
All right, there is a better than 90% chance that shot was just clipped by Gino, because it was a delicious one. Early goal, but we saw in the last game that Defiance responded quite quickly once they went behind. But this has been where they found themselves. They have gone behind at every turn. It was only in the overtime that they found a way to take a lead and, of course, take the win.
What a way to clap back here as well. Defiance, they get a goal in a flare away where they add a little bit of extra sparkles on top, and now you just send a glitter bomb down the other end where RMC, that was exquisite. They're still back on the defense, and Nilok, it doesn't matter how scrappy, how ugly, how bad the goal is as long as it crosses the line.
This was a goal of pure determination. Just, you know what? Actually, that was a really good goal. Kind of reading where that was going to go. It's always awkward around the corner, coming off the back wall. Two defenders converging to try and get the ball away from you, and he was laser focused on it to find the net. Nicely done. And again, second game in a row, inside a minute, 2 goals, 1 apiece.
It is scrappy. It is back and forth, and I like that both teams are staying in it. Purims staying into the attack. The kick tries to get it clear. Gino gets a touch, but you can't overstep your bounds. You don't want to have one pop-off goal and think all of a sudden you have replaced the man above himself. Skulls, he doesn't replace anyone except for the entire defense. That's a phenomenal power through. He's been hitting the gym.
Yeah, but look at the mistake. Yeah, kicked. His flip took him just past the ball, and he turned so awkwardly and hit it toward his own net. Touched it quite gently toward his net, and then at that point, and we've all been there, Hive, you're like, okay, I'm not quite sure what to do. How do I get this out of danger? But it was too late. RMC converging, pouncing on the opportunity, and they find themselves in front once again. But for how long? Oh no! Oh my word! That would have been spectacular.
He's too slicey with it, with Nilok still charging on. He doesn't want to let up the attack. Nilok, he's got some determination on him to get that goal into the back of the net, no matter the cost, but he was not challenged. This is just a great read on the current standings of the blue players.
And there, I so wish that shot from IQ for you though went in. She was like all over it. It was looking so good, but the result comes, the equalizing goal. And this seems to be how they do it. You go behind by 1, catch it up, and then eventually, close to time or in overtime, bang in the winner.
It's not anywhere near overtime just yet, but honestly, wouldn't surprise me if we do end up there. Defiance They at least want to take the lead. Kicked off the backboard. If I told you this was Emergence Division, you probably would have called me a liar, and I very much agree. This doesn't look like Emergence Division. This looks like a level above.
Well, you know what? Well, what's terrifying me, Hype, is that technically this is my rank level in Rocket League. I don't want to be facing these guys out there. Oh, look at this! Oh, look! Is that a hat trick? Yes, indeed, he gets the hat trick, and for the first time in regulation, Defiance are leading the game.
Niluk for the 3-piece, and I agree with you, mate. I'm about GC2, and I wouldn't want to face these lads. They look scared with all the double taps and the aggression they're bringing to the attack, unwilling to let up any play. And it's not one of those cases where they're unwilling to let up, thus overcommit. And this is a tiny overcommit, though, but against Niluk, that might as well be any play that you try and make, but it was off the post, and that's where he tried to get the double tap. He tried to be fancy with it, but instead, it cost him.
And suddenly Defiance seemed to have found a slightly higher level of confidence in play since the equalizer, really, but certainly since the goal that took them in front. There's an extra spring to their step. They're building a lot more pressure. They're camping out over in the blue half. They seem to have just pulled slightly ahead of RMC.
They're walking with confidence. Niluk up to the backboard yet again. This time will be denied, and RMC, they're adaptive. They know that they now have to start covering the backboard, even though they didn't have to do that before, and that's usually one of the greatest things I look out for. But Gino to the backboard yet again. That will land in the box. Pyramids has a free shot, and open net. It will go down the alley and get a strike.
And there we go. They get to level up, and leading up to the goal, they seemed a little scrappy, like they weren't. Like they were rushing things a little bit desperate to get the ball up and score, which is never a good way to be approaching. But man, they've now leveled up themselves, so they know they can come from behind. And we are where we were at the end of game one as we went into overtime. 3 goals apiece, but this time round, a minute and a half left, and you feel there's certainly the space, the time left for there to be 2 or 3 more goals.
They absolutely don't want to stop the count here. They want to keep on tallying them through. Gino will be denied by kick to get it clear away. Skulls into the attack. Still has a touch, but not enough boost to actually redeem it. Gino accepts his lost battle, and I do like that. You pull out of the attack, and instead of trying to overcommit and somehow read your opponent, you pull the plug, but you need to go actually for this play, because otherwise they're going to have a free shot. They get away with it for now, but it's still accept pressure down their end.
Oh, look at this. Oh, wow! Kicked! He seemed to come Hyperia right out of the side of the screen there to get onto the end of this pass and banged in. And they were playing really high up, but magnificently executed. And they're in front. And we are sub-minute.
Turno error there. And a field that is off the meds. I have no clue what's going on there, but I guess they're playing in some unknown land. Gino almost scored into his own goal. Oh my word, he's not. He's adapting to the field, I guess.
All right, well, are we going to see an 8-goal overtime? We had a 6-goal overtime in game one. 30 seconds to go. Defiance, of course, want to keep it going, maybe extend their lead, but certainly hang on to the 1-goal lead they got. RMC, of course, are going to be fighting to get it leveled up, and this should be a 2-goal lead. Defiance 5-3, indeed it is. IQ for you sends it home, and that should be that for Defiance in game 2.
He made it close as well there. Purims saw that ball, and it was in a savable position if you look at it afterwards. But obviously, Purims has got no clue where that ball is going and with how much power, so he just has to take the gamble. You gambled wrong. It's as simple as that. No real blame there. And Defiance, they're going to take another one. That's the second one already, and they're on pace to sweep.
Well, they have finished really, really strong there. And let's keep in mind that RMC, they went ahead twice in that game. And were looking good. It was very even. But as soon as Defiance scored that 3rd goal, they seemed to kick it up a gear, and they were pretty much in charge. They conceded one more, but they looked really good and solid for the rest of game 2. And as you point out, quite rightly, in sweep territory.
That sweep territory, that all of a sudden, that adds that extra tenacity. Oh my, I'll get there eventually. I swear I'm actually somewhat decent at this at times. I have my moments, but it does add that extra pressure where all of a sudden you have to close it out. You got so close, you played 2 phenomenal games and were able to get the better of your opponent. Now you have to replicate it a third time with that added pressure. They seem to be shaking it off relatively easily, though, so I do want to see that continue.
Yeah, well, what we hope to see now is RMC. They need to step it up a gear, because if Defiance come out and start game 3 the way they ended game 2, it's going to be tough times for RMC. But if they themselves can kind of step it up with that pace, and we've shown they can do it. I mean, they went ahead early, relatively early and first in the first 2 games. But there is a slightly higher level they've got to match up to now.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. And to pull off the reverse sweep as well, that's something extra. It is possible because they were incredibly intense games, but you do need to kind of start moving. It seems like they have some internal errors where they can't really move into the attack as efficiently as they would like, and they're consistently either not committing at all or double committing, and that is just unfortunate.
Indeed. Well, here we are, game 5. This is it, do or die time for RMC in this series, and they're going to want to get off to a good start. The start is going to be important for them in this game.
Absolutely, and well, RMC have already gotten goal. Surprise! I don't know where they got it from.
That is a.
We're watching the power. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my PowerPoint show. Today, we're going to be looking at RMC. On to the next slide, please.
Next slide, please. Our next kickoff, please. All right. Well, it is RMC. Excellent start for them in their quest to stay in this series and not fall behind. And now there's been an equalizer. On the other side, we have an equal game. Back to square one.
Yeah, so you really see the way they move across the pitch here and position themselves nicely to set up the pass and facilitate that goal. Defiance, they position themselves incredibly. And if you don't know, I'm chatting out of a deep crevice here because I have no clue, just like the people go at home, what's currently going on. We do apologize for the stutters.
Yeah, well, you know what? We have the important high-level information, Hive. It's 1 goal apiece, and it's just gone the first minute. And remarkably, every game has seen 2 goals inside the first minute, equalizing goals, so a goal apiece. So it's following pretty much a formula and a script, at least for now.
It's at least consistency on both sides. Defiance, they have had that extra little bit of consistency, it seems like, in the pop-off department. The neutral ground game department, it is dead even, but it's just Defiance who have that extra little bit of flair, extra bit of spice sprinkled on top, which does bring you an advantage. If you have one player who can even pull that off, that means you can set that player up and not take too big of a risk to try and facilitate something for him.
All right, so yeah, it sounded like a goal that had been scored. I wasn't entirely sure. It is kicked, and I can't tell you how well or poorly he scored that goal. But either way, it went over the goal line, and it is Defiance in their quest to take down RMC in a sweep. With 2 minutes played, they're a goal ahead.
I like how every single time the feed
Yes.
unfreezes is either directly after a goal or at kickoff when there's nothing for us to really see or analyze because it's a dead normal kickoff, but it is tied back up again.
Well, Skulls for Days scoring a 66 KPH goal to level things up. And this is a close game, as has every game been, other than the last 2 minutes of the last game is the only period of play I would say where one team pulled slightly ahead of the other. And but so far, outside of that little 2 minute period, minute and a half period, it has been, they have traded blow for blow, these two teams.
I like that the game is so incredibly close. Despite us not being able to... How are you liking your first cast here, mate? It must be tantalizingly close and absolutely amazing to watch this gameplay, huh?
And well, the gameplay is fabulous. Well, we assume it's fabulous. Has there been a goal? That looked like it froze, like it looked like it might be.
Yeah.
Yes, there has. Of course, it's a goal. It's unfrozen, and there is a goal being scored. And it is now, importantly, RMC who take a lead, which they haven't done in some time.
That was one of those moments where it's like, record scratch. Now, you might wonder how I got into this position, and let me tell you, the story leading up wasn't too great, and then it just proceeds to go downhill even more and more. Well, I mean, more than what we're currently doing, we can't really do. IQ for you tries to force it through, but RMC, they just need to hold for 2 minutes.
Well, you know, every time it freezes, what I hear in my head is, it was at this moment. And, you know, because when it unfreezes, a goal has been scored. And Defiance now chasing the game. And they've shown that they can chase a game and find a way to get ahead. Oh, we saw that one. I've kicked, doing beautifully, breaking axles on his way into the net.
Oh, my. Oh. That is disgusting. Skulls and his teammate both biting in it. They're getting reeled in. And now they'll probably feature somewhere in the reel as well. Unfortunately, if you try and clip the stream, good luck with that. But it's such an important goal. The 3-0 there, Defiance. That is exactly what they needed. A kick in the butt.
All right, well, we have been here in every game. 3 goals apiece. Just a minute and a half to go. Neck and neck, trading blow for blow here. It's fantastic to see. And both have gone behind. Both have found a way to come back. And all it missed the last game was the overtime, because Defiance figured out a way to pull just slightly ahead. And they're going to be looking to do the same here. But we're sub 1 minute. No, we're not. IQ for you is going to put Defiance back in front.
Defiance, they don't want to let up at any moment. They're doing exquisite work here. They're putting themselves in a position where we're probably going to go indeed in that subpar minute underneath 1 minute, not subpar. That is entirely wrong, because I think it will be a cracking one. Fireworks show. Gino trying to get it down the other end, up high. Skulls chasing early, but Gino was right underneath.
All right, 50 seconds. 50 seconds to go. IQ for you, suddenly having massive confidence with the carry. And I can't tell you what happened. She didn't score. So it is still Defiance up by 1. And RMC have time, but they're going to need to use it very soon. It's on the wrong side of the pitch for them. And now it's high and loose in front of their net. If that misses, I think that's in. But I'm not entirely sure. No, it wasn't.
Find out in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. And yet again, find out in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z whether this is going to go in and RMC equalize. It's still into the box. A shot coming through for Skulls. It's weak, but does he have the boost? That is something we'll find out in another episode. You're going to have a binge watcher. And yes, it will be in.
It's been leveled. Oh, my word. It's going to be a nail biter. We're probably going to find ourselves in an overtime.
I do like that. It does need to be in favor of RMC, in my opinion, because that means we get a longer series. Gino, seems like a very winnable 50. Kicks down the other end. IQ for you. Trying to score, of course, but we don't know what happened. It is overtime.
It is overtime. So the last overtime was good for Defiance. RMC have to go against a little bit of history, but it's not a long bit of history. It's very recent, so they would fully back themselves to do it, to get the overtime goal, take down the series, take down the game, and push us into a game 4. 15. So we don't have the quick right-off kickoff goal from overtime, so they might settle in for a long one.
It beats me whether
it could
we're
be over.
Get it.
It could be carrying on. It could be playing right now.
Might be 5 minutes in overtime. Oh,
no, they are still playing. They are still playing. Here they are.
Oh, not anymore, though. No, that's a good clear out by Kicks, and that should be the end of the game. Good final touch. Gino's not going to get back to it, and we enter great land as IQ for you. Surely that's going to be the final one. Screenshot it, paste it up the wall, and it is. I didn't see the replay initially. I got scared.
Yeah, well, so they are going to take it in a sweep. Defiance win 3 in a row. But Hyphen is one of those sweeps that I don't know if there's an official name for it, but it's a close sweep. Sometimes you get sweeps where a team dominated. And it wasn't the case here. It was close all the way.
Mm.
And it was, for me, there were just brief periods where Defiance were better enough to pull ahead. And 23 goals, I mean, that is healthy over 3 games, but it is Defiance that take the win.
And a 3-0 sweep, and unfortunately it is only a sweep. I would have liked to see more. They were trading punches back and forth, going to overtime a fair few times. So I do think it could have gone on for longer, and, well, that might just be an unlucky draw. You come up empty in a week, and, oh, it's week number 2. They're both 1-1 now, so at least they'll be somewhat tied in the standings.
Yeah, Defiance will be happy with that. A great performance from them, and I liked how they looked and played. So, yeah, big up to them. They take the win.
Big up to them. And, well, we are going to try and set up our next match and make sure that the stream doesn't freeze on us about once every second. So we shall be right back. Thank you for sticking with us, and see you back in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to week number 2, and we have managed to sort everything out. With me, still the beautiful man, Greybeard. And after that last series, it feels a bit like a letdown after it ended in a sweep. I want to see more.
Absolutely. It felt like that series deserved a game 5, but maybe even a game 5 overtime. And they really, really were that close. But having said that, Defiance did very well to pull ahead when they needed to. And of the 23 goals, they scored, I think in the end, 4 more than 3 more than their other team. So they did the job, scoring more goals, taking the victory. And now Hive, we're coming to 2 teams who've each had a win. They're both coming off wins last week.
Yeah, Firebirds A versus Valpo Gold. Let's have a look at the lineups as well. Who they're going to be rocking with today. Who they're putting on the pitch to represent their side. The Firebird side is PT, Nyrome, and I am Westov. Obviously, it's one of those cases where we're not going to have any information about them individually except their interesting facts that they haven't listed. But on the side of Valpo Gold, though, there is an interesting fact about Smurfy, and he used to have a mohawk.
Okay,
And
so I see one is in accounting. So does that mean they're the positional person, and then the physics major has got to be the mechanical geniuses? Is my take on it based on no information. And then I Hate Stairs, Smurfy, and Zamos lining up for Valpo Gold.
That's a scary side, but biomechanical engineering. That just I hear that study and I already want to quit. Purely because
it's meteorology and biomechanical engineering. This is some clever people.
Yeah, they've got brain on their side. So I assume they're going to be playing a very smart game here tonight. And being a bit reluctant to go in, waiting for the game. This is another emergence division, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit less power behind the touches. Maybe sometimes it doesn't go exactly the way you want to. And that's all then adaptability. How much safety do you hand in to still get the play? And the more safety you get, the more likely it is that somebody's going to come swoop it in from behind. So there needs to be a perfect balance for that.
Yeah, and you're at that stage kind of caught between the heavy touches forward and the soft touches with the follows to try and control. And I think that's what I'm going to be quite keen to see is there any one team that's kind of better at that and keeping possession and using that possession to make your forays into enemy territory.
That is always where it starts. You have some long lobs over the top, but you don't really want to rely on those because as soon as you start relying upon the mistakes out of your opponent, it just seems like a bit of a meh game plan because it's as simple as soon as they stop making those mistakes, your entire game plan just shatters.
Well, it's a bit of a lottery, isn't it? It's kind of you're rolling the dice a little bit because if they don't make those mistakes, then you're the team likely to make the mistakes and then get scored on, whether it's a counter or a poor play in defense and getting pounced upon. So. But you know what? We sit here and talk and sound very clever. It comes down to how you're feeling out there on the field and all the adrenaline. Are you having a good day? And that's the wonderful thing about Rocket League. You can be a god one day and terrible the next. And everyone is hoping that this is their day where it all kind of goes their way. And we see it or we don't.
It's one of the interesting points, though, I think, because you start hearing some teams who kind of adapt to that on the fly, where, oh, you're popping up, okay, we're going to get the passes to you, and you're going to be striker. But here we go, no more chatting, no more whatever we're talking about. It's Firebirds A versus Valpo Gold, and maybe a quick start, but I hate stairs. He also hates conceding.
Well, you know what I'm liking? 12 seconds in, and it's already quite pacey, which is quite nice. It's... Firebirds looking like they're in a hurry, or they want to assert themselves early. And there we see an attempted effort at control. It was a bit of a heavy touch, but the pass still does come in. But no one high up enough to take advantage, and it was touched away. And now Valpo Gold trying to get out of their half. They've been pinned back a little bit in the opening 40 seconds or so of this first game.
Clear. I am Westolf. PD still to the center. That might just go on in. Oh my word, that's so rapid by Nyrome. He's got cojones. That is phenomenal. The read on this is exquisite. Look at that.
No, that was a very good read. That is not easy at all. You mentioned earlier in the last series about we've all been there, whether it's the double tap or whatever, and it doesn't quite work out. And those are hard, those reads. But he gets it perfectly. And Firebirds probably deserve to have that opening lead there. They have been by some distance, I think, Hype, the more aggressive of these two teams.
They have had a distinct difference indeed. I think they've been more aggressive, but it is that game number one where Valpo still can get into it, obviously. Don't want to count them out, even when they have to reverse sweep. Firebirds, they do seem really scary in a touch like that. Might send you down a wrong path. PD yet again to the backboard, baiting everyone in, but they can't reel it home. Westhoff tries to turn it in. That's the Doj flying through teammate PD. Now he's back in defense and gets it clear out wide. The consistency on the side of Firebirds is staggering.
Yeah, and they've done very well. It's not spent a lot of time in their half. It comes over, and they've been very efficient and effective in getting the ball out of their half and into attacking position on the other side. Oh, the player coming in, but it was touched just under him. He couldn't get the shot on, but they still do, after 2 minutes, have that 1 goal advantage. So not the goal fest we saw in the last series, but an equally tight game.
That's tight game coming through, but Rome also tightly squeezing the gap there. Getting denied by Valpo. Gold, long clear. PD has to make a touch, doesn't, and Zam, he puts it high, but the double tap also high yet again. The crossbar hit twice, and the structural integrity surely to be question of that goal. The Ripper coming through, and Valpo, they get robbed.
And he'll be shedding a quiet tear inside because he would have thought he had it, but they will have it now. Smurfy gonna get on the end of a very nice pass into the front of the goal. And they finish, and they have leveled it up. So despite not having a lot of action over on the other side, on the Firebird side, they have managed to level this game at the halfway point.
It doesn't matter when you do it, as long as you do it before the end of a regulation. They've had plenty of time left before that would have hit. Nyrome trying to make it down the other end. That's a phenomenal scoop, but I8 there still gets it out. PD with another shot, bottom corner, and that will be another conversion. There's no real time where Valpo actually had the lead.
Yeah, the clear, putting the ball right in the path of danger, but my word, it's PT. The placement could not have been any better on that, putting it bottom left, out of the reach of any defender to get back and try and clear it.
Nyrome, it's dangerous. 50 all the way down the other end. PD. Still plenty of time to try and catch it, but I8 there, she's closing in on it. PD with a phenomenal pinch clear, and that's a good demo as well, but the box is not with any attackers, and Valpo Gold, they do get away with one there, but for how long? As Nyrome still tries to set up an attack and facilitate it to his teammates. Pass going mid. PD there, but it's wide. Yet another shot. Westhoff way wide down the other end, but Nyrome still residing in that half, able to put it back into the box. Pass back by PD. It's caught by Westhoff, but that will be all.
And again, the Firebirds continue to have all the pressure, all the territorial advantage. And you sort of feel that perhaps they should have scored 2 or 3 more by now. And they only lead by the 1, which can be pretty thin because things can change pretty quickly. An awkward bounce can land up in the back of your net. And for all of their pressure, you would think that they would feel like they've got to at least get an insurance goal, a little bit of a cushion here.
Free my homie Valpo. They didn't do anything wrong. They've been in prison, locked in by Firebirds. They are stuck in their defensive half, and maybe they finally have it clearer out, but Westhoff still able to control the pace, control the ball. Really the boost that he was looking for. He wanted that back boost to spawn, but timing not on his side. And Firebirds, they're sent down to Tizzy. They need to get out of it quickly, and they are not comfortable in defense, but they are not there that often, so it's not that big of a problem.
And if we're looking for positive for Valpo, I mean, they have soaked up a lot of pressure. They've been under the cosh for so much of this game, but they've managed to soak it up and keep it down to 1 goal. But now it's getting into important times here. They're getting close to having to throw whatever they can at it. And now maybe something Zamos trying to get something going on the other side. Can't get the pass, the touch to go around the corner. This is heading toward the net, but an easy pickup for Nyrome, who wants to control it. I think the idea was good, but maybe a little slow. Almost gets dispossessed. But Firebirds looking to hang on for just 5 seconds. Is that going to be another goal? It won't be, but maybe no time for Valpo to equalize.
Seems like Valpo are going to concede yet another game, or another game rather, as Firebirds say they had such a grip on this one. There was no way that Valpo found a way out of defense efficiently. They did do it sometimes, but it was more a long clear over the top, and those do pay up. But look at PD, the Season 4 legendary baller in Emergence Division. That's something else.
And the story is told quite often. Often the shots tally doesn't tell the whole story, but I think this tells a very clear story. With Valpo getting only 30% of the shots that Firebirds were. They were attacking and aggressive. And a critique on their side, perhaps they should have scored more. The plus on the other, as mentioned, Valpo did soak up a lot of pressure, kept themselves in it, but they've got to figure out a way to get it to defend well and then transition into attack.
Just score more forehead. That's in the legendary words of Turbo Pulsar. He's a 4-time world champion. He probably knows what he's talking about.
Knows a thing or two.
Just a little bit, but he's not playing in this match. This is the Emergence Division. But honestly, I've seen some plays that make me question that. They look phenomenal on the pitch, or especially the ability to gatekeep your opponent and not let them out of their attack. That is a phenomenal strategy that you don't often see. It seems like a cohesive unit is moving towards Valpo.
Oh my word, we are on daytime and salty shores. This is not a map you see too often. Get your sunglasses on. It's going to be a bright one. And immediately we see Firebirds picking up where they left off, which is over in the Valpo gold half.
Firebirds. They do have those sunglasses prepared. Indeed, I hate stairs. Still caught off guard a little bit and a bit frazzled at the play. PD pinching to the center. And Iroam there to take the shot, but is ripped right on the defender. And there's another one that I am west of from meeting the defender early on as well. Good 50 sent through. PD. The ability to clear it away. Still to the backboard, into the center. Actually, a good opportunity, but Firebirds there, they've broken away, and now they're looking to constrain Valpo yet again.
Yeah, but this is probably the best little bit of period of play here for Valpo. They've actually been able to spend a little bit of time over in the Firebird side while they look to construct something. It wasn't just there because of a clear, but this is very awkward and dangerous. But Zamos does get in front of it. Now you can take it forward, and this continues their effort to be over on the Firebird side and get some pressure of their own, because as you quite rightly pointed out, they've been locked in. But look at this. Oh, it hits the post and wide. The follow-up shot is going to be wide itself. So the best opportunity for Firebird so far, and they put 2 shots wide.
Valpo, they don't have too many opportunities, but as soon as they pounce on the opportunities that they do have, that could potentially happen here. Smurfy going wide with it. I hate stairs, getting a little love tap from behind. PD still up in the play. Zero boost, so just has to do it with his flip. Maybe a bump on the goal line, but Westov, that's a phenomenal pass through. Nyrom, the ability to commit was not there. Just had to back down. They were all up in the box, and as soon as you do that and you get a wrong touch, that just sends you down to defense. But PD crosses the crossbar and he gets it in.
I've been so impressed with the finishing. The goals that have been scored, they've been really good ones. I mean, smashing the crossbar and down, but it was hit so cleanly that it had the momentum to find its way off the crossbar into the net. And it is Firebirds who again take first blood, take the first goal. And we saw in the last game, once they have a goal, they're very hard to pin back.
Tempting though, Valpo. Putting it down the other end, at least into the box. That's an awkward touch for PD. Doesn't make it. Caught off guard by the miss from the defense. But Zam with a crucial error as well. Westov unable to turn that in quickly. And it is actually going to be delayed a relatively long. The searches for the skies. I'm a bit confused at the play there.
Yeah, you would. There was an open net for a bit. Oh, look at this. Long distance shot. But Firebirds are not going to be caught off guard there. They had a player getting back into position who could take that fairly easily. But this has been a better game for Valpo Gold. It's not showing in the scoreline yet, and they're going to want to change that as soon as possible. But they're at least putting Firebirds under more pressure than they saw at any time in that last game.
It's all about the little improvements. It doesn't matter how much pressure you have, how many shots you have, as long as you have enough to tie it up. And maybe there's another shot here, but PD just turns inwards and does get it into the attack. An unfortunate opportunity gone awry for Valpo. They really need to start pouncing on every single opportunity that they do get. Maybe a 50 as such, but also that will be going wide.
1 minute 40 left. Firebirds have the advantage. but it is only 1 goal. And as long as Valpo don't concede, and they might do here, it's Petey looking for the double, but he overshoots it, can't get it. As long as they don't concede, they are in it right till the end. But if they were to concede at this point, right, that might just put them in the position where it's too far to come back from. And Nyrome, looking to get something going, puts it toward the back wall. I don't know if he was looking to pass for the weird angle for his mate who was up on the wall. And now Zamos looking to play it backwards, which might actually be a good play. Nyrome getting it forward again, but now it's awkward. And pretty much loose in the midfield is probably where the play is right now.
Westhoff gonna move it from the midfield to the corner and backed into him. Oh my, they are getting frisky with him on the side of Firebirds. The pass backs as well. Those take a lot require a lot of communication, because as soon as you fail them, that is your entire defense out of the play. Long clear over the top. PD still there with a redirect wide, and the ability to recover thereafter. That's the most impressive part of Miss, but they are not aggressive enough. Valpo, this is time where you're just going to start going into the offense like crazy. Who cares if you concede another?
Yeah, well, we're now sub 30 seconds, time running out, and Valpo Gold, they have spent so much of most of the series, the vast majority of the series, chasing a single goal. They managed to equalize once, but other than that, it's been chasing a 1-goal deficit, as they are now. Final countdown, and it is struggle time. It has been cagey, only 1 goal.
It feels like one of those cases where Firebirds are absolutely dominating the attack, which they are, but we have to commend Valpo on their defense. It's not only Firebirds who are able to get that offense, but I think Valpo's game strategy is kind of sit back, enjoy the show, and go on the quick counter to catch them off guard. Problem is that Firebirds aren't really giving them the opportunity. They're locking them in at the midfield. As we've stated before, that's something they need to move past. Put a man upfield who might be able to extend and clear that last man.
Yeah, it's not a bad strategy. And I guess the good news is half that strategy is working very well. They're soaking up the pressure, but it's that busting out. And they got more action over on the other side in the Firebirds half this game, but couldn't make it count. But it's amazing how cagey and tight this has been. You know, by this stage in the last series, we had seen 14 goals. At this point, we've seen 4. So goals are really hard to come by. But man, going into game 3, it is Valpo Gold who need the goals.
You do really worry at that point. They've not really been able to get any, and all of a sudden you have to do it and reverse sweep at that. Ugh, that's dicey. But who knows? Valpo, they might just be able, because usually when a team has their backs against the wall, when they're backed up and they're in a tough position, that's where they say, we don't care anymore. We're going to send it. We're just going to go and attempt, because what we've been trying isn't working, so we might as well.
And there's a lot of freedom in that, you know, when you reach that point. It's kind of like, hey, guys, do or die. Let's go out there and do whatever. It's kind of like the nothing to lose scenario. And there is freedom in that. And you can often see teams win very, suddenly play out of their skins and take a game. The problem is that when it works, then and you win a game, then suddenly you care again, and then it's a struggle. So it's a real sort of back and forth there in terms of mentality, but a fairly even start in the first 15 seconds.
It does seem like we have a substitute coming in for Valpo Gold. Jin, 19, is subbing in, so that could be a breath of fresh air as well. Some change that, maybe the team wasn't gelling too well, and they've decided to make that substitute. But Firebirds, they still need to pop them into the back of the net. I don't really care that they've had this much pressure and this much control. They've not been converting at a consistent enough rate for me to say, yeah, this is going to end in the sweep 100%.
All right, well, we're passing over the first minute. A goal yet to be scored, but again, there are opportunities. There is pressure from Valpo Gold, not making them count. And they have scored 1 goal in 2 games and 1 minute. So they're going to want to change that and change it pretty quick. Can Gwyn get something in? He can't. His shot is going to be blocked, and it's going to head back to the midfield as Ian Westhoff looks to control, but he is dispossessed. And there has been a bit of a change, a lot more of the game happening in the midfield. Certainly a massive change from game 1 when it was all happening in the final third for Valpo Gold.
Still a good opportunity. Nyrome taking it to the sky. Double tap, not facilitated by his opponent. Of course, you're not going to let him double tap PD. Snipe the angle. Will be cleared out by Gwyn. His description for how you pronounce Gwyn is penguin without the pen.
Yeah.
Which, what do we do if the penguin has a pencil all of a sudden?
Then it's Gwyn without the pencil.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, so there is pressure here coming from Firebirds, but they're not enjoying as much of the possession and territory as they did certainly in the first game and a little bit in the second. Nice flick here from Nyrome. It's going to come off the back wall. It's high and loose in front of their net. I am Westhoff looking for an angle. He finds it. Nice, tight angle. Great finish. And Firebirds in front once again.
Wasn't even looking anymore. He's had his eyes on that left corner as soon as he took off. That's phenomenal and impossible to stop from Valpo. Exquisite play there, and Firebirds, they take the lead yet again. Even though the game has been different, it has a different feel to it, it still ends up in the same result. So who cares at that point? Zam into the center. It's going to trickle down. That's a play for Gwyn, and he does convert it as well. Valpo, they tie it up.
And there you go, the sub coming in, having an impact on the play, but nice work from Zamos to get that touch coming down high and right in front of the goal, and Gwyn making no mistake. An even game. This is good news for Valpo.
Firebirds. This must feel refreshing and different. All of a sudden, they're in a tougher position. Right, it's theirs. Trying to run interference. It's Gwyn in the corner. He does get the beat. The counter-attack could be short, could be swift, but it's theirs. They're preventing that from happening in Valpo. You see them take a more aggressive stance. They're not allowing those midfield passes to be pulled through anymore. They're just cutting them off at the get-go.
All right, 2 minutes remain. This game seems to have gone by very quickly. Those 3 minutes have passed very quick. And it is 1 goal apiece. Nyrome trying to get something going. Sends it toward the Valpo goal, but no teammates in support. No one really. So a bit of a shot without intent. And those are kind of, oh, look at this, heading toward it. Oh, I thought the net was empty, but last player getting back. Clutch save, keeping them in. And now a long-distance shot. And would you believe it? It is the sub. Gwyn 19 puts his team in front for the very first time in the series.
Of the back of a double commit, and that's what Valpo have been waiting for. Those tiny mistakes, or well, pretty big mistakes on the side of Firebirds. They both get lured in to that double, and that's leaving a gap at the back end for Valpo that they're going to convert, but they still need to be careful because they're lurking in the attack already. Firebirds, they want that back. They want to finish this in a sweep, but Valpo, they're not making it that easy. Shot to the backboard, cleared out by Gwyn.
All right, and pressure building for Firebirds. But now they seem to be the team that's kind of struggling to convert. It's a 1v1 here. Can he get past? Oh, was that Gwyn again? Gwyn now in defense, keeping his team in the game.
Gwyn is stepping up to the plate. The substitute coming in clutcher, showing a new team dynamic for Valpo as it pinches into the center. And honestly, sometimes you're just having a bad day or you don't really gel. You get lost in the sauce. Shot coming through. He doesn't get lost in the sauce there. Just easily clears that away.
All right, and it looks like as if it goes the way it stands, we won't have a second sweep. We are going to have a game 4. But Firebirds are trying to make it happen here. That's heading toward the net. I think it might have been wide, but it was pushed away. But it is still awkward, and now finally cleared. And Firebirds have to start again. They've got 30 seconds to make something happen. Nyrome was centered forward and then was bumped off the play. Couldn't get the follow, and now they're under pressure. The long distance clear, but there are 2 people back. Firebirds, can they find a way through now? Valpo Gold doing very well to hold on to this thin lead.
And this is where you start feeling that inaccuracy for Firebirds, but that's a good cut in. Nyrome does get over the top of another one. No, I think Gwyn shut him down nicely. PD, that's a fortunate bounce, but Zero Boots to try and follow it up, and that will hit the ground. Valpo Gold get at least 1 game.
Well, super sub Gwyn looking in that, taking MVP for the game, and what an impact he has had. The 2 goals, the 2 saves, both his goals coming off 2 shots. So impressive stats there. And he has made the difference, and he has kept them in the series.
He's looked incredibly solid. In the first game that he's played as well, it's his literal first game in this match, in this series. So we might even see him grow still. And I don't even want to imagine what kind of dangerous entity he will be once he start growing into the series and start being more comfortable. Because it is one of those things where, oh yeah, hey, you want to sub in? We're 2-0 behind, and now we have to reverse sweep. There's a lot of pressure on you at that point.
Indeed, and he's done it well. So good start for him. So we spoke about the start of this game, and it's kind of like do or die. Let's throw everything at it. If they did that, it has worked. But now they go, ooh. Now they start thinking it's possible that they can win. So now there's like a new weird dynamic of pressure. But conversely, it must have been a bit of a frustrating game for the Firebirds because they had the least amount of control in that game than they've had in the whole series. They've pretty much dictated the play, and now Valpo taking the game to them. They haven't had as much of the luxury of possession and territorial, and couldn't. And now they're going to have to somehow rediscover that the pressure they had in those in the opening games.
And they also didn't really have to worry about defense whatsoever. They could just focus on their offense, miss a shot here and there, but in the end it was still all right. But this is not going to be missed by PD. Great opener there for Firebirds in the first 20 seconds of the match.
Yeah, nice work here. Great work from Nyrome. And then PT positioning himself perfectly for the pass off the back wall. Bangs it home. 19 seconds for a lead for Firebirds.
PD. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I'm not laughing at the play. I'm laughing at his failed attempt to type out the quick chat. You forgot the capitalization. That he's called in 4K, mate. I'm calling you out on that.
All right, here we go. It was PT, the play we've just been talking about. It was a nice shot and just off target. But we do see the pressure that was coming from Firebirds in game one. They are pinning Valpo Gold back up against their goal line. And this is when they are at their best.
Valpo, they won last game of a long clear over the top with Firebirds. Simply made a mistake, made a tiny error. And that margin of error for Firebirds is very tiny, minuscule, because Valpo, they will be all over it. They need to be perfect the entire way through. Yet another long ball going slightly off target when Nyrome still racing back, accepting that he's not going to get that boost. 35 to work with, maybe a second tap. He has a good game sense and realized he actually has time.
His heart must have sunk as he saw that ball going past him, knowing, oh, wow, I Am Westhoff gets involved. A player we haven't said too much about, but look at this. He set up the whole thing. The touch forward and then the pass from It's PD, the finish from I Am Westhoff, and now a 2-goal lead. So it looks like that loss in the last game has shaken them up a little, Hive.
So, one of those scenarios where it's so awkward. As soon as you're facing the ball with your behind and you're going to have to somehow make a challenge, Gwyn getting messed up on the recovery, but that's a double commit or a team bump by Firebirds. Still giving Valpo the space, but Valpo, they conceded an unfortunate goal in a position where you honestly can't really do much about it except just be better forehead, which, well, it's very hard to do on a whim.
All right, well, Valpo Gold, they overcame a deficit. They took a lead in the last game for the first time. I don't think they're going to... catching up 2 goals is going to be tough for them. They've got plenty of time. That's the biggest bonus they've got right now, is they've got the time to do it. So they don't need to be snatching at the game. They can look to build an attack, look to find each other, maybe set up a passing play. Well, here's something high and loose. I Am Westhoff. Okay, we have a Rule 1. Rule 1 alert, Hive.
I like how they're abiding by it. And it's one of those, oh, they're actually out. Maybe something went wrong. Maybe a controller DC, or maybe they just weren't feeling it. I feel like for Valpo, it might actually be beneficial to stick in that Rule 1 because you do have more opportunity to score if it's a 2v2, and instead is Westhoff soaring through the sky, but a Valpo, they will deny it and maybe even go on the counter.
All right, and Firebirds back where they like to be, pressurizing the Valpo Gold, but this is an awkward clear, sending it straight down, and a little bit of tidying up having to be done. I Am Westhoff, oh, his eyes were lighting up. He wanted the redirect pass, but it might still work out, and I Hate Stairs trying to touch it backwards into the net. It doesn't work out, but it's still in the right place for them, in attack, right up in the Valpo Gold third.
Firebirds put it forward slowly and unclear, but they're prepared for it. Firebirds, they're taking a more defensive stance here. don't want to overcommit. They know they've got the lead, and all they can do is throw it away. That's entirely up to them. They've had the pace of the play set. They were dominant, so they just sit back a little bit now and enjoy the show. Westov, had that been a little bit further back, now I'm still might be able to get to it. PD probably got bumped, so that's what I'm going to have to assume.
Yeah, but an awkward moment for Valpo Gold. If they go 3 behind, it's going to be tough. If they get one back here now, then they're right back in it. Oh, but look at this intercept, and now it's heading back toward an empty net. Gwyn, oh, he does very well. The pressure not over, but that was a surefire goal. But he saves it via his own backboard.
What are you doing, Westov? And why is it almost working out? Over the ceiling there, Firebirds, they say they don't want to play passively anymore. They actually want to continue styling and maybe get a clip for their montage. PD, if he dives down on the play, but not enough boost. He still does get through. This is awkward. Valpo, it's 40 seconds. They need to go right here, right now. The counterattack seems to be lurking far away in the shadows.
Oh, look at this. Oh, it's not on target. He got up there. He got to the right place. He had the angle, but just the shot placement going wide. And that would have put the kibosh on it. But still, they should take it from here. 20 seconds left. Valpo Gold behind by 2, and they have a massive mountain to climb, and now more seconds off the clock. Hive, we're into the... Oh, my word! That redirect. Nyrome, fantastic finish.
And we're in the final game. That's what you were going to say, 100%. Nyrome finishes it off. There's no chance anymore. 3-goal lead, and that surely is the win for Firebirds. They had to concede a game there against Valpo. Made it scary, but Valpo, in the end, were not able to hold on to their defense. It is such a heavy task to ask out of them. They do get one for the road.
One for the road, that's not going to matter. Unfortunately, they needed to do this at least a minute and a half ago. Give themselves time to get back into it now with just 3 seconds. But it has to be said, I've been impressed with Firebirds. They dominated that first game in terms of territory and possession. But as each game went on, Valpo Gold were getting back into it. And after taking one game, then Firebirds kind of stepped it up, and they have controlled and been completely in charge of this game. And they take it down 3-1.
Firebirds with a phenomenal week of play. Dropping 3-1, and that is something that they do need to iron out. Given a lot more space to Valpo Gold when they have had a dominant pace. I'm being very nitpicky. Of course, they still won, but it is one of those cases where if you slump off in that third game, there will be a team sometime who gets a way too big of a boost in momentum off of that, and they're all of a sudden going to reverse sweep. So there are still things to work on, but apart from that, apart from me being nitpicky and looking at the details here, that was an incredible match by the Firebirds.
And interestingly, it was the most number of goals scored, I think, in that last game. But Firebirds doing really, really well. And, they had the blip of losing that one game, but credit to them. And they were certainly the better team out there. So they will go from here with a 2-0 record, 2 wins, no losses. And conversely, Valpo Gold, 1 win, 1 loss. So they've still got the win from last week to help carry them forward. But right now, Firebirds on a high.
They're on the high. They're soaring through the sky, and that will mean we have the next matchup in Challengers and Navy. It doesn't rhyme, but it would be nice if Navy was pronounced Navy. But we are going to go to a short little break to set that all up. Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for watching, and we shall be back shortly. Make sure to grab some snacks.
Oh no, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties with my friend Hyperia, but hooty hoo and how do you do? My name is Captain Atsoka, but I think we have Hyperia back. As
There
you
we
can
go.
see, I'm not joined in the booth alone. I got this guy.
Yeah.
Took him a good 30 seconds to get in here, but Hyperia, what's going on, man?
I heard the countdown, and all of a sudden, everything just killed itself, and I had no clue what to do anymore, and I just stared at my screen. But I'm doing great now. We've had two phenomenal matches, and well, as one might be able to tell, we have a different man. Captain Atsoka is joining me instead of Greybird. Just as sexy though.
I don't know about that. Graybeard,
Hmm.
I gotta say, has some old spice of
Oh yeah.
life. Yeah, he's the old spice of life going on. I'm very envious of his beard and his hair. Even at such an age, he still has such a great head of hair. And me, I'm bald, and I'm very jealous of that. So, yeah.
It's all right though. It's all right. You're beautiful as well, mate. So we did have some beautiful matches earlier today as well, but those were immersion division. You don't necessarily expect the highest level of gameplay with that. We did get it, where they were absolutely exquisite and popping off in that immersion division. So I can't even wait what the challengers division will bring us here today.
And you know what's funny? It's actually going to be on them to come up with a good game because they got one tough act to follow. Like you said, the previous match was such a high intense, high competitive match. Didn't disappoint. And now our expectations are even higher going into the next one because it's a higher caliber of play. So all I know is that the players going into the next match got to be on their up and ups if they want to follow that great act that we just saw.
The players coming out here, it will be NTC Blue versus MSUM Dragons. That is Minnesota State University Moorhead, and NTC is North Central Technical College. I'm curious to see. Let's have a gander at their rosters as well to make sure we do know who is playing today. And NTC Krugs Koiboy, who I very much remember from last season, he was phenomenal the entire way through. I'm gonna be watching him.
Yeah, honestly, I'm going to be looking at Blast. Blast is a familiar face, I think. I want to say because going throughout my own playings of ranks, I managed to get a high up there. So I want to say I've come across Blast one or two times, and I got to say when they're on your side of the pitch, it's great. When they're on the other side of the pitch, it's absolutely terrible.
It's one of those matches where you queue rank, you're with a teammate, he's phenomenal, he's carrying you, and then you queue again, and you come against him. Oh, that just hurts. And obviously, there is an opponent for NTC as well who might have that similar kind of painful feeling to them. Trash, I like the name. Stewie and Jay Blue Sword. I'm obviously not as familiar with them, nor am I with the majority of the players. Could be their first season in NECC. Still elated to have them here.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I'm going to be looking at this guy Trash, this person right here, this player Trash, because I think it's a hustle. If they call themselves Trash, then you expect them to do trash, but really they come out and they're absolutely phenomenal. So I'm going to be looking out for this guy. This is going to be a sneaky player right here.
He's an ex-college football player as well, and apparently, and some more fun info, they do have a brother in the team, Stewie, who's gone with a more self-affirming name, but he is the brother, so there might be some connection there that any other player is unable to have.
Not only that, when you're looking at Stewie, you see broadcast journalism / sports as their major. They're going to be coming for our jobs, and I'm telling you, you're going to see Stewie up here one day doing that broadcast journalism, especially in the world of esports. They're getting some early practice in.
I like how on the other side, you've got ex-college football player, and you've got the brother, and then you have for Koiboy, his interesting fact is that he likes Pop-Tarts.
I'm more of a toaster strudel guy, but I won't hold it against him. That's fine. You could be Team Pop Tart if you want to be Team Pop Tart. I just like a little more robust in my early breakfast snacks.
I'm more of a too European to not have tried any of these snacks kind of guy, unfortunately.
Why do I feel like that's actually a benefit?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'll be trying them out though. As soon as I get in America, I'm gonna be ranty with it. But that's a whole different story. I want to get onto the pitch here, though, mate.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Enough with our jibber jabber nonsense about Pop Tarts and toast strudel. We need to get into the nitty gritty of some high fuel Rocket League. So I'm ready to get into this right away. As already, you know what time it is. We got 5 minutes on the clock. Hi, Furia, why don't you bring us on in?
Here we go. MSUM Dragons versus NTC. Sounds like NFT. That is zero relation to whatever is going on. That's the way my brain works. My brain is frigid with it.
Yep, and right now we already get a pretty good save coming out from the NTC Blue, as the attack will still be on for the MSUM Dragons. As now finally possession will fall back to NTC, going down and into the danger, but gets cleared right away, as we can see Trash trying to fall into that middle lane, but a save will come out from the Koi Boy. They're stopping the aggression that was coming from the Dragons.
Krugs, 50, sending it to the backboard. That's awkward, and he's chasing down the defender as well. Stewie has to evade that, and thus will evade saving the play as well. Koibo ripping it through.
Not just that, but a beautiful pass coming from Kruigs on that play. I hope I pronounced their name correctly, but that was just a fantastic backboard pass, especially with the opposition trying to get what looked like a bump or demo to knock that player out of the play, but they stuck with it, was able to get a nice touch off the backboard, and then left it for their teammate to put into the back of the net. Well done to get the go-ahead lead against the Dragons.
Last overshooting that just a tad bit. Now that's a sidestep. Trash with a shot from distance. Koiboy able to toil that out to the side. Does put it along further. 30 boost remaining in the tank, and he's just going to have to go on a pickle path and pick up some pads. There is Trash clearing it wide. Blast doesn't want to commit here, and they seem reluctant on the side of NTC to commit into the attack.
I mean, I don't blame them. They have the 1-goal early lead right now. You know, you're doing fine. You're calm, cool, and collected. Your boost rotations are looking good. Don't overextend yourself where you don't have to. At the end of the day, this is about some sharp, precise shot selection. And if you have to take your time and find the right shot in order to get to the back of the net, I say, hey, take all the time that you need in order to score a goal.
It's all about that consistency, and you iron out that consistency by taking a bit of time, but also not too much, because then you give too much space to your opponent. Koiboy with a phenomenal pass in field. It was cheeky. Not cheeky enough. Krugs, 0 boost, or 2 in the tag, still facilitates the pass to Koiboy. He rips it off the crossbar and off the post at the same time. Trash just has to cut this in field. Krugs caught off guard, and that is impossible to save Trash with an unsavable shot.
I was going to say, did I call it or did I call it? Watch out for this guy, Trash. He's not actually trash. It's a hustle. I'm telling you, with a swish and flick to go right in, right up and over the defender, you know that this player is anything but trash.
Blast off of the kickoff. I do want to see him play a little bit more on the side of Trash. Obviously, he's not trash. I always like those demeaning names of themselves, because you always know that it's going to be something entirely different. As soon as I'm up against a player who's called Trash, I'm assuming they're smurfing or something.
Yeah, for a while, my name was Flips Bad Man, but we are not seeing any Flips Bad so far. Here, as another shot will go down and in by the one and only Trash Man.
He's the garbage man as well. He comes to collect. He will finish it off, and Krugs not having the momentum in his car to get the clear out to the side, and MSUM, all of a sudden they've taken the lead. They've turned this game around, and that's at halftime. There's still plenty of time for NTC to fight this one back, and maybe they already can, but Blast rings it off the crossbar, and that will be a chance gone awry.
Yeah, not only that, but you got to really appreciate the quick comeback from the Dragons. They were down 1-0 originally and then went on to score 2 unanswered goals, just not to be phased by that early deficit that they had, and to be able to ride that little momentum boost from their first goal to get a second and now take the lead right on back just shows the level of adaptation and the reflexes that they have to really adapt to the opposition, as they score yet another goal on the board from Grant, making the lead now 3-1.
Didn't really adapt here. Blast nor Krugs going for it in a ball that the communication should have been on point. As soon as that's not the case, well, you see the result. They concede a goal. MSUM getting a freebie there.
Now you have to wonder, what will NTC Blue do to try and combat this aggression that's coming from the Dragons, because they are shooting lights out and they're finding the back of the net. So you really need to develop some type of counterattack, so that way you don't end up getting into a snowball effect where they're constantly scoring and without repercussion.
Well, you try and do that, but you get stopped by 3 men on the goal line. That's a rough one, MSUM. Now they're in the position where they can just hold on to that defensive play. Trash even trying to extend that lead, but Krugs this time doesn't falter in the defensive end. Krugs infield pass to Koiboy, rings it to the backboard. That's an open net, but still difficult to convert on the bad. Blast does it anyway.
Absolutely. This is how you get it done. I love the midfield pass plays and what can definitely be seen as communication, because clearly they had the opportunity to follow up their own touch, opted to leave it off, rotate back around, and let Blast, your third person, come in and take the shot on a wide open net. Now they are back within one. And if this is a tall tale sign of how this series is going to go, I cannot wait to get further into this series, because just game number one is a nail biter.
Well, those nails are with a little bit of fingertip now. That is a play, or at least for the blue side, unfortunately. The NTC, they surely are not favorable of that goal going in, but MSUM, they did a phenomenal job of getting that through either way, and Stewie, he wants to even extend it. Another shot rings through, but NTC, this is going to be crunch time for them if they want to get it back.
Yep, still plenty of time, though. 55 seconds in Rocket League time might as well be 2 years in regular time. They could definitely get the job done, and we've seen it, even here at the NCC, we've seen it time and time again, these last second comebacks. But if they are going to mount a comeback, they're going to have to get something done very soon.
NTC, seems like they're stuck breaking out of the defensive end. They finally get a clear over the top of Stewie. He's close in the shadowing position. Trash, let's get the clear away. Blast. It's a weak shot, but that might actually facilitate it to Cowboy. It made it awkward at least. Trugs still trying to preserve his flip, but loses it at the final second where he needed the most. Blast still trying to convert, but with the power they're putting behind their shots, they're not finding their way through.
Yep, now with the final 10 seconds, I think it's safe to say that it's all but over but the crying for NTC Blue here in game number one, as the Dragons should be able to hold this lead for the remaining 1 second as the clock has officially gone out. And all that's waiting is for the ball to hit the ground. That'll do it, and the MSUM Dragons will take game number one.
There we go. After a strong start by NTC, they managed to claw their way back into this. But you see the shots out of NTC. They are dominating that department. Or, well, dominating. They have 3 extra shots over their opponent, which might seem like a marginal number, but it does add that extra little bit of pressure where they also do get the counterattacks, and that's the thing. MSUM have been great on the counter where they're really catching NTC off guard.
Yeah, and one thing to the benefit, of course, to the Dragons is that they play really good aggressively. They're really good at getting in your face, getting bump plays, getting the goalies out of net. But one thing I have to say to the benefit of the NTC, or they are really good at the midfield. We saw them come up with some really good midfield pass plays, one of which even leading to a goal. So I figure if the NTC can actually find their way back towards the midfield and really start to dominate and hold the Dragons into their own half, they're going to be able to find the back of the net a lot more.
And that game number 2, that will be crucial because it decides whether you're going to have to reverse sweep or you play from a tight scenario. There's so much emphasis on this, so much riding on this one game. Obviously, game's still possible, the series still possible if you have to reverse sweep, but it just gets out of hand and it might just run into the momentum a little bit too much. But MSU, and they of course want that second game in a row. NTC, they're going to be fighting back against it though.
Well, let's see. Only time will tell as we head on into game number 2. And already we see a good bit of pressure coming from the NTC onto the MSUM Dragons. But the Dragons doing exceptionally well at being able to recover. But now a shot on and a little bit off the sidebar. But the follow-up will be cleared out. And back towards the side is Krugs looking for the backboard touch. But will only find a defender as this ball manages to find its way back into NTC territory.
That was an awkward bounce. Cowboy had to wait until the final possible second as they double commit, get another internal error for MSUM. They managed to still come away with it as they all dive at that play. Blast putting it forward. 50 still to the backboard. MSUM, they're not breaking out of the defensive end. Their boost is lingering around.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of 50-50s unfold, so that just shows me that each team is literally just mirroring each other for the most part. But now Blast is going to take a turn and nearly putting a shot on off of that impressive double tap. Would have been even more impressive if it had found the back of the net, but I have to say the defense coming from the Dragons is holding on strong.
It's a decent shot, but should be saved by Krugs. Cowboy in an awkward scenario still gets to clear away, but they're able to pick it back up in the attack in third. Krugs with 0 boost. That's a dangerous touch to be making with that boost in the tank off to the center. Krugs is only managing to pick up pads, and that does put you in a tough position. Still, MSUM, they don't want to relent this attack. They want to continue in and actually puncture it through, but it seems like Krugs might just have a shot down the other end. A good bump on the goal line, and Krugs finds the net.
Yep, this was just, again, just a fantastic play. Stewie getting that touch, putting it out and towards the mid. Unfortunate, of course, for them, but NTC very much aware and took full advantage of what can only be called a missed touch.
MSUM, this is also how the last game started, though. So they're not sent into a tizzy just yet. They're not worrying. They're just slowly moving their path, seeing what opportunities will arise. And there was an opportunity there, albeit slightly. It was one they could have banged home. Cruz now down the other end, and MSUM 1v1 quickly thrown away by Trash.
Yep, now going back and towards the middle and a shot on, but it will find the best defender in Rocket League, and that is the crossbar. But again, the Dragons are excelling in the aggression, but the defense from the NTC is just holding on for the time being. And again, this is looking very reminiscent of game number 1.
NTC, they are looking stellar with MSUN. They have a way of fighting back. They've got a nick for it, and they just need to find that drive. I'm sure they have the motivation to end this in 3. Currently, NTC is putting up a good fight as the ball does find the way down the other end. Is that... Wow! Okay, that is unexpected.
Now, you say it's unexpected, only exception being is that when you see literally every single player on the opposition pushing up towards the midfield, leaving their net completely exposed, I would expect someone to long ball it all the way to the other side of the pitch and find an empty net. That's why communication is so important, and what I just saw was a lack of communication. They had all their players pushed up, no one to say, hey, I got it, or maybe rotate back, anything to stop all 3 players from being at the midfield at the exact same time.
Koi Boy, he just wants another one tallied on. Stewie turning in field. This is still not impossible by any stretch of the imagination, but MSUM, they have to stop double committing like this. Even though Grant didn't fully double commit, it does make the pitch a lot smaller, and then all of a sudden you have NTC going down the counter-attack, a long ball going away out of the possession of MSUM, and it seems like they were a bit flustered at what's going on. They're getting space, they're getting time, but they don't really know what to do with it, whereas NTC, they're moving the ball along the pitch nicely, and Koi Boy leaving this for his teammate. Great team play there.
Yeah, well, I can understand their frustration going from game number 1 where they scored 4 goals to now with 1:20 left in game number 2 and haven't scored any just yet. But let's see if they can correct that, as Grant will look for the pass but will be intercepted, as now the battle for the midfield will continue and the ball finds its way back into Dragons territory, and now it will be NTC to get the 50-50 as the Dragons will take this one back into the NTC half.
MSUM, the final minute will be ringing. There you hear the bell. And that means it's time to go MSUN. They need to wake up here. They need to vitalize that dragon within them, because you're not going to name yourself after a dragon if it's not at least somewhere within you. But they're still pulling off those double commits, unfortunately, and they're trying to find their way through. Stewie, that pinch just slightly going wide. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, and honestly, I got to give some props over to NTC Blue, because even though they've been sitting with this comfortable 2-0 lead for quite some time, they have not laxed on their offense at all, as they will pad the stats, and Kruigs will be adding another one. It is now 3-0 in favor of NTC Blue.
Simple counterattack where Grant and Trash were both in the wings. That leaves the net vulnerable. 3-goal lead with 30 seconds remaining. This is a surefire game for NTC, unless they somehow throw massively, but it doesn't seem to be happening. As soon as kickoff doesn't go in favor of MSUN, I kind of count them out already.
Yeah, again, it's kind of like a familiar scenario that we saw in game number 1 when the Dragons had the lead. It's like, yeah, you know, I think it's safe to say to say that it's going to be NTC Blue to take this one here in game number 2, especially after a touch like this. A wonderful play coming in and just a fantastic read, putting this right on target. And we already know that Koi Boy is going to make that one 10 times out of 10. And now with only 10 seconds remaining, it is 4-0 in favor of NTC Blue.
Think the comeback is still happening?
No, not at all. No. Not if I was a gambling man, no.
Even if I'm not a gambling man, mate, I'm not picking MSUM. Any team for that matter, when they're 4-0 down with 10 seconds to go, that quickly got out of hand. NTC Blue They manage to tally another one onto the count. That's where you see those shots mattering. They're battering them through. And NTC, they might just have found that switch that just clicked for them.
Honestly, what I saw was a lot more presence at the midfield. I remember saying in game number 1 that I want to see more of those midfield pass plays, and I think I got exactly what I wanted, because when we were watching them play just now, and also if you took a quick little look at the stats will tell the tale. Every single player on NTC was able to get 1 assist. So out of the 4 goals, 3 of them came off of the pass play, and they were doing the controlling and the passing at the midfield. They literally kept the Dragons in their own half, forced them to play defense, and they built up the shot count, where the Dragons were forced to build up the save count. If you looked at their stats, you would have saw they had a very high save count, which means they were playing too much defense to play any offense, and that's exactly why they ended up with a shutout of 0 goals on the board.
I think it's one of those cases, something that I've highlighted during the match, is the triple commits, the double commits, the off rotation. It's just one of those things where you'll still be able to make some saves here and there, but eventually you're going to fall apart. You're not going to have to boost to get back, because, well, as soon as you have 3 players spend 20 boosts on the clear, that could have been done by just 20. That's triple the amount of boosts gone into the ozone layer, adding on to the already ongoing crisis that we have. So you need to be more careful and more preservative of that boost. But MSU, when they got that first game, so they have a bit of leeway. But Krug's off the kickoff, wants to ring it through already. Another shot, but Grant blocks it.
Yeah, well, now we're all back even, square, and fair. It is 1 game apiece, so still can go either way, but the fall down save. What a play from NTC Blue to keep that one out of their net. And with only 20 seconds gone, the Dragons are already coming in hot with the shots.
MSU, and they have turned it around yet again. Grant into the center. Stewie maybe with a block last. Able to clear it out. Krugs into the center. Koiboy is there, and that's a shot and a half, but Trash still able to swipe it off the goal line. Krugs finds that box, but it will be the blue one as Koiboy puts it up high. 23 boost. That's ambitious. I guess if nobody goes for it, that will still be a shot. How?
Well, let me tell you how. With a breakdown of what I like to call captain's analysis. As we see Koiboy going up, you think, oh, they're going for the flippery doodah flip reset. Well, guess what? Tactical whiff. I'm not going to flip reset it. I'm just going to let it fall into the back of the net. Fool be you. It's 1-0 in favor of NTC Blue.
They're continuing the punch through. Their offense is relentless, but they might just find a quick counterattack here. MSUN, they don't find the answer, and they're actually going to have to question themselves here on the defensive end. Stewie does that, indeed. Incredibly clever retort there. And Krug tries to get it to all the way to Blast. Meal delivery, but hey, guess what? MSUN, all 3 of them went.
And again, like you were saying, we're just seeing that resurgence of the double and the triple commits coming from the MSUM Dragons. And don't get me wrong, they could pay off every now and again, but it's always a gamble. To me, I never like to gamble. We've already established we're not gambling men, but there will be no gamble when Koiboy takes a shot. What a read coming off of the sidewall and putting this one right into the net, right up and over the remaining defender, but right underneath the crossbar. 2-0 now for NTC.
Not gambling if it's a surefire win, and that is what Koiboy is achieving time and time again, just getting it into the back of the net, converting, facilitating his team. He seems to be everywhere, and with a little boost in the tank, or a little boost now, 60 boost is still plenty to try and set up a play. NTC, they might just be cruising along here and put a bit of back paddle on the attack and just focus on defense a little bit more.
Well, I mean, you would like to focus more on defense, but once again, we just see ourselves, and again, some deja vu, as once again, it's a 2-0 lead to NTC Blue. So right now, if I'm the Dragons, I would try and fire off more on offense, or even take control back of the midfield. But right now, if I was on the side of the Dragons, I'd be a little nervous right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Dragons, albeit them being great in that first game, they haven't really been able to find that same form, the same shot amount either. And NTC Blue, they have just been trucking through, improving, growing into this series, and I'm not too sure. It seems like the Dragons have a bit of trouble being consistent in the amount of commits. Grant also going for this one, even though Stu was right underneath and they did have enough pace. Dragons, all of them just want to get a touch time and time again when it's not really necessary.
Yeah, well, with 2 minutes and 15 left on the clock, they still have plenty of time to equalize. Let's see if they can get it done, as Grant is going to look for the cherry pick pass, but it will be broken up by Koi Boy. It's now going up high, and on the side is going to be Stewie looking to find the back of the net, and does! Oh, no! Hyperia, did we just see an own goal?
Hey, well, it's an own goal, sure, but look at this. Look at the angle. That's an own goal and a half. Oh, wow. I mean, hey, MSUN, they've done something nobody has been able to achieve thus far, and that is mind control. They just forced the NTC blue side to own goal to make this a bit more of a game, and that could be the propellant for the Dragons. NTC, they're going to have to be careful because the Dragons, they're soaring through the sky, and they're looking to burst a fiery flame upon your pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. And with 1 minute and 40 left on the clock, now they are definitely within that striking distance, but the NTC Blue will not be giving anything away for free. But unfortunate, we see another double commit coming out from the Dragons, and they should just consider themselves lucky that they have yet to be punished.
Trash. Looking for that aerial space. Good challenge by Koi Boy. Krug leave that ball, and he doesn't. Blast might just be able to find that counter-attack, a 3-on-1 scenario, but Blast tries to go solo. If Blast just goes for a demo there and has one of his teammates pull off the shot, that would have been an entirely different look. Well, you know, we can talk about what could have been the entire time. They didn't do that, and we have a lot easier talk as well, sitting from above.
Yep, now coming down to the final minute with only 50 seconds left on the clock, but hold the phone, here we go. Trash says, oh no, this game is not over. What a shot. But even still, I think it might have been a better bump, knocking the defender clean out of their defensive positioning, leaving a wide open net for Trash to just chip shot that one on in, and now we have ourselves a tie ball game.
NTC, they are making mistakes that we do not like to see. They are making silly ones, or they're getting silly ones against them, and yet another time MSUM, they break through, and I don't really know how.
Yeah, Trash right now just putting on a little bit of finesse, being able to get the touch on that one and then fake the second touch, but also it looked like they had a teammate come in to kind of disrupt the defense, get in the way a little bit, but just like that, it's a 2-goal swing, and the MSUM Dragons have a 1-goal lead.
NTC, I think they're going to be willing to give this one away willy-nilly like that. They do need to find a way back. Good demo to at least facilitate some space. Blast turning in field, getting another demo. Koi Boy has to play on reaction time there. Luckily for him, he is still young enough to have a quick reaction time. Blast putting it forward. NTC, they need to be pushing and trying to get a goal pass in field. Krug has a free shot, and that's a ripper and a half. NTC tied up again.
I gotta say, I absolutely love NTC's pass plays. Anytime that they formulate on the field, more often than not, it's going to lead to a goal. Being able to come out from all the way to the side, carry it to the mid, and the teammate was even there and prepared with the pre-jump to put that one right on target, right at enough speed to where the goalie could not keep up. And just like that, we are tied again, except this time it's 3-3.
Oh no, NTC, that was a double commit. Krug was lining himself up for the shot, and Blast cut him off entirely. And those kind of things, albeit them being small, it still is infuriating if you think you have a proper shot lined up and your teammate takes it away from you. And that's something you have to forget about right now. It's overtime. Every single communication matters. You just don't want to be stuck on all points. NTC, just keep on trucking through, because as soon as you make a mistake and start doubting yourself, that is where Dragons will be allowed to weigh back in.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting because overtime is a completely different ball game. So it's going to be interesting to see which team does better under pressure. Who can handle Rocket League when it comes to extra minutes? So let's see who's going to be tough enough to take this one for the dub, as Stewie is going to hit this one right back into NTC territory, as Trash will get an unfortunate touch but works out as a back pass. And now Trash going up again with the back pass, but it will be deflected and cleared away. And now going back Stewie's way.
Koi Boy passing field. The Blast cheated up a little bit too close. Was not expecting Koi Boy to get that much oomph behind it. Krug wanting the boost but actually missing out on it. That puts him in a tizzy as the shot might just be coming through. They need to clear this way. NTC, they're in a tough position here, and that landing in front of the goal. Krug panics. Blast still keeps it clear over danger. Into the center, Koi Boy not getting the pre-flip, and the Dragons, they're able to continue this attack with a slight miscommunication and then a miss entirely. will be a little bit of a halting moment.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I love seeing good demo and bump plays. I'm all for the demo meta. As a matter of fact, I feel like we should have a demo stat on the scoreboard as well as every other ones. But I have to say, NTC, the way they're going about their demos just feels like they're pulling out of position. And if they're not careful, they will be punished very soon.
NTC, getting put in the back half about this entire overtime. 95 seconds is what they've spent in their own defensive side. Finally, they get some reprieve. Dragons, I want to set it right back up. Koi trying to sneak in underneath. That's a double commit. This could be hammered home. NTC, Krugs and Blast yet again on the double commit duty. Not something you want to be on. Trash and Stewie managed to communicate properly. Stewie clears it away, puts back in by Koi. Trash is there to catch it.
Yep, now once again looking to try and get a solo play. We've seen Trash come in clutch time and time again, and as a matter of fact, it's because of Trash that the Dragons managed to even make it this far into overtime. So hopefully they'll be able to pull out yet another trick from their sleeve to try and take this game home, but the NTC Blue is putting up one heck of a fight.
Blasting Krugs hit again on the duty. Koi cuts in field. Stewie with a great read on that. As soon as you see Koi in that position, you know what his path is going to be. Krugs unfortunately backflips. Did have the boost. Blast still being able to put it over the top of one. Krugs with an infield pass. Nobody's there, so Krugs is going to have to get that second tap himself to send it wide. Koi infield helped along by a Dragons player. Inches all the way deep into the blue half. Stewie still to the backward blast with a miss. That's scary. That's nice, but Krugs actually is able to go down the other flip reset. It's only a 50 though.
Yep, and we have officially passed or approaching 3 minutes of extra minutes. This is absolutely insane. If this goes on any further, we're going to see a whole nother game of regulation time in overtime, still tied 3-3, and not really one team getting the advantage over the other so far.
It's going to end in somebody double committing. There's been too many of those for it not to end in one. Krugs, he might just whip it up to the center either way. Blast has an open net, but he puts it too high. Koi not anywhere in a position to try and cement that. Still Koi in an opportunity. He goes too high with it off the crossbar, and a phenomenal touch by Trash to send that outfield. Oh my word, NTC Blue, they feel like they've been robbed. Koi yet again up high. Krugs trying to read it, does get it, but Stewie able to intercept.
Yeah, the Dragons have been able to recover extraordinarily without that exchange just now. Constantly being attacked on by NTC Blue time and time again. They caught the crossbar, nearly missing the back of the net, and yet somehow, some way, the Dragons managed to play enough defense to keep this game going, now hitting 4 minutes in extra time.
NTC Blue back into the attack. Dragons had short looks at the opposing net. Double tap imminent if Koi gets the chance, so they decide to swipe it away from them. Krugs maybe with a flip reset or an acceleration, and that's the scary part about that play. Krugs an open net blast. He's not going to miss that. Dragons, I told you, it's going to end on a double commit. It was a triple commit.
Yeah, I mean, we've been calling it all day, especially you, Hypheria, have mentioned time and time again that the Dragons' double and triple commits have been what is needed to be worked on the most on their side, and they just haven't been working on it at all, unfortunately. Once again, we see them fall to the triple commit. This time it was in 5 minutes of OT, and it costed them dearly. It will be NTC Blue to go up 2-1 in the overall series scoreline.
It feels like on either end, that could have been finished within a minute of overtime or something. They have had the opportunities. They've not really had the clinicalness, sure, that's a word now, to actually get the goals. So it is important to actually put some behind the shots, and placement matters a ton here in this game.
Yeah, 100%. And it always, not just placement of your shots, but placement of your passes, places of your teammates, the placement of yourself on the field, your positioning. I can't tell you how many times that people completely forget about defensive positioning. They're all concentrated on offense. They want to be on the scoreboard. They want to make the highlight reel plays. But defensive positioning is so important. And honestly, we just saw it in the very last play of the game in overtime. There was literally no defensive positioning because their positions was right on top of each other. All three players in each other's way. Unfortunate. Feels bad, man, but I guarantee they're going to look back at that play and they're going to learn and they're going to come back even better as we get ready to head on into game number 4.
Oh, we're already well into the game. 30 seconds in. We want to skip the boring part. We just want to get straight into the action. It is an attack for the Dragons, but I think those triple and double commits that you brought up do tie into a point that you mentioned earlier as well, who's going to be able to handle the pressure? And it seems like Dragons, they might be a little bit confused at what's going on, a little bit bewildered. And that does send you into a place of uncertainty where you don't trust your teammates enough, even though you know you should. And as soon as you double commit, you usually realize, oh, I should never be up for this. But it's too late at that point. You've committed, and you also don't want to back out, because at that point, your teammate might already have backed down. And you get that time and time again. Dragons not able to crack the seal here, though.
Yep, and it's match point for NTC Blue. So if they win in here, they will take the series. But with a touch like that, somehow, some way, NTC Blue will get the save and clear it away.
NTC have come away with daylight robbery in front of the police eyes. That should not... I don't know how they did it, but they were slick with it. They were smooth there. They were a smooth criminal in this regard. But NTC, and that luck of the draw actually needs to be put in their favor as well. You still need to get a goal. It's 2 minutes since there's still plenty of time. And Dragons on defense, it's shaky. They get away.
Yep, now 2 minutes gone here in regulation and still 2 buttery bagels on the board. But Captain's Castus Curse speaks too soon. It's going to be a 1-goal early lead for NTC Blue.
And I like how NTC Blue played this out. They didn't try and shoot for the goal time and time again. They manipulated the 50s to get that open net until all the Dragons players were too far out of the play. And NTC, they were nicely rotating inwards every time. NTC, they're playing this smart blast from distance. That's just going to trickle on in, and that's a 2-goal lead for NTC Blue.
Yeah, and honestly, that was just a classic beat there at the midfield. Like, the ball, even off kickoff, was more in favor of Blast, and of course, NTC Blue was more towards their half. So it was only common sense that Blast would get there first, but still, I understand the need to go up and challenge. The only problem is that you didn't have anybody backing you up in your side of the net. So now, it is a 2-0 lead in favor of NTC.
Dragons, they've gotten that lead back before. Not if Krugs is soaring through the sky, feeling confident. You can see it on the side of NTC. They're feeling the confidence surging through their body, going up for every single play, outpacing the Dragons. And, well, they're still on double commit duty. Unfortunately, they have to run a double shift. It is incredibly tough on you. Stewie, at least on the back end, making sure that everything stays cleaned up.
And here we go, a chance to score, but it will be shut down by Krugs, who's going to send this one up high and long and far away, looking for the teammate, but unfortunately the shot was just a tad bit high, as now Krugs is going to get the 50-50 touch to send this one right on back into NTC Blue territory, as now Stewie is going to take a turn looking for the corner pass, but it is broken up and sent right back into Dragons territory.
NTC Blue, they actually might just be able to invade that territory and net themselves a goal. Krugs infield yet again. Stewie caught off guard, so it's Trash. He's going to have to take over. His brother Blast has an open net, but that was an awkward one, and I do not fault him one bit for missing it. Dragons, they need to move into the attack. Grant has an opportunity with a little boost to do so. Double commit by NTC Blue, leaves the net open, and Stewie, he's going to bang that home any day.
And this was just, again, just a good textbook pass play. Nothing too fancy, but when you shoot on target, you're gonna, more often than not, force a double commit. We've seen it happen against the Dragons time and time again, but now the roles are reversed and the script has been flipped. Now it's the NTC Blue team that has fallen victim to the double commit.
Dragons got 1 minute and 30 seconds, but maybe they didn't even need that time. Grant missing out on a grand opportunity. Dragons, they still are lurking into the attack. Blue, they want to break away. I shouldn't call them Blue, I should call them NTC, but that doesn't matter. Good demo by Krugs. They will go back into the midfield.
Yeah, and right now I saw the Dragons chase for a bump there. I'm not sure what the benefit of that was. But hold the phone, Trash! How did you score this goal?
Koiboy and Blast double committing, and Trash popping off. That is ridiculous, and that does, unfortunately for Dragons, seem to be the case. They're breaking through is either a nutty own goal, a nutty goal by themselves, but it does bank on mistakes from NTC, which is unfortunate for them. They're going to have to iron that out. 50 seconds remaining. We might be bound for another overtime.
Oh my goodness. And if it's anything like the previous one, we're going to be here for a whole nother regulation of play, which isn't a bad thing, but I can only imagine how tiresome that becomes when your thumbs have been flicking the sticks all day as we get ready with only 30 seconds remaining, could be heading into yet another overtime.
Midfield, Stewie and Grant both on the clear away. Did send it relatively far trash. It's going to be a weak shot, but those are not the shots that you actually want to place on target. You just want to make it awkward and make it uncomfortable for the NTC defense to be saving it. That does actually land to the center. That's going to trickle on in. Grant to get the goal for Dragons, and that puts them in a winning position.
Yeah, and even still with such a short remainder of time to be had. And what a touch. Literally nothing the defense could do about that one. Even if it was a little slower, I still don't think they would have had time to get that save. With now the remaining 10 seconds on the clock, I think now is a safe bet to call this one for the Dragons, as they will get the kickoff goal to extend their lead 4-2.
Get the first game of 5 of today, and what a series it is proving to be. Exquisite stuff here out of NTC, and Dragons punishing those mistakes and cracking the whip here, not letting anything go squandered. Blast just get one tallied on to the score, but no, it is Dragons who take it in 4-2.
Well, you really can't get much better Rocket League than this. We're getting ready to head into a game number 5, but before we do, let's take a look at these stats, and oh my goodness, 15 shots coming from the Dragons, and then of course NTC Blue had to recover 8 saves. But you know what I love to see on the side of the Dragons? 100% of their goals were made from the pass plays, and it's the pass plays that win the game. So if they're able to keep that up, they're going to do well heading into game number 5.
It does seem like there's a bit of annoyance going on the side of NTC, those double commits, because as soon as they conceded that double commit, the game just got out of hand. They did not get back into it easily, and all of a sudden they were finding themselves 2 goals down. I don't really know what happened. I don't think they did either, but that is something you need to set up for game number 5. Have a chat, calm everybody down, a head coach, have a chat with them and make sure they're all calm.
I mean, for me, at least from where I'm sitting, my perspective, it seemed like they got a little bit too comfortable once they went ahead with that 2-0 lead. Don't get me wrong, 2-0 looks absolutely great, but you don't want to get too relaxed and give away goals, and that's exactly what it looked like it had happened on the side of NTC. They were just giving away some goals that probably should have been saved, like you mentioned, the double commits and everything else. But if they want to survive in game number 5, they're going to have to make some corrections.
Here we go on Salty Shores a day, or... No, actually, this is not Salty Shores. This is a New Canyon map. It's been there for a decent while. But either way, we have game number 5 and Blast ripping the first shot.
Yep, and a shot off target is now the ball will be taken control of at the midfield. A nice swish and flick gets past 1, but not past 2, as another shot will go wide and down by the wayside for Koi Boy, who's going to get over a defender out there on the wall. Has no boost left in the tank, but will go for the bump play anyway. And now a pass coming off the back wall will be whiffed, and now an open shot, open net opportunity will be saved and cleared away. We are still at 0-0.
Koi Boy saves his teammate from embarrassment. That would have been one of those ones which are incredibly tilting. Ones that you do not expect to be happening, but the pressure just gets you off that game 5. You go up for the play, you think, I can't miss it, and yet again, but Blast this time backflips to perfection, still into the box up high. There's a shot by Grant, Koi and Blast both committing to it, and it seems like Blast, he is uncomfortable right now.
And honestly, that's why the shot count is so important. You want to constantly be taking shots on target and put them on net, because you force those double commits. You force the defense to make plays that they later end up regretting. You're forcing the defense to come out of their comfort zone, and you're forcing them to jump clear out of the net. You're messing with the defensive positioning. So that's why, even though you're not making most of your shots because they're getting saved, you're still creating opportunities for your teammates to score.
And we've seen it time and time again where a mistake does get made on the goal line. Not right here, though. Phenomenal clear out wide to deny NTC Blue any continued pressure. But it is all about that continued pressure to try and force a mistake out of them. And there you have it. You put some shots on, and it's the Dragons who ring it home.
And again, just as we're talking about it, it unfolds on the field. But of course, we can't ignore that beautiful demo play coming by Stewie. The defense isn't a problem if the defender's not there. Boom, blown to oblivion. And that will be a 1-goal lead in favor of the Dragons coming off of a demo play.
NTC Blue quickly need to find that form again. I think in that game number 2 or 3, I found them in the form where I thought, okay, this is where they've started clicking, and they're going to dominate from here on out. But they struggle to maintain that form the entire way through, and this is kind of what I mean. Krug soaring through the sky together with Koiboy and Blast on the back end, keeping it tied up. But it seems like the rotation is getting caught off guard. Koiboy missing the shot. Krug's arriving too late to rip another shot, and that's actually a good pinch over the top. Blast still able to catch it.
Yep, now Blast is going to be taking this one up high and off of the side, trying to get the pinch here, and does not. Unfortunately, will go back out and towards the wayside, as it will be the Dragons to take this towards the midfield, only to be put right back into the Dragons' half as the NTC Blue team continue to struggle to find the back of the net.
Dragons, all they need to do is just hold on, and you're going home with a dub. Trash, he still wants to extend, though, gets stopped at the gates. Stewie, double commit, but it is still forward. And as soon as the double commit is pulled off properly, you get a proper touch on it, it's fine. You're still not in that terrible of a position. We're talking about terrible position. Trash having to fight his way out of there.
And honestly, right now, I really don't know what NTC could do to try and equalize, because it seems like they've tried everything, but nothing has gotten past the defense of the MSUM Dragons. The only thing that comes to mind is maybe pulling off a demo play similar to what the Dragons did, and maybe that might bear fruit as Blast will go back into the retreat, because once again, NTC is on defense.
NTC, this final minute that is approaching, they're going to need to find a goal. Koiboy tries to pass it in field to some ghosts that he might be seeing later at night, and those ghosts could be arriving. If you lose this series, it would be a tough one. You have them in a deadlock. Krug's trying to find his way through 50, but Grant, he's still standing valiantly in the way. Koiboy, 50, sends it up to the ceiling, but Blast is not in the rotation just yet. And, well, to read a 50 like that would be nutty as well.
Yeah, and that could have been a very costly double commit, and still can be, as Koiboy puts a shot down on, but not in. Krugs now looking for that midfield pass, finds a teammate, but also finds a defender. They're going to be able to clear this out. And now the 1v1 between Grant and only one goalie, but it will be the defense to hold strong for NTC.
Defense held strong, but Koiboy only clear away. Not necessarily the clear that he was looking for. Stewie is able to get it back into the center, and one more goal for the Dragons. That surely means game, and they do find it. 25 seconds, and NTC Blue backs against the wall.
Yeah, this, again, just a great pass play from Stewie. Not putting it across the pinch, but dropping it just slightly down in front of the sidebar. Definitely threw me through a loop, I'm sure. It came across the goalie as unexpected, but it was just great pass placement to let their teammate come through and put that one in to get the 2-0 lead. Now for NTC, it's not impossible, just improbable.
Stewie, he's just delaying. Smart play there by Stewie. Who cares about getting another goal? Just 50 them out and make them tilted with 7 seconds remain. That is indeed game. NTC Blue, they get the better, or they got by the Dragons. 2-0 and 3-2 in overall standings. The Dragons manage to take this one home and don't fall apart mentally.
And it was honestly very impressive to show the recovery coming from the Dragons, because, of course, they went down 2-1 in the series. They were down, and then they came back to win back-to-back games. They performed extraordinarily well, and they really got it done on defense there in game number 5. They literally just scored the first goal and then held the line and ran the clock for the majority of the match. And then within the last couple of seconds, they put the cherry on top to score that go-ahead goal, ending the game 2-0.
First game 5, and it was a spicy one as well, only decided in the final 30 seconds, and even then it was still up in the air. But with that series done, we have 3 more for you today, and well, the next one needs to be set up. So we're going to take a short little break, but we shall be right back. Don't go anywhere. If that game 5 wasn't satisfactory enough for you, we do have more games lined up, and it is me back with Ahsoka. Next up, we've got Rutgers State University versus Colorado Mesa University. I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always good to see teams from different parts of the country and different parts of the world come head to head in good old fashioned collegiate, what's the word I'm looking for? Camaraderie. To play some Rocket League. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And especially just because we're coming off of the high from last match. Like, in all seriousness, last match was an absolute banger. So I'm definitely looking forward to the next one.
Oh yeah, this should be a cranker. RSU, they're rocking a phenomenal lineup, of course. They are also rocking a 2-3 loss at the initial week, but not to be worried because Colorado Mesa, they also have an 0-3 loss against Fresno State Blue. So I guess they're equal in the loss department.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It feels bad, man, to hear that, both of these teams are on the losing side of the stick. But with that being said, now they both get the opportunity to turn that around, put it into the losing streak or, just in general, get their morale back, kind of get back in the groove and hopefully be able to take a dub here tonight.
And here we go. RSU still Benito and Fry, who is not available in his study. Well, they will be taking it on against Colorado Mesa Varsity, that I didn't name before. They're going to come out with Rodao, Accelerate. That seems like a team. Robidius.
Yep, that's quite a mouthful right there for that last one, Robidius. You kind of have to look at it. You got to take into consideration the numbers in place of letters. And then, like you said, exhilarate. Honestly, clever letter placement, wordplay, whatever you want to call it. So, yeah, we got some interesting players out there on the field and also some interesting majors. I think I saw a music major there. I don't get to see too many of those. So it's interesting to see all these different walks of life just coming together here once again to play Rocket League.
Okay, and the player that is not on the pitch is apparently 6'7". I guess he was having trouble fitting through the door to get into the gaming facility or something. But RSU, this time we are on salty shores and day. That is going to be a spicy one for your eyes. But RSU versus CMV, game number 1, and it's underway.
Yep, underway and nearly already a goal on the board, but it will be saved to clear it away out and towards the side. Now for CMV, trying to clear this one out past the midfield. They do break the line, but now a banger coming off of the back wall. Nearly put in and off the crossbar, but that one will fall short, and the score will remain 0-0. But hold the phone. This somehow from all the way across the pitch will find a pinch here off of 1, 2, 3 players and all the way into the back of the net.
Dead Aspen is actually able to play. 6'7". That is who I was talking about. It's Rapidius, who is not able to enter the pitch here in this first game. He might just come on later today, but CMB, they want to tally on another to the count, and they will. Second one up to the score.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and take that early goal lead with some pish-posh, poo-diggery, and poppycock and good old-fashioned hogwash. But the second goal was pretty textbook. A nice little pass play coming from out the corner, catching the waterfall, coming straight down in front of the net, and just tapping that one right on in. 2-0 now in favor of CMV.
That's a quick lead. It's always tough to fight back from that, but one thing you always have on your favor when you concede an early goal or even an early lead or whatever, you have enough time to try and bring it back. CMV, they're willing to extend, though, and they're going to try their absolute darndest to do so. And now it's up to RSU ready to move into that attack and stance.
Yeah, it feels like already that we've seen so much Rocket League go down with the constant back and forth. Some pretty close plays, some great saves, and, of course, 2 goals on the board. And we've barely passed a minute of play, but hold the phone. Here we go. CMV said we're going to make the scoreline 3-0.
This is just getting out of hand quickly, and I'm not too sure what is going on. RSU, they were the ones who went to Game 5 last week. CMV, they got swept by Fresno State Blue. CMV, they're out for revenge. They want to right the wrongs that has been done to them in the past. CMV, it's going to be tough, but they do have the lead on their side.
They have the lead with extraordinary fashion, 3-0, with only a minute and a half gone. Nearly no time at all. As now will be Fry to take the attack back to CMV. Is now Fry getting a touch, but nowhere near the net, unfortunately, as this one will go up high, and now it will be Benito to get 50'd and then send this ball back towards the midfield, as still will get a whiff there. Nothing doing there. And now still once again in the midfield gets bumped by their own teammate, which could be extremely detrimental as the ball is literally lingering in the midfield.
Too long as Radau wants to get that down the other end and into the back of the net. Accelerate, putting in a close word. I think Accelerate was having a great time with his name until the team actually picked up a roster in Rocket League, and now he will probably be recognized by that a lot more often.
I mean, honestly, Accelerate's living up to their name. They already are getting some stats on the board. You got 1 goal for them, so that's, pretty good. In all fairness, only 3 goals on the board, and you managed to get 1 of them. So Accelerate, honestly, making a good name for themselves so far here in game number 1.
It's RSU Red who have yet to score, but they're putting the offense forward. Benito passing field there, still with a shot, but it will be blocked right at the roots. Accelerate. And the other end, faking out a Musty. Now 50 happening in the midfield. Dow diving underneath the play. It's all right. They can still move down the other end. Accelerate tries to trail this one down, but with 0 boost in attack, he has to settle for a sloppy 50.
Nobody likes those sloppy 50-50s. You either wanted to go towards the net or away from your net. So hopefully for RSU Red, it went a little bit in their favor, and they did not get scored on again, because a 4-0 would be absolutely devastating, given that there's only 1 minute and 45 left to equalize. And honestly, Hypheria, we have yet to see any type of offensive pressure coming from RSU Red.
They're trying to create some here, but it seems like CMV, they've got the SWAT out to the side, covered at all times, and RSU Red, they're putting it up high where CMV can still reach it. They're just driving on the backboard. CMV are covering this net fantastically, not letting up a single gap where RSU could wriggle their way through, and they're just going to have to force it through at some point, but that time will still be delayed by CMV.
Yeah, now you see, this is just an old Rocket League veteran's opinion, but again, like you said, we're seeing CMV really hold up in their net, and nobody's forcing them out. Not one bump, not one demo, not even some type of interference at all. They're just letting CMV spend all day in their net, and they're not doing anything about it. Like, I mean, it's just hard to see when you have so many great passing plays and so many opportunities, but you don't try and knock the defense around a little.
Here they go, another shot, but the Fry just puts it a bit high, and that is good enough for CMV to start the counterattack. Accelerate, getting hunted down. He will escape the maws of Benito and will not get swallowed whole. But that doesn't matter. He would have, even if he did get demoed, CMV still get away with a goal here, and that buries the game.
Well, if it wasn't over before, it most certainly is now. And again, just some textbook Rocket League here, getting the touch off of the waterfall. And it was actually Accelerate to get that one, as it looked like Rodeo was going to be closer to that. Still, at least they had backup from Accelerate, who now has their second goal of the day to end this one out 4-0 so far, with 15 seconds left to go on the clock.
And that's going to be a game for CMV, but now it's time for RSU to bounce back, and it is so tough to bounce back after that 4-0 loss where you honestly haven't had too much input. You've not gotten a goal, or, well, you do now. Fry puts it in, and that's at least a little bit they can work.
I was going to say, if you're going to end it, you might as well end it like this. I mean, that's the way to go out. At least you're going out scoring, you're putting a goal on the board, and you have officially ended the goal drought. So you will be going into the next match with a small smidgen of momentum, but the majority of the momentum, of course, is going to go in the favor of CMV, and rightfully so. 4 goals and 4 assists spread apart from each teammate. Perfectly executed, well done, and just good old-fashioned textbook Rocket League.
Solid game there, but they do need to extend it. You can't just leave it there. CMV, you don't win a series by just winning one game in a solid margin with a 3-goal deficit and try and carry them on to the next game. No, that's not how it works. You're going to have to do it all over again and get that lead, get the ground game going, and try and move into that offensive stance time and time again.
Well, Hypheria, I got to ask you, after what we just saw coming out, of course, from RSU Red, what are they going to have to do going into game number 2 to try and at least get some type of lead going against CMV?
I feel like their pace is somewhat struggling. They're not necessarily getting the accuracy, but that's due to being into the right position a tad too late, and thus arriving too late to take a proper shot. But this is into the box, right into the hands of CMV, though, and they're able to clear it out. They are lethal on the counter-attack. Fry getting bumped up. Dead Aspen trying to move it through, and with 0 boost, he got way further than I expected him to.
And so far, again, we're just seeing that constant pressure come from CMV, and it looks almost, again, like RSU Red is caught in their own half, but finally they will break free as the ball finds its way back to the CMV half, but now, once again, the return volley will come through, and an unfortunate whiff for RSU Red will leave an open net opportunity, but still was there to get in the way and get the save.
Going to the box, though. We're down. Center. That's a bit too far wide of Benito. He's able to carry that wide, accelerate, dives underneath the play. Benito able to extend, but the touch is weak, and it will land back into the hands of Accelerate, who puts it past. That's intricate, but not good enough still with a tap over. Radao to put in a challenge, but CMV, Dead Aspen at least is far out. The bump on Fry. Fry is only barely able to recover that.
Yeah, honestly, a little bit more powerful on that bump, and you would have had a fast break open net play. But now, Accelerate going up high to get the touch. Will find the waterfall, but not the front of the net, as this one will go right off the back and now to the side for Accelerate to get yet another touch. Looking for a teammate in the mid, finds the crossbar, and the shot is down and will slowly roll in. We have a 1-goal lead in favor of CMV.
This is such a weird shot that the defense was not prepared for it by any stretch of the imagination. 19 kph Stroller, and I must correct myself as well. Rodao is not pronounced Rodao, it's Rodeo, but in a very fancy way, I guess. It works, but I don't know about that one, mate.
That's all right. I know that I have messed up more names than I care to count. So I got lucky when I said Rodeo. I just went with my gut on that one. And sometimes that's what you have to do. So let's see if RSU Red will be able to go with their gut and try and get a goal on the board, as once again, they are staring down a CMV lead.
Have to fight it back. Yeah, RSU, they've not been able to find a goal in the regulatory time. It's in the dying second, sure, that they got a goal, but it's meaningless to their overall game score. CMV, it's an open net that they're leaving for a tad moment, or that is created by RSU, but they're still getting it clear. There's not enough venom on the shot, and then the clear away does happen and comes through for CMV.
But I do have to say, we are seeing a sign of life now coming out from RSU, because they went for the demo play, and it was wonderfully executed. That was exactly how you want to run a demo play. They had the shot. It was just the defense that stepped up. And eventually, if you keep making those plays like that, you're going to wear the defense thin. You're going to exhaust them. And eventually, the ball will find the back of the net. And just like that, we have a 1-1 scoreline.
What a shot as well there by Still. That will propel them. At least catalyze some confidence going through there. Still, he's up for it directly again, unchallenged. Rodeo arrives a little bit too late and also misses out on it. Benito goes over the top. Fry looking for an avenue, just has to panic hit it there and then find an open net. RSU Red, they're starting to come into this.
Here we go, and for the first time this evening, it will be RSU Red to take the lead over CMV. And I'm not sure what they did over there, but whatever they did, they unplugged it and plugged it back in, because now RSU Red appear to be working.
It's only a 1-goal lead, still very fragile, but CMV, they've not been able to find that same lethality on their shots. They need to find a new option that works for them. Accelerate going quickly. Rodeo up for it as well, but won't be able to get the shot. It still trickles into the center, and they are able to drop it back into Dead Aspen. It just is a little bit too late, and still it's going to come through with a pass up, tees it up for Fry. That's a 2-goal lead.
Wait, who is this team? Where did this team come from? Because this is not the same RSU Red that we've seen in game number 1. This team is now throwing passes into the corner, catching it on the first try, not whiffing anything, and then putting the shot on target into the back of the net, all while avoiding the goalie. This seems like an entirely new RSU.
Wow. The talk about flipping the switch. RSU, they have flipped a gigantic one, able to find the 4-1. After CMV got that initial opener, I thought it was donezo for them, but they were able to come back, and we'll see it in chat. Seems like Still, he has to reset his internet, even though, well, mate, it's working out for you. Just don't reset it.
Yep, 4-1 now, of course, in favor of RSU, but they plan to extend this lead and hold off the comeback from CMV with just a minute and 25 left on the clock. Let's see if they can get it done. Accelerate is going to be putting this one down into the corner. Now a 50 touch will send this one all the way to the other side of the pitch. Is now Dead Aspen. Will take a turn, has the swish and the flick, will go off the backboard, but will not go in, as now the return volley will go all the way and find the distance to find the back of the net from all the way in enemy territory. What a play, and now 5-1 in favor of RSU.
Accelerate trying to be intricate with it, and unfortunately that is going to cost them. Doesn't really matter at that point. That Dead Aspen, he has to try and force something, and As soon as you do put yourself at a risk, but they might just be able to get a goal back and still somewhat put themselves in the game, but it seems like they're missing out on every crucial opportunity that they're getting. They're tough. They're hard to get, but they still would need to score them if they want to challenge, but it looks like we're going to move into a 1-all scenario.
Well, it's the same scenario that I was thinking in game number one, where RSU were the ones that were down and they were needing some type of consolation goal. I still say the same thing to CMV. Do not quit playing. Do not give up until the clock hits 0 and the ball touches the ground. Even if you think this game is too far out of your reach, keep striking, keep hitting those shots, try putting them into the back of the net, and if you get one, great. You got yourself a consolation goal, and that way you can still try and build yourself up to head into game number 3 even stronger.
It's all about regaining at this moment. You concede another goal, you forget about it. That's the way it needs to be right now. Because otherwise, you're going to start doubting yourself too much, and you're going to arrive too late to the challenge because you're going to have a second thought. Is this the right challenge? Do I actually need to go for this? Is my teammate not ready? As soon as that starts popping into your mind, you quickly need to cleanse it. Those second thoughts cannot be there in a game of Rocket League.
And honestly, when you're thinking that quick on your feet, it's just insane to think how quickly the tempo has changed for this game, as it looks like it will be RSU Red to take this one 6-1. Such a drastic change from game number 1 to game number 2. And all I can say is that game number 3 is nearly unpredictable, as I honestly could not see a 6-1 game in favor of RSU coming up in game number 2.
Neither, but I also didn't see RSU win 6-1 in this game, and it still happened. It seems like this series entirely is just about random stuff happening the entire time and somehow being able to find some momentum. But we are going to have a little bit of a dead period. We're still having to restart his internet to get a proper connection again, to get a stable connection. They do have a bit of time to sort themselves out, and I think this is important for CMV. They get the chance to talk it out, talk it through what was different in our game number 1 than in our second game, because something drastically changed.
Yeah, honestly, if your internet is messing up and you're still getting a 6-1 scoreline, I say keep it messed up. Keep your internet the way it is. You're going to change something, and all of a sudden we're going to see a repeat of game number 1. So if that internet is leading you to have that type of victory, why chance it? Don't jinx it. Just go with the flow.
And roll with the punches. Why not? You might as well. It must be a bit unfortunate, but did seem to me that CMV didn't have the same venom on them throughout that game. They were a bit reluctant going for the challenge, arriving a second too late or even a millisecond. That's enough in the game of Rocket League to send you into a detrimental position that you can't get out of anymore.
Well, yeah, I mean, you want to have great internet. I mean, all jokes aside, if you're having server issues, which we do, and honestly, it wouldn't be a good Rocket League tournament or a Rocket League event without 1 or 2 technical hiccups. If you don't have at least 1 technical hiccup, then the tournament's just not going to be any good. So, we're going to be bringing you some good matches here at the NECC as we do try and get everybody's servers all the way up, all bars across, and all the way into the green.
And that's what I like to see. Ping in between, underneath the 10, stuff like that. Get everybody on the level playing field. But those are stuff for dreams. Right now, CMV, they need to take this time to relax a little bit. Get out of the room for a little bit, because as soon as you're in that same room where you just lost in, it just feels like you're going into that third game, that all important game, who gets to decide who is on match point first, with a negative mindset.
And honestly, I really don't know what happened from game number 1 to 2. I still am completely baffled by what was going on, because it seemed like in game number 1 that, it was really just on the side of RSU not really showing up to play. They just kind of let things fall down by the wayside, and they let the other team kind of run with it. But in game number 2, RSU just came out of nowhere, guns blazing, and I don't know if that was just an extraordinary performance put on by them or just some lackluster performance coming from the defense.
It's one of those series where first game, I'm thinking, oh, CMV is going to sweep this. Second game, I'm thinking, okay, RSU is going to take it all the way from here and end up 3-1. Realistically, we're probably going to go to a Game 5 overtime. They're going to sort out their inconsistencies, and that's where they're going to do battle. Have a proper scrap.
And honestly, that's the kind of the tone that was set today already with game number 1, of course, going all the way into game number 5. And in that series, we were delighted to see 2 great overtimes, one of which that went all the way to 5 minutes. So I could see that happening again between these two teams. I can see them going the complete distance, and if we're lucky enough, we'll be able to see a game 5 overtime. But like I said, game number 3 is going to be completely unpredictable because we've already seen CMV come out and perform. In game number 2, we were able to see RSU come out and perform. Who knows who's going to show up in game number 3?
I just do hope that is going to be more of a level playing field, because while those matches as opener matches are all right, it does feel a bit unfortunate when one game is just entirely dominated by a team without really a proper chance of the comeback, because it just feels so one-sided. And even though the series could end up close, could go to the entire way, I'd rather have every single game be close and it end in a sweep than every single game be a blowout and it ending in 5.
Honestly, it just seemed like CMV and RSU really just switched sides. Like the CMV team from game number 1 switched sides with RSU from game number 1. And coming to game number 2, it was just literally flip-flop, flipped its script. But and going into game number 3, I really don't know what to tell the CMV team. Whatever it was that you were doing in game number 1, do that. Bring that to game number 3. And RSU, keep doing what you're doing. You did just fine in game number 2.
Yeah, that internet reset, giving them plenty time to have a chat as well. Because even on the winning side, you don't want to start overthinking things, and you don't want to try and point out mistakes to try and improve your game even more. Because realistically, the only thing it's gonna do is make the mental game worse because you're being nitpicky. But here we go then, game number 3, RSU versus CMV. We've got 2 blowouts, and now they need to settle for a proper scrap.
Well, let's see if they can do just that, as it's going to be RSU to attack first, but not find the back of the net. This defense from CMV will hold on strong for now as this finds its way back into the RSU half, but we got some teammates bumping each other there and right in front of the net. Could be detrimental, but lucky for them, they were able to clear this one back into the CMV territory.
Up high, Benito pops that forward still. Didn't get a touch. That was more than I was expecting. Dead Aspen tries to move into the counter attack, but this is something that CMV have started doing. As soon as they're into the counter position, they kind of get a heavy touch, and that sends it out of their control. Dead Aspen turning in. This might be an opportunity, but the angle too tight.
And already we're seeing some demo plays come out. Not too bad, but hey, whatever gets the job done, and it will, as it will be Accelerate to get on the board first.
Rodeo into the center, and Fry opts not for a touch there. I'm not too sure what was happening, but it does seem like both sides are a bit frigid in that defensive end where they are struggling to get a proper clear. They're clearing it, but it is right into the hands of CMV, and that requires a general overlook of the game. That's phenomenal 50. Fry still able to recover and swap that wide.
And that's honestly the double-edged sword about getting great clears. You know, you can get a great clear and you can send it, you know, far and away from your goal. But on the same token, when you clear it out too far, you're also giving up possession. So you can clear it all the live long day. But what it comes down to is that you really need to start taking control of the game, start taking control of the tempo and the momentum, and really take control of the ball and take possession away from the other team.
Dead Aspen tries to pop that forward, but instead he missed out on the touch altogether. Accelerate will get a boost still. There from distance, denied by Fry. Still was up for it for a second. Rodeo and Dead Aspen both missing out on the touch, and this has to be a goal, but Rodeo with an exquisite read on that play. Fry still able to bury it home though, and CMV unfortunately after that save still concede.
Yep, now with the scoreline even at 1, I'm still completely surprised with the first save that came out of CMV. Of course, both teammates whiffed, both goalies, they whiffed that original save, none of them getting the touch to clear it out. But then as they were falling from their missed touch, somehow was able to clear that first shot, and then inevitably leaving it wide open for RSU to find the back of the net, tying us all up at 1.
CMV and the clear away. Dan Aspen. It's a tap upward still. Distance. Oh. It was a weak shot, but it should have been saved. Let's keep it a stack.
Yep, woulda, coulda, shoulda, all the wouldas, all the couldas, all the shouldas, but it was not. Just a bounce shot going right on in, and again, we're just seeing a little bit of lackluster from the defense on the side of CMV.
It's one of those things where it probably should have been a save, but yet again, easy for us to say because he had a lot of momentum, came just after the flip, has to slow his car down a little bit, taps the brakes too hard, and all of a sudden he's in an unrecoverable position. But Dead Aspen still to the center. Rodeo again blocked at the route. Dead Aspen wants to recover this and amend the attack, but it seems like RSU might be able to run away with this play.
Yep, and we just passed halftime, so still a half of regulation left to play, and still plenty of time for CMV to equalize as Fry is going to hit this one high into the side, and a whiff there could leave an opportunity for some aggression, as it will be a switch and flick to go once again by the wayside. No opportune being taken advantage of here, as now a bump will come through back in front of the net, and now a flips bad man from Still will keep this ball into the corner, and finally it will be Benito to hit it out.
Or Zhu. Benito on the counter, a low boost, but still he's lurking in the wings, waiting for Benito to potentially pass it to him, or maybe a 50 will land in his lap, and indeed it will. Fry actually there for the shot, but it should be cleared. Indeed it is. Fry on the clear away. Dead Aspen missing out. Benito and Rodeo both getting caught off guard by each other's misses, and now Rodeo with a shot over the top. That's a good shot, but still an even better save.
And that's usually how it comes. Sometimes I even catch myself wondering what was better, the shot or the save. That time it was the save, and now it will be RSU Red on the attack, looking for the double touch, but instead of finding the back of the net, they find the sidebar.
Benito, good 50 through, and they would like to get that goal in the end. They were so incredibly close. Passing field, Fry getting denied by Accelerating. They will sky high. Still, trying to prevent the counter-attack at least. Avoids the demo from happening. 50 going low, but Accelerate just forces it over. Accelerate still into the center. Rodeo up for it, but an easy tap out wide by Benito will clear the net of any danger.
CMV is really going to have to step up inside of the RSU half, because right now with only 45 seconds remaining, all RSU has to do is run out this clock, and they will be walking away with a game number 3 victory. So CMV have got to break out of their own side if they want to try and equalize.
To the backboard, RSU, if they bury another one. Benito, he's missed out by a tiny inch. The counterattack lurking. CMV, that's an open net. Rodeo, tough angle to shoot it at, and 2 defenders already on the rotation. Back for Rodeo. He doesn't care about the 2 defenders. He wants them there just so he can beat them.
Yep, nice recovery here, too. You're thinking like, oh, they went up, they got the missed touch, missed shot, but oh no, watch the chip shot coming off from the side to get it up and over 2 goalies to put that one into the back of the net, and just like that, we are tied at 2.
Down to the side, Benito still staying close. That's a 50. That's on target, and CMV somehow I've gotten the lead.
Now, how many times have we seen this tonight? Again, just a nice pinch play falling in the favor of CMV to send this one from one side of the field over to the other. And what seemed like no time at all is now CMV have all the momentum here in game number 3.
Benito. Tiny tap over. Still. My word, he almost getting the own goal. It's now down the side. He only needs to do is a 50. Fry from distance. Dead Aspen don't falter now, and he doesn't crumble under the pressure. But RSU, they're not done just yet. Rodeo wants to make them done into the puck yet again, but it will land to the ground, and CMB, they sneak away the victory.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that they completely stole that game, because RSU had the lead 2-0 the entire, what felt like the entire time, and within the last few seconds, it was CMV to pull the 2-goal switcheroo and was able to take the lead and to win the game by just getting the score, literally getting the go-ahead goal within the remaining, 12 seconds, and then just running out the remainder of the clock.
Off of some odd 50 as well. Those are always so hard to get against you. With CMV, they got a bit fortunate. Now they need to create it another time. You kind of make your own luck in Rocket League. You did dominate that 50. And for the other side, for RSU, it will feel like they just got unlucky. So it's easily shaken off. You go on to the next game and bring it to that game 5, because we all know it's inevitable.
Yeah, but the thing with me is that I say that Rocket League is a very momentum heavy based game, and you just gave a whole bunch of momentum into the favor of CMV, and when they're going to take a win like that, they're going to be heading not only into the next match with a win, but in the overall series, they are winning 2-1 in the scoreline, only to boost their morale even further.
And that morale, that momentum is something everybody talks about all the time, because it's such an important part In every other esport, you have so much time after a match to regain. In Rocket League, you have about a minute, and then you have to play the next match already. Sure, in other games, you have rounds and stuff like that, but you don't really suffer an incredibly tough loss, maybe 1v5, but that is something entirely different. And here we go, game number 4, an all-important one for RSU Red. They need to prevent CMV from 3-1ing them.
Absolutely. And that was another point I was getting ready to make. All the pressure is on RSU Red because it is match point for CMV. One more win and they will take it all against RSU. But as we approach the first 30 seconds of play, we're just seeing the constant back and forth. No player wants to push up too far. No player wants to make the first mistake, but both teams want to be the first one to get on the board.
Benito, forward. Certainly wants to put in the dent in it. One problem that you could always face at this moment is everybody wants to be the hero. For either for RSU Red or for CMV, you really want to be that player to score the winning goal, and it's a much more valuable position if you try and facilitate that, if you just pass it along or even get a bump or a demo, something to send the entire team into disarray. It seems like neither side have taken it to that just yet. Fry getting bumped out, Rodeo up high, Dead Aspen centers it with a tiny bit of a delay. That's a shot coming through.
Honestly, that was just a three-way play. Every single player coming from CMV was involved on that one. Dead Aspen, of course, getting the pass down into the middle, going over, of course, getting that demo right at the last second in front of the net was crucial to getting that ball to find the back of the net and get the 1-goal lead for CMV.
CMV, they get the go-ahead. And that's not good enough. You ideally want to extend it, and they're putting in some work against it, but Fry, this is where the counterattack comes in. Dead Aspen on the backboard, gets a touch, sends it out. Accelerate, 50, that's going to land on to net, but still, is still there.
Now Rodeo gets an unfortunate touch there, but now as this one's going to go into CMV territory, it could be an opportunity for RSU Red to equalize and to tie up the scoreline, but Dead Aspen is going to clear this one back out into the RSU half.
RSU are not going to be happy with the current state of affairs, and it's up to them to change it. This is going to trickle on into the center. Accelerate has the boost to follow it up, but a good 50. Tease it up for Rodeo. Still blocking it. Benito now charging on ahead. End of the backboard, 50 happening. Accelerate, forcing it through, but Fry able to pick it up and continue the attack. Good clear away by Rodeo. Benito avoids a death and thus is able to at least swat it out to the side by Rodeo. He's quick and all over it.
Yeah, and you can see RSU try and maintain a little bit of possession. They're doing really well with their 1v1 solo mechanics by trying to hold on to the possession and, of course, keep it away from the opposition. But the problem is that they're not passing a lot. We're just seeing RSU Red really take turns making attempts at the net and not finding any success. If they want to try and get on the board, they're really going to have to start passing the ball and sharing the sugar a lot more.
Accelerate. Leaving this to Rodeo. Benito is awkward, and Accelerate, had he had a little bit of boost, that surely would have been a quicker challenge, but Dead Aspen has to try and help him out. Still, along the sidewall, baits out Rodeo, and that's at least one cleared and out of the rotation for a very long while. Dead Aspen, he'll get Goomba stunned, but Benito has to drive backwards. It's awkward, but he manages it regardless. Still pass off into the midfield. Accelerate goes wide with it, but there's still a ball landing into the lap of Dead Aspen. Bump happening. Rodeo and Dead Aspen both on, and now Accelerate into defensive position, clears it wide, and that's far enough away.
Yeah, the pressure coming from CMV right now is nothing short of spectacular, keeping RSU contained into their own half. Meanwhile, it seems like CMV is at the shooting gallery, constantly putting shots on target, putting them on net, forcing the defense out of position, but yet have found the second goal on the board. Still 1-0, of course, in favor of CMV, but I think the first team to come in clutch with another demo play will be the next one to score.
CMV, they don't even need to score. They can just hold on for this remaining 1 minute 10, but how lovely would it be if you get a little bit of a safety net? You don't have to worry the entire way through. Rodeo getting the deadest 50 that I've seen in a long while. That actually tees it up for Accelerate. CMV, they get the safety net.
Honestly, this was just a spectacular 50 coming off from the assist from Rodeo, being able to really just go up against the goalie and keep the ball dead center, being able to gather position, get the swish, get the flick, put it up and over a defender, and then leave it for Accelerate to knock that one in. Now 2-0 in favor of CMB with only 50 seconds to go.
RSU Red, they're going to have to find some propellant that hasn't been invented just yet. They're going to need to make it, put it on the market, and accept it for themselves. RSU, that's at least the first one put in. CMB, they break apart.
And this is exactly what they need within the last remaining seconds. Just a high-speed shot, nothing too fancy, good old-fashioned fundamental Rocket League with a nice, cheeky low 5 there at the end of that play. 40 seconds to go and still plenty of time to equalize for RSU Red.
RSU Red, they've given themselves a solid shot, but they can't go down in their own half just like that, willy-nilly. CMV, all they need to do is just take seconds off the clock, and it's actually a very free ball for Fry. Maybe even the bump play passing field still is able to rip it through, and CMV, they're being passive, has allowed RSU some space.
And this is exactly what they needed right here. Good old-fashioned pass plays to win the games. Again, impressive amount of control coming out from the midfield, being able to dribble it, find their teammate literally onto the left side near the sidebar, being able to swish it right over to their wide open teammate, and then finding the shot on target. Now 2-2 with barely 10 seconds left on the clock. Still anyone's ball game.
It might even be CMVs if they were quicker on it, but CMV, they're faltering now. They're being a bit reluctant to go in, but Accelerate might just finish it here. It's off the crossbar and off of an RSU player to go into the back of the net.
You honestly could not have shot this in a different place. Look at this angle with an absolute screamer going off of the crossbar, and for all rights and purposes should not have gone in, but feels bad, man, for the defensive positioning of being literally in the wrong place in the wrong time, giving game number 3 and the series to CMV.
What a match. CMV on the brink of defeat there, and that wouldn't have only been a literal defeat in the game. That would have been a mental suffering. The exhaustion coming through there. That was a comeback with 40 seconds remaining and 2 goals up. Ooh, I don't think they would have come back from that.
Yeah, not to mention we would have seen yet another overtime here tonight, and our overtimes have always gone the distance so far, literally going up into the 2-minute 50 all the way to the 5-minute marks in OT. So I think UMV might count themselves lucky that they were able to get away with that win in game number 3.
It was a phenomenal series yet again, but there's been plenty of overtimes. And we're overtime for a next match as well. We're going to go to a short little break where we've got 3 more lined up for you tonight. So you want to make sure you stay tuned. We will be right back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls from around the world, welcome back to the NECC. Once again, I am your happy-go-lucky hooligan host, Captain at Soka. But I am not in the booth alone. Oh no, I am joined by the one and only that guy, Foof.
I gotta say, Captain, I always love not only working with you, but getting the intros with you. And I finally get to hear it on the NECC network. And I'm so excited to have the opportunity to be here. It is week 2, and we are back with more Rocket League action. You've seen this fella beside me with a couple of series before, but now the series set in front of us. A pair of teams coming into this week 0-1, looking to get their first win of the season. The first squad we're going to take a peek at over is the CU Boulder Gold squad, bringing a couple of fun names there. And I wonder what kind of mentality they have, because they were the team to go 1-3 comparatively to that Kent State squad who went 0-3.
Yeah, unfortunate, but they were going against Northwood White, so Northwood White is not the easiest team. Yeah, it's not the easiest team in the world to go up against. So I'm not really too surprised that they went 0-3. But with that being said, I know Kent State is going to be looking to do a little bit better this time around, because nobody likes going down 0-3. Nobody.
Well, you know, both of these squads have kind of had to hit the reset button. You want to get off to a great start in week 1, and obviously neither of them doing it. Looking at the comparison there, you think Spark, Thumper, AP25, and Rylax on the side of CU Boulder Gold. You wonder what kind of mix-up they'll have here. They're bringing in Spark, Thumper, and AP, those top 3 names that you see on top of a junior, a sophomore, and a junior. So a bit of age coming along with them. So hopefully that will guide them here in this matchup. But then you flip the script and look at this Kent State squad, bringing in the trio of Rain, Gary. I gotta say, I'm minuses. Such a fun way to say it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be looking out for sure for Gary the Snail. Gary the Snail is probably the most famous player out of all of these players here tonight. Everybody knows Gary the Snail. But yes, and then also Rain and I'm sorry, is that Eminences?
It is Eminences.
Eminences. Okay.
Eminences.
You see, we got to get it right now. We got to go through all these names.
We're getting the ironing it out right now, you know?
Yeah, so that way we don't get spammed in chat and see how much people hate us when we mispronounce online names. But yes, it's good to see that we have some high quality talent coming into this matchup.
Of course.
Yeah, between CU Boulder Gold and Kent State.
Here's the big thing that I always look for in these series is who can find their footing first at Soka. Which squad can get in either that rotation or that big demo or that clear that opens the door for them to play their Rocket League. Whereas the team that cannot do that falls behind. And it being a best of 5, you need to get on that track early.
Yeah, and we saw that happen a lot with the previous match we were just watching, of course, with RSU and CMV. CMV was able to turn things around and take the lead back, but let's see who's going to take it here between CU Boulder and Kent State with 5 minutes on the clock. Foof, we are officially underway.
5 minutes on the clock and 6 cars on the field. And no, it is not 3-1 right now. It is currently 0-0 in this series. And in that yellow, you have Kent State. Gary in control, looking for a touch there to a teammate, climbing the ladder in that Merc, but unable to get to it. Thumper, great play there. The ball still midfield, and now it's just finding its way back into the blue half.
Yep, now that all the wins and losses are, accounted for and realize that we're at 0-0 in the series scoreline, now we get a better view on who's in control of this match, and the answer is no one just yet. Only 40 seconds gone, and still every player on the field is still trying to find their footing.
First game jitters and trying to find those first goal jitters. Defense off past midfield coming from Kent State. A denial, but that ball still in a threatening position. A shot back post, but the post makes the save as it goes bar and out, and Kent State cannot break this tie. CU Boulder able to clear it all the way out, but they are still under the assault. Gary the Snails got the Merc, got the ball, and has the goal.
Yep, right now, Gary the Snail rocking the Merc, and I just love seeing non-meta vehicles do work on the pitch. And like we were saying, we constantly saw time and time again from Gary the Snail and Kent State constantly putting on the pressure onto the net of CU Boulder. Eventually, CU Boulder's defense cracked, and they were able to find the back of the net. Now 1-0 in favor of Kent State.
Sky playing slow there, lost control. A shot coming on. Gary with a save, but Thumper ready to put it back the other way and notch this one up in one apiece. The offense there coming to perfection on the side of CU Boulder.
Yep, unfortunately, on the side of Kent State, they tried again, but eventually they ran out of defenders and they could not save the ball any longer. CU Boulder will answer right back with a goal of their own, tying us up at one apiece.
Immonses with a big dunk. He's trying to follow it up with a second touch here, but 2-5, putting it in front of his own net. Gary the Snail in that bright yellow murk, looking like a wet floor sign, playing the role of the janitor beautifully.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming in like a wrecking ball, being able to get that touch right in front of the net and putting it right on in. But I have got to say, I love the high-scoring gameplay. Only a minute and 25 seconds gone, and we have 3 goals on the board.
I mean, what really is defense other than just getting in the way of the ball? And neither of these teams worried about that as they are trying to put all of their skill points into that offensive skill tree right now. A big clear there from Sky, but he loses control. So CU Boulder once again in the attack. And teammates really tripping over themselves trying to find that one. And Gary the Snail, slow play here, has to beat one. A dunk coming through, but that one is off. Coming to make that touch is Sky, and he's able to put it in.
And again, just capitalizing off of a double commit, and unfortunately, of course, for CU Boulder, they were just pushed up too much, too far, and it led to an unfortunate 2v1 scenario for the poor goalie stuck into that net.
About 2 minutes now off of the clock in game one, and Kent State firmly out in front by 2. Trying to extend that lead is Gary. He's got no defender to beat, and that is another one for him. That is his 5th shot, getting his 2nd goal of the game.
Yep, Gary the Snail fighting for that MVP medal and just might get it if they keep performing like this. A nice read coming instantly off of the kickoff, and they have been shooting shot after shot, wasting no time, as finally we will hit 2 minutes of regulation time gone, and 4 goals have been scored by Kent State.
5 total. That is a lot of offense. Imminence is trying to stay low there. That Dominus dressed very dapperly for the stream. AP putting a shot on midfield, but unable to get past that last defender on the side of Kent State. Pass up to Thumper. The ball falling back down 5. Looking for something here. Cannot find the touch. Neither can AP. Now it's Kent State. Touch 1 there. Sky looking for a backboard read. Cannot find it. So Gary the Snail now rotating slowly. Gets a touch and just pushing it back into that corner.
Yeah, and they're doing really well on their defensive rotation so far. I don't know if you have noticed, but Kent State, of course, going with the textbook near post, far post defensive positioning, and they are executing it to a T, being able to get themselves out of intense pressure and then put that pressure right back on to CU Boulder.
Right now, Boulder Gold needs to find something, anything. They are grasping at straws as now we are 30 seconds past the midway point, down 3 goals, trying not to be down 4. Kent State on the attack. Imminence is looking for a pass midfield, unable to stay this one, but Sky sifting through the traffic, nothing coming of it, but the attack still on. Gary's got a teammate midfield, gets it over 1, trying to find another touch, but Thumper with a big time clear keeps it out of the net.
Yeah, at this point, I really think CU Boulder needs to start taking more possession at the midfield. Don't get me wrong, they are great at playing defense so far. Granted that they've had 4 goals scored against them, but they're able to get the ball out quickly. The only problem is that once they get it out, they give the ball away, giving more attempts to Kent State, which inevitably leads to more goals being scored.
Big touch there, but a better clear coming on the back end, and that one slips past Imminence as he tried to find a redirect but could not get to it. Sky, bit overzealous there, but the ball is sent midfield by a Boulder player. That's not what you want to do. Now Sky looking for a long shot. He's going to put it near post and cannot find a way. That post a bit too overbearing. Imminence has a demo, now has the ball, takes the boost, and is now going back towards that net.
Yep, less than a minute left to go, and Kent State still ahead by 3 goals. If I was a gambling man, I would say this one is going to fall in favor of Kent State because unfortunately for CU Boulder, we haven't seen them do much on offense, but Captain's Caster's Curse could be me. But unfortunately for CU Boulder, it will not be tonight.
2-5 was looking for something and could not get there. Sky denied, and the ball back at midfield. Thumper trying to get a feels-good goal for the road, but denied by that big-bodied Merc. AP, backboard touch, trying to find a teammate. 2-5 off of it once again. They are just peppering this backboard, but cannot get anything on the offensive glass going. Now a beautiful touch from Sky, but it's just a bit too far to the left.
And honestly, they really don't need to score any more goals at this point. You can just comfortably run the clock out and do what they've been doing, keeping CU Boulder on defense, not giving them any time on offense. Therefore, you will not be scored on as the final seconds will tick away and time has officially expired. And that will be game number 1 falling to Kent State. Well done. Congratulations and GG's for game number 1 to Gary the Snail, Sky, and Evanescence.
Great showing there by this Kent State squad. And I mean, that is 11 shots coming off the back of those 2 top performers. CU Boulder only having the 3 able to answer. So their offense just truly hemmed in at all times. And when you give up that many shots at Soka, if you are not playing pixel perfect defense, you are going to find yourself down and down big. And that is exactly what happened early. Kent State struck, was able to get a lead, and then played off of that the entire way in game 1.
And even still, we saw that it was really on the side of the defense to come in and get those clutch saves. The only problem was for CU Boulder is that once they got a save, they just gave possession instantly away, giving more opportunities for Kent State to put shots on target and inevitably find the back of the net. So if CU Boulder is going to make a change here, they need to take possession away from Kent State, and they need to keep possession, as the defense will still try its best to hold strong, and they will succeed as somehow, some way, CU Boulder will get the save and clear it away.
Seeing that one break in the storm, but there are clouds coming once again. Eminence is coming from midfield, and the freshman striking beautifully in that Dominus.
Yeah, their team synergy is just very much on par. The give and go right here from Sky over to Evanescence, taking the ball out from their own half, bringing it to the midfield and letting Evanescence take it the rest of the way. 28 seconds gone here in game number 2, and already Kent State take another lead.
Here's the thing. When I kind of look over these fun facts, I look at Eminences, and very tall fellow standing at 6'6". You know, height usually doesn't affect you in esports, but maybe he feels like a kinship for that Dominus, as long and flat as that car is. Trying to get the height there. AP trying to find a touch, and that's Thumper able to get a goal here, and CU Boulder answer once again.
Well, here we go. Now we're starting to see a little bit of change of pace, and it's a good change of pace to see. It's very refreshing to see that CU Boulder can answer back, and this time answer back quickly. Still plenty of time left in this match, 4 minutes and 16 on the clock. Still plenty of time for CU Boulder to try and build some momentum and actually get ahead over Kent State.
Remember, this is exactly how game 1 started. A quick goal and then an answer. Then it was all Kent State. Now they're looking to keep this script, but CU Boulder trying to break free. I like the passing play here, but 2-5 not able to read that one quick enough. He had to slow down to it. The ball in the corner, but denied by Sky. He's keeping it high, trying to find a touch. He's got a teammate in midfield, trying to find Gary, but the only thing he finds is that blue octane of AP. Kent State still on the offensive side here, but that is a touch that'll throw it away. New 2-5 with no boost. A pass to Gary, but a big-time denial on the edge of the box keeps it tied at 1 apiece.
Yeah, Gary the Snail was trying to join the pre-flip gang and was denied by CU Boulder. But now it's going to be Boulder's turn to play a little bit of offense as they try and make something happen. Again, they're doing much better here in game number 2 of coming out of the midfield and then putting pressure into the side of Kent State, whereas in the previous game, all they really did was clear the ball out and give possession away. So it's really nice and refreshing to see CU Boulder start to take control of the ball and of this game.
Big dunk there from 2-5, keeping this offense. He's trying to find a second touch in Will, but it stalls out as there's no goal coming from an AP. Putting it to midfield, Gary looking for a teammate. He's going to find a shot, putting it near post. Thumper able to deny that one. No credit on a shot nor a save, but that was a big time touch coming out of the CU Boulder defender. 2-5 looking for something midfield, but all he can find is just a swarm of these yellow and orange cars looking for any missed touch. Eminence is demoing for his trouble, but putting one on, and Sky able to dunk it through with the demo.
Now, I'll leave this one up for chat, whether to call this calculated or not, but this was one close call, getting the touch right there in the midfield, picking up the demo and putting it on target. What a shot from Sky, making it 2-1 in favor of Kent State.
Well, I need to retcon that, and this is Eminence's dark car throwing me off a second time. No, Eminence's was the one who got demolished. Did not actually touch it because he wasn't credited on the assist. it was instead him getting demoed by an opponent in Sky, putting that one on and giving Kent State another 1-goal lead. They're trying to find another one here going far post, but they cannot get to it. Ball out midfield dangerously. Kent State on the attack. Gary climbing up in that Merc, keeping it midfield. He's got a teammate there, but so goes AP to deny that quick shot attempt.
And now they have to be careful over there at Kent State because the counterattack is underway. But once again, they will get a long clear to send this one back and towards the midfield. And we have seen CU Boulder really improve in the midfield, especially when it comes to the boost rotation, being able to take boost away from Kent State and then use it to their advantage, which they're going to have to do successfully if they plan on equalizing and tying up this game 2-2.
Well, that's a big-time touch there, keeping it midfield. CU Boulder feeling this pressure right now from Sky and Company. He's going for a doozy, but cannot catch up to it. Gary the Snail now climbing high, trying to find a pass midfield. He gets the touch, he gets the tip, but there's no goal coming through. I thought that may have been the way to break it, but CU Boulder standing tall. Sky clearing that to the corner.
And they hold off the insurance goal for at least a little while longer, but they still have got to get this equalizing goal. They were able to get the job on defense. Now it's time to turn it around and get it done on offense. Just over a minute left to go, and they still have time to tie this game up.
Most importantly, they have time and they have pressure. Another save coming through. Eminence is trying desperately to get it out of his own half. 2-5 into the corner here, trying to find an equalizer, not only in the game, but in the series. It bounces back off, and that third gold player will not dive in. So now Kent State on the attack, trying to defend their 1-goal lead with 44 seconds left. Thumper, slow play here, dunked by one. That is another dangerous touch. Kent State looking to just defend this ball for 30 seconds.
And that push by Gary could be costly, as now it's going to be CU Boulder who has an opportunity to score, but
where's
it will
the third?
fall down by the wayside. Opportunity gone, and now the counterattack is underway for Kent State, and they will take advantage, extending their lead 3-1.
If you're going to play back, you have to at least make the save, but Kent State somehow beat the prevent defense that did not want to play too aggressively. Right now for CU Boulder, losing by 1 and losing by 2 is the same thing, and that'll put them down 2 games in this series. Now they have to play all the way out with 15 seconds to find 2.
And, well, it's not an easy task, but it's definitely one that can be accomplished. We've seen it time and time again, and CU Boulder is not through with this match just yet either, as they put one on the board, ending the score drought once and for all. A nice pass from AP over to Thumper, putting this one right down into the lower 90, and getting the final score to end the drought. 2-3 now still in favor of Kent State. But still quite maybe, just maybe, but at this rate, it looks like it's just about over, as the clock has officially expired, zeros across the board, and Kent State will take the dub.
Kent State able to just live a little bit longer there because of a misrotation, a misread, or a uncomfortableness on the offensive push by CU Boulder. AP Thumper and 2-5, getting more shots this time, a little bit closer, being 11-7 there, but they still need to close the gap, and they don't need to be scared of playing offense, but they need to be smarter about how they do it. They end up having 2 of these players push up into the corner trying to find a pass. The first one missed, the second one has to pass. So that third player, knowing that mistake was made, does not want to overcommit it, Soka. And so in doing that, they've opened up the door, allowing Kent State to get these 2-on-1 power plays that gets this lead. But when you're down, you need to just... I understand you're trying to play smart, but on a pass like that, when the defense is caught off of their haunches, you cannot sit back that far.
Well, here we are in game number 3, my apologies, and it is match point for Kent State, as they have 2-0 lead in the series over CU Boulder. If CU Boulder wants to save this game, they have got to answer back now, and nearly do, with 20 seconds gone, and CU Boulder is starting to step up.
That wasn't even put on by a CU Boulder player. That was a Kent State bumper that almost put that one in. A dunk coming through AP, not able to get there in time. But CU Boulder leaving all that defensive game plan out the backboard, and they are trying to put all firing forward. CU Boulder now chance, but Thumper is denied at midfield, and Gary putting more and more pressure on Sky. A redirect attempt, but he cannot touch it, and neither can his follow-up teammate.
And now it looks like the ball is being listfully wasted away here, as no one really taking possession. But finally, we're going to see a pretty impressive shot, unfortunately not finding the back of the net. as it will be Eminences to go up high, losing the 50-50, and now the ball will fall into the danger zone of Kent State. As finally a clear will come out to send this one back and towards the midfield as 2-5 is going to look to turn this one around.
2-5 dunked there. AP a shot coming on, but that one all the way sent to row 18. Somebody getting a ball in the crowd there. Back off the side ball once again. Sky flipping and not landing in time, so he cannot contest this now. Just long clears from both sides, beginning to rocket back and forth, back and forth. It's going to be who can make that offense last quicker. And Gary beats one. There's nobody home, and that Merc looking so light in the air.
Not to mention, just from the color scheme, it kind of reminds me of a Pokemon. I'm not going to say which one, but you could pretty much guess it. But Gary the Snail doing absolute work in game number 1, was actually missing a little bit in game number 2, but decides to show right back up for game number 3, scoring the first goal of the game, giving the 1-0 lead to Kent State.
Oh, I love the flip, but it's just a bit too far to the left. He could not get enough of an angle on that. Dominus, but a dunk coming through from Gary, and the follow-up from Eminences means it's 1-2-1, and that's how Kent State makes 2 goals.
Yep, they're going to waste no time between the first goal and the second. Just a classic backboard read at high speed. Eminences knows what they're doing. They're able to get the touch off the backboard, only to follow it up just as quickly, putting that one into the back of the net. Except just too fast for the goalie to respond. Nearly doing it again here and returning the favor, but CU Boulder once again cannot get past the defense of Kent State.
Brick wall being built soundly in front of that goal. Now it's a dangerous touch. There's no one there. Thumper, you've been given so much time, and he can't do it. Still, that soft floating ball saved in the end by Sky, and CU Boulder really surprised by that ball falling into their lap and did not know how to react. But now the offense set up once again. Gary, a soft touch into the corner, but AP is there. This blue squad trying to find one. It's going to bounce off the ceiling, rolling its way down, but Eminences with a denial.
All right, now, Foof, we have officially passed halftime. If CU Boulder is going to turn things around, they have got to start doing it now. So far, throughout the half of this game, they have not been able to get past the defense of Kent State. Foof, I need to pick your analytical brain. How does CU Boulder break the line in front of Kent State's net?
I mean, they just have to start playing a little bit cleaner. They're not finding solid touches. They're not having an idea what they want to do after they hit the ball. Work with your teammates, space the ball out properly, and find yourselves in good positions offensively. There are opportunities from this Kent State squad. This is a passing play here, but 2-5 cannot connect cleanly. So it's turned away. A demo 1-1. Eminence is trying to play a little bit of flash and substance there. Cannot find another touch following it up. But AP and crew, a minute now has passed, and they are still down 2 goals.
It just seems like CU Boulder is being outpaced by Kent State. Every time CU Boulder goes to take a shot, it's like Kent State can read it from a mile away. And who else but Gary the Snail reading this pass from their teammate. Here comes Sky going up high, coming down off the ceiling and dropping it down to Gary the Snail, who's going to bring yet another goal to Kent State, giving them the lead 3-0.
The big-time play from a big-time player in a big-time vehicle. The Merc getting a lot of love right now. That's off the ceiling. That could be on. Saved at the last moment by Thumper. While it is outstanding defense, defense will win you nothing when you're down 3 goals. And Sky and company putting more shots on, more goals on, and pouring this lead further and further.
Well, Foof, when it rains, it pours, and there's a lot of pouring going on Kent State right now. They are just dropping dime after dime, getting shot after shot and net after net. 4-0 now in favor of Kent State with only a minute and 16 left on the clock. If it's not too early to say, we could be looking at a 3-0 sweep.
Well, it's going to mean that CU Boulder falls to 0-2, where Kent State trying to get their first win, and by doing this, they are securing it more and more. A 5-0 lead, just becoming a shooting gallery for this Kent State squad.
And that's really what it's looking like. And at the forefront, nearly every time, we have seen Gary the Snail. And don't get me wrong, we have seen Eminences as well. Eminences for Kent State being a pivotal 2-spot player. They are always the ones getting the assists. They're getting the bumps, the demo plays. They're doing a lot of the hustle work and getting a lot of hustle points already. As you see, they have 1 assist and 3 saves on the board. So Eminences playing a little bit of defense, but now we're going to see Sky playing some offense. Even though this game is all but said and done, Sky still is going to pad the stats and get on the highlight reel with that cheeky little double touch.
Doing exactly what you need to do. Good teams do not let off the gas, and then getting a top bins touch. They're off of the tire, keeping the lead in a fake kickoff here. Sky looking for a teammate, but 2-5 there to intercept. And now less than a minute here, and CU Boulder has to do something spectacular to find themselves back in this game. But Sky and Kent State looking for another one. They can't get it. That's 3 people to save it. And Thumper now back out to midfield. A slow play from Sky means that ball finds its way into the corner. Gary off his own backboard is dangerous here, and CU Boulder. Another soft touch means an easy save again for Kent State.
Yep, with the remaining, with the like literally a quarter of a minute remaining, and Kent State still maintaining possession after all this time. After 6 goals later, still maintaining the possession, still keeping the ball away from CU Boulder, and it's all but over but the crying as we reach the final 10 seconds, and the ball will be going out and towards the corner. But can CU Boulder take a consolation goal home as the time has officially expired? AP going up for what could be the final touch, and yet another one will come out, sending this back into the side of Kent State, keeping the ball alive, trying to get the consolation prize, but will get none as Kent State will take the series 3-0.
I mean, it was just an all-out offensive showcase for this Kent State team as they find themselves 11 shot once again. But CU Boulder having 11 on their own side, finally equating that offense. But I hate to harken back to myself. When you cannot find the ball consistently coming off your car aggressively at Soka, the defense makes these saves, especially at this level of play when you are competing at the collegiate level. These touches were not enough offensively to find the back of the net, and CU Boulder created some very good opportunities. They're making good reads, coming off of sidewalls, coming off the ceiling, looking for each other. You just need to shore up those touches, and that offense will slowly catch up.
Yeah, they had an impressive shot count, but the save count coming out from the defense there was just even that much more impressive. They were double digits in saves, and honestly, I think that's what led to their 6-0 victory, being able to take those saves and then turn their defense in the offense, coming with the return volley, literally making CU Boulder exhaust themselves by having them try so hard on on offense. When it came time to play defense, they had nothing left to hold off that offensive.
Well, as you get hemmed in as a defense, you'll be spending more and more boost and more resources to find clears. And that allows that offensive team to start stealing the midfield, looking for corners to steal when they rotate out. And so when you finally get the clear, you are just spent all the way and now have to overreach for it. And that allowed that Kent State team to have these counterattack opportunities that opened that lead as it began to grow and grow and grow at Soka. And so really just an all-out recipe for success that Kent did exactly what they needed to do. Play their Rocket League, make the least amount of mistakes, and put the most amount of goals in the back of the net.
Well, with that being said, Kent State will take the victory 3-0 in a spectacular fashion, not losing any stride whatsoever, but we're not going to be losing stride here either. We're only going to be taking one quick break, and then we will be right back with some more intense collegiate Rocket League action right here at the NECC. Well, good afternoon and welcome back to the NECC. Once again, I am your host, Captain Atsoka, joined in by the man with the fade wearing the shades. It's that guy, Foof.
Good evening, Atsoka. We're back after a very, very short break, and now coming into the action once again, we have another pair of 0-1 teams, but now we're in the Challengers White Division. Looking at this pitch, we have Ole Miss Red and UAH Yellow, and so if you were not paying much attention last week, you would have missed it, but UAH unfortunately falls 1-3 to UNCA Blue, and then Alabama Black going 3-0 over top of this Ole Miss Red team. So it's a true rerun of the script we just had. Just new names, new faces, new team colors, but same stream and same place, Atsoka.
Well, honestly, it's not too bad because last match wasn't too bad either. So if we get a repeat of last match over to this one, I won't be too mad. But you do know what I would rather see instead of the classic 3-0 sweep. Maybe we see a little bit of Game 5 overtime. Like I want to
see that.
Yeah, I'd like to see some more competition, some closer games, and a little bit of give and go and back and forth instead of just a one-sided venture.
Well, that's going to be important for both of these teams. But looking at this squad from Ole Miss Red, they do have a super sub coming in. The fun thing is about this Ole Miss squad is they have 6 players actually listed on this roster. So they are trying to go with 3 and 3 to create almost 2 distinct teams. So that way the teams practice well. But Nit and the Eagle Rock for the second team are the ones coming in. And TG1, who's listed on our scorecard, is not going to be playing. Instead, it's going to be Alex subbing in. So the senior and the grad student in Eagle Rock and the freshman coming in the side of Alex, the 2 old heads, and the young one talking to Nit before the game. He said, yeah, the young guy's coming in to show the boomers how to play Rocket League.
Oh, well, you know, that's going to be quite the statement because I got to say, coming in off the bench, some and actually most Rocket League aficionados would see that could be a hiccup in your offense going into a game that's against such a more experienced team. Not more experienced than, let's say, you know, Ole Miss, but maybe a little bit more experienced than Alex, considering that they are boomers after all.
Well, you know, the super sub coming in, but you cannot overlook this UAH Yellow squad, the Chargers. They are always a team to be reckoned with. And then you have Captain Plasmo, Space Captain. So the 2 captains, I don't know who's really leading the team. And then Leafsy, Leafsy's not Lefsy, Leafsy there. And so a couple of young ones as well, all underclassmen versus the upperclassmen, the graduate student, and the youngin here. So UAH Yellow bringing that youth to square off against this squad of Ole Miss Red.
Not to mention, I'm like torn between the two because Ole Miss for me is right next door, you know, being in Louisiana. But at the same time, you got 2 captains over here playing for UAH. So do I side with the captains or do I side with who's closest? I don't know. But I do have to say I'm expecting some big brain plays coming out from UAH because every single one of their players is majoring in some type of engineering degree. So I'm expecting a lot of big brains coming from that side. Yeah.
Gonna have all the angles. It's like that one scene from an unnamed movie where Zach Galifianakis has all the numbers and the quadratic formulas all flying around him. They're gonna be up there looking for those plays. But you know, Nit, Eagle, and Alex are looking to start this game well. And you can't put it past the Chargers. You never can. So it is truly, on paper, squared up to be an even match. And in my heart and my mind, I am absolutely thrilled to watch these 6 guys come and perform for us here. Both 0-1, both looking for their first win, a repeat of the last series, and a quick kickoff there from Alex will get us going early.
Yep, and here we go, and it will be possession following into the side of UAH Yellow, but the return volley will send this one up to Captain Plasmo, who will find nothing but air. No good there. Back into the midfield it goes, and will be bumped by their own teammate, and a shot opportunity will fall down by the wayside, as once again it will be possession returning to Ole Miss Red, and a shot on and missed.
So production's yelling in my ear that, yes, that one is also another sub possibly coming in. Leafsy is not in. Instead, they have Slick Rick on the side of UAH Yellow. But right now, all the pressure here for Ole Miss Red. They cannot find a goal. Alex in the corner trying to find one of his teammates. Nid is out midfield, but Slick able to slow this one down enough. The first minute and has been almost all the way in this yellow half. A denial there by Space Captain. He's got the captain's hat on. He already knows.
Absolutely. If you're going to be coming with the name Captain, you got to come in looking the part. And that's exactly what they're doing. So hats off to you, a fellow Captain as we get on with over a minute gone now and still no score on the board. Just two big old buttery bagels.
Just goose egg apiece, and Captain Plasmo in the right space, but with none of the material to do anything with it. Slick Rick denied there by a pursuing Ole Miss player. Alex throwing it into the corner, trying to find some respite here, but the attack still on. It's a 1v1, and he misses the ball. So Ole Miss breathing a sigh of relief, breaking out of their half for the first time in about 35 seconds. A beautiful pass midfield, but there is no one there to receive it. Slick trying to find a second touch here, and Will. He's got Captain Plasmo in the wing, but there are too many blue defenders in the way.
We'll hold the phone because Space Captain was trying to get some zero gravity touches up and over the defender, but we'll find none as the return volley will go back once again towards the midfield. But I like what I'm seeing, Foof. I like the tug of war, I like the give and go, and I like the battle at the midfield, because as soon as you think one team has it, the other team comes in and swoops it right away. And once again, just as I'm saying it, you would think that Ole Miss Red had a real opportunity to score, but it was stopped dead in its tracks, and now it is Ole Miss on the receiving end. And once again, the return volley will go on target, and goal number one will be in the favor of Ole Miss.
Well, Nit doing a great job of realizing it's a 2v1 and setting Alex up off of the dish of that defender, and then it's just a outpace by the freshman to make that goal happen. So the old heads working with the young and well, and 2 minutes and 15 seconds off of this clock, and Ole Miss has a 1-goal lead.
Yep, and we're just approaching halftime now. Still plenty of time for UAH to get the equalizer here, as a banger of a pinch is going to be put onto the UAH net, and finally it gets broken out towards the midfield, but the shot is not on target. But the return follow-up shot is from the Eagle Rock, putting this one right on target, extending their lead 2-0.
Alex this time being the passer. The pressure there up by that first player, and then Eagle finding the angle off of that near post bounce. It opens the door. 2:22 left on the clock. That's a lot of twos, but there are two singular digits on the side of Ole Miss. That means a pair of goals for them as they're looking to defend this lead.
And honestly, the pressure coming in from Ole Miss Red, and again, very impressive to see Alex coming in off the bench, being able to work so well with this team. I can only imagine that they actually do get Alex in rotation and get some practice in with that player, because they are playing like Alex has never sat the bench a day in his life.
Well, Alex was part of the 3-man squad that played last week against Alabama Black, because they have that 6-man roster. So their goal is to try and rotate those two sets of 3 around and allow these teams to build their own cohesion and find squads that match up against other teams well. And so I think it probably allows for very interesting practices and pretty good timing for a lot of these teams. But you said it, Alex coming in as that super sub. He has not looked out of place at all. Eagle a touch there. Nit can't find it. A bit overzealous. Alex keeping the pressure on, putting it a bit far though. Eagle keeps it honest. There is no clear, and this ball just stuck in this half. I mean, UAH Yellow so calm under this pressure, but way too calm. They've had ample opportunity to clear. Eagle does not get the flip. I thought he might have got a reset off of it. I guess the tires didn't touch.
Yep, UAH playing a little bit complacent, but hold on, Nit going for the flippery doodah, flip reset, but will not get it. And finally, it will be UAH Yellow with an opportunity, but they find themselves right back playing defense in their own net, not breaking out any. But finally, we'll find a little bit of daylight with a shot on, and it will be saved and cleared away.
I don't even think it was it even credited for a shot. It was just a bit too slow and behind the play. Realizing that needed a touch, but rushing the shot means Nit has enough time to get back and take that one out. UHL with only 30 seconds left to find a pair of goals. Ole Miss playing slow, calculated, and in control. A misread there means it's still a slow rolling ball. Alex back into the corner. 20 ticks left. Ole Miss trying to defend this lead, and that clear will help them do it. Alex looking midfield. He's got Eagle Rock. A slow touch there off of the top of that octane, but he cannot get it to fall.
Yep, and as the final remaining seconds tick right on away, it is all but confirmed that Ole Miss Red will be taking game number 1.
Well, maybe Space Captain here can find a second touch. Plasmo able to get that one, and UAH taking one for the road. It will not affect the outcome of this game, but perhaps the momentum that this team needed.
And again, we've said it many a times tonight. Like, this is my 4th game on the mic, and we have already said this at least twice, where even though if you're going out, you know you're going to lose the match, you still want to go out swinging. You want to go out with your best foot forward, especially if you're facing a shutout. You never, ever want to leave a match with 0 goals on the board.
Well, I certainly hope our observer gets reconnected to Rocket League servers when we get back to that one. But yep, Ole Miss standing the test long enough and only allowing that last goal after time had expired. Nit, Alex, and Eagle able to control the game long enough and find a lead that just was a bit too insurmountable.
Yeah, the Eagle was definitely a really good two player there, filling in the number 2 spot, being able to play the middleman with the in and out, being able to get the pass plays off of the initial touch coming from the number 1, and then being able to follow up, put shots on target, and then forcing the defense out, allowing the cleanup, being the third person back, come in and do the work that they need to do in order to find the opportunity to put the ball on net.
Filling in the cracks of the wall.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot of opportunities, but when they did find the opportunity, they made them count, and that's what got them that dub in game number 1.
Well, it's just about doing your job, and right now they're doing just that. Alex putting a touch on. Slick Rick having to make that touch, keeping it away from his backboard. He's got it maybe over 1, but cannot find it. There are 2 players there for Ole Miss, but double the commit means none of the goals. Alex with a back pass, Nit there to receive it. Eagle Rock climbing high, putting it into the corner, trying to find a segment teammate here, but 3 passes means there's no one get to receive that one. Alex into the corner once again, mixing this all the way around, but this time it's rocketed all the way off of the UAH side, and it's finding its way back so quickly.
Right now, Ole Miss is definitely feeling themselves from the previous match because their passing has been on point, and once again, we see that stranglehold on UAH to where they can't even break out of their own half, and even when they do get the touch that goes to the midfield, players like the Eagle Rock are there waiting and ready to answer as a minute of play nearly is gone, and UAH will finally break into Ole Miss territory.
Now, the first time the ball has really been on this blue half, and it's going back towards it once again. Ole Miss Red now in control. Pass out midfield is denied by Rick. He wins the 50 now and needs to find some control. Alex on the sidewall here, just playing slow. Captain Plasma looking for a demo, but can't find it. That means it's an easy goal. The freshman going up and over to find one.
Yeah, and this was a really, really great touch. Good play coming off the sidewall, and you can see Captain Plasmo try to rotate back and go for the bump, but I think that might have confused their goalie right there at the end, and not being able to get a good read on the swish and the flick allowed Alex to put a shot right on in. 1-0 once again. It's Ole Miss Red with the lead.
Just enough to flick to defeat the pennant there, and now the ball back up in that mix once again. Alex off the sidewall here, trying to find Nit with a very good speedy touch, but Slick Rick in position on the back post, keeps it only in a 1-goal deficit. Now he's going to the offensive side. It's a 1v1, but Nit standing the test of that Charger player, keeping it away from his own net. Eagle Rock putting a pass down, Nit going for a bump instead. That ball has just been left to rot on the UAH side, and they are breaking out, but stalled at midfield once again.
And you know, this is something that we've seen from UAH several times. We know individually they are really great players. Their 1v1 mechanics are top notch. The only problem is that they're not incorporating their teammates. I'm not seeing enough pass plays, and when they do try to pass, it's hardly ever on target. So they really need to work on their communication, and they really need to work on rotating as a team, because if not, we already know Ole Miss has that synergy and has the team cooperation that they need working on their side. It's all right now on UAH Yellow to get the job done and start passing the ball a little bit more.
I mean, that should have been in, but Captain Plasmo standing tall. Now it's going back the other way. Eagle Rock somehow finding a top left corner when there was just so much backboard. It was looking like it could not find a way in. Heck, there's a defender ready to make it, but it's still perfectly behind him.
And you see, we were talking about Eagle Rock in game number 1 because they were kind of like the low-key player, not really showing up in a major way, but kind of working the background, showing up when absolutely needed. And that's what happened. The first initial shot, it missed. It fell down by the wayside, and then the Eagle Rock came in with the cleanup, put it on target right into the upper 90 to get the 2-goal cushion over UAH Yellow.
See, when I see a name like the Eagle Rock, I wonder if it's a rock shaped like an eagle, or if it's rock performed by eagles or rock performed for eagles. I'll have to ask him after this game, but right now, whatever it is, it's effective as NIT finding Alex in the mix, but enough defense standing that test, and oh my goodness, the read from all the way away, but that ball still on this blue half. UAH Yellow on the attack, a touchdown there near post, but not enough to find any threatening look.
Yeah, right now we see Slick Rick going up for it, and a double commit coming up from UAH Yellow. Out of all the things that UAH needed, a double commit was not one of them. That could have been a goal, but unfortunately, with a minute and 27 left on the clock, the score will remain 2-0 in favor of Ole Miss.
NIT there running up the sidewall, did not see Alex in position for that one, so a small miscommunication there. Now NIT looking for a solo play. He wants to go off the backboard, but Rick denies it again and again and again. That Finnick looking so big on the defensive end. Alex going near post here. Caught him sleeping, maybe, but guess who again? Rick now can't get up in time, but that's not a threatening touch. Eagle Rock and NIT double commit there. Both had opportunities, but 2 for 1 is not a math that you want to see in the game of Rocket League. Now, 56 seconds left. Trying to find one is UAH, but they cannot break through this defense.
Right now, Ole Miss getting a little bit too comfortable, I think, even for their own liking, because right now, even with the remaining 40 seconds, it's still enough time for UAH to equalize, and if Ole Miss does not start to take UAH a little more seriously, it could very well happen as we approach 30 seconds.
Yet now, in receiving here, now he's going to put it all the way towards the net and gets the 9-iron out, gets the chip on from midfield, and puts another one in.
Unfortunately, right when it started to look like UAH was starting to come back and perform a little bit, they just left their net completely vulnerable. All 3 players were pushed up just a little bit too far, and they got caught in the retreat, leaving an easy jump shot right there from the midfield to find the back of the net.
Now Slick Rick, the slow play here. NIT winning the dunk and maybe winning it, but beats 2. That 3rd is the magic number, but still, the offense is on. 2 commits coming in from the Ole Miss offense. They are still on this side of the half and are just not allowing anything from this Charger half. Eagle Rock putting it up once again and just killing more and more of this clock. It's going to be a 3-0 scoreline as the ball falls down. NIT keeping it alive for now. All it has to do is hit the ground, but they're playing Rule 0. They want to keep it in the air, and now he's got it on top of him, and Ole Miss win by a score of 3-0.
Now, don't get me wrong, Ole Miss played exceptionally well, but there were plenty of mistakes made on the field by Ole Miss Red that fell down by the wayside by UAH. Plenty of opportunity to capitalize and get points on the board, but we saw little to no action or taking advantage of those opportunities by UAH. And if they are not careful, not only will they lose that game 3-0, they might lose the series 3-0.
Well, the big thing there is its passivity. I mean, it's just this UAH team doesn't know when they can break out or when they can overstep. And the only way you can really learn that is either by making the mistake of stepping out when you're not supposed to or just pressuring. And they need to find a balance. They are currently like this on the defensive side and slowly need to pull it back and get towards that offense. Ole Miss just doing exactly what they need to do, getting far enough ahead and then keeping the ball on this yellow half and not allowing them any space.
Well, don't make any mistake whatsoever, because I am on the side of UAH Yellow for the time being. With that being said, I think they have what it takes to get a win and get a goal or even a win on the board. It's just up to them to capitalize on the mistakes being made by Ole Miss. I am not counting UAH out yet by any means as we get game number 3 underway, and it is match point for Ole Miss Red.
They're looking to put this one away in 3, a second sweep in a row for the stream. Eagle Rock just soaring so beautifully in that lime green octane. The ball back midfield, a dunk coming from NIT, putting towards that back half. Captain with a dangerous touch there, but able to sneak it past. And this Ole Miss offense slowly prowling around this offensive end, just trying to find something to get it going.
But once again, we could see UAH kind of falling into old habits already, as once again, Ole Miss is absolutely containing them inside of their own half. They have complete control of the midfield, and they have complete control of the midfield boost. But hold the phone! Ole Miss overcommitted, and finally, it will be UAH Yellow to take advantage of the open field mistake made by Ole Miss Red.
Alex going for a pass off the backboard. Nit wanting to be that aggressor, wanting to draw first blood. Steps just a bit too far forward, and that ball falls right behind them. So now, UAH Yellow in a spot they have not been all this series. Their first lead of the game and first lead of these 3 games, a minute and 16 in.
Yep, now that UAH has a little bit of taste of
what
what
a
it's like
pass!
to find the back of the net, maybe they'll be able to capitalize and get a little more. But now Ole Miss knows that UAH is not a team to trifle with. They know that this team is capable of putting shots on target and to not take them too lightly. So as we continue on into this match, I think we will see Ole Miss strike back, but I think it's going to be a lot closer of a game than games 1 and 2.
Oh, that's going to be dangerous here. Eagle Rock able to clear it into the corner once again. Now he's in control. He's got a pair of players to beat and cannot win the first one. Rick, midfield play here, trying to find something. Decides just to opt for flailing in front of the net. No, just lost a little bit of control there. Nit loses the ball here, but he's got a teammate behind him. He's going to try and chip it late and does. The demo coming from Nit, opening the door. It's not on the scoreboard, but it should be an assist.
You see, this is how I know that Ole Miss started taking UAH seriously, is because we watched this entire series unfold without one demo goal. As soon as UAH takes the lead over Ole Miss, the demo goals come out, and now we have ourselves a tie ball game at 1 apiece.
I just need to harken back to a small conversation I had with an Ole Miss player before this series, and he was talking about, yeah, we kind of open up the demos some, but I don't know how much we'll see it when we're bringing a new player in. He immediately breaks it out for his teammate. Now Alex coming off the backboard, cannot find it. Nit slow playing here, trying to find one midfield. King Rock, though, smartly pulling back, knowing he couldn't catch to it, and that is just crisp car control from both of those players. Alex looking for the pass off midfield. Eagle Rock able to control into the corner, gets a second touch, but that's all she wrote for that offensive opportunity.
Now that we are 10 seconds past halftime, you can see Ole Miss Red starting to show a lot more respect on the field by getting up to these challenges quicker and not giving away any opportunities for free, as the cherry pick pass will go down by the wayside. And now the ball will enter the danger zone for Ole Miss, as finally a clear will come out, and then back into the corner it goes, and now the script has been flipped, and it's UAH having control of the midfield.
Well, Nit now going off a sidewall here. I like the idea, but just waiting in the wing was Captain Plasmo. Eagle Rock backboard here, trying to find Alex. Alex, a soft touch on. That's going to open the door for Nit, who thought the clear was coming. Slick Rick has made so many outstanding touches on his goal line, misses that one, but baits the offensive player to come out. And so we stay 1 apiece. Now it's a 2v2. Alex clearing it out to midfield, but the offense still leaning forward. UAH Yellow looking for their second goal of the game to try and find another lead.
Now, I just saw UAH Yellow try and get some demos on the goalies over there on the side of Ole Miss, but they lingered around just a little bit too long. As soon as you go for the demo play, you have got to get the in and out and start falling back in rotation. The demo meta is great, but you have to do it within the means of rotation. Too many times I've seen players fall short by going for the unpositioned demo, but you know what? An own goal will get you just as good, and I gotta say, Captain Plasmo will not be arguing with that touch. We'll take those all day.
Well, that was a 8-ball. That was a pull shot. He hit Nit into it, putting it over the defender and then using the defender to score. UAH Yellow finds the back of the net and gets a lead once again. Dangerous ball once again, but this time Ole Miss not putting it into their own net. Nit trying to find a pass and does. It's into the corner. Eagle Rock getting up high, trying to find a touchdown. He's got a teammate waiting for it, but he's staying on it himself. Denied once again by Slick Rick.
Yep, now back into the middle it goes is now Captain Plasmo looking to get another one on the board. With only 40 seconds remaining, they might be staying alive if they can hold on to this 1-goal lead. As now,
oh, what
Space
a clear.
Captain sends this one all the way downtown, but will not find the back of the net as the clear comes out. And now with only 25 seconds left to go, can UAH Yellow hold on?
Now, slow play here. Nit off of this touch. He's going to try and air dribble over one, but unable to beat Captain there. Alex, backboard read, but it is not red here. It opened the door. A double commit could be dangerous for this UAH squad. Nit climbing the ladder. It's a 2v1. He's going for a double tap, but denied by Space Captain. No time left. UAH trying to find their first of the series, and Slick putting it down and giving the Chargers a game.
And just like that, it will be UAH Yellow to answer back and finally get a win on the board. They are not done yet, and they did it with really good synergy on that on that game. We even talked about how they really need to incorporate each other a little bit more often, start passing the ball a little bit more, and stop going for these isolated solo plays. Now, granted that they did come out with 2 isolated solo goals without the pass play, but with that being said, each player from UAH got 2 shots apiece. So they took turns. They were able to rotate in and out on offense. Man. Exactly. They were able to share the sugar and get shots on net, which inevitably turned into goals on the board. Let's see if they can replicate that as we head into game number 4. Still match point for Ole Miss Red.
Well, here's the big thing is Ole Miss got held to a single shot in that game, and when your offense is held to only getting a single shot, if you don't score, you are bound to lose that game. And they went 1 for 1, but then that second goal goes in, and their offense was stymied again and again and again. Ole Miss spending so much time in that offensive half, but could not break through. Maybe the Chargers have adapted to this pressure. Alex a touch midfield, Nit denied again, and the scoreless streak continuing to mount up for this Ole Miss squad.
Yes, well, if Ole Miss is not careful, we could be looking at a Game 5. UAH coming back in a major way, showing a lot more pressure on offense and a lot more aggression, as once again they will put this towards Ole Miss, but Ole Miss with the return volley, and now a cheeky cheat-up shot will go in off of the cherry pick from Alex. What a touch, what a play, and what a pass from Nit. And already we are seeing the pass plays come out for Ole Miss Red.
Well, an unfortunate time for an ad break there. It opens the door. Nit finds that one and able to give Ole Miss a big-time lead.
Big-time lead, 1-0 here in game number 4. Could be the lead and all that they need to secure this victory, but UAH will not go down without a fight, as the swish and flick will come right on in, and somehow, someway, Alex will put this one in and find the back of the net once again off the pass from Nit. The 1-2 connection is right on point.
A beautiful pass and a better finish. Alex able to do it, and Ole Miss Red now up by 2. A minute 16 gone, and UAH Yellow looking deflated right now, and they need to find their footing quickly.
They really do. As time continues to tick away, we already know Ole Miss Red is really good at running out the clock, as they have this 2-goal cushion. It is really dangerous, but now Nit getting another piece of the action here, shooting with 100% goal participation, has 2 assists on the board, now a goal of their own. What a double touch to give Ole Miss Red a 3-goal lead.
Welcome back from the adpocalypse. If you had to sit through that, all of a sudden, yes, a minute 16 is gone, and yes, Ole Miss has scored 3. Apparently, they were using the ad revenue to fund their offense, and UAH Yellow have been stifled at every attempt so far.
And honestly, every attempt has been made with the utmost precision from Ole Miss Red. Every time they take possession and put a shot on, it's more often than not followed up by a teammate waiting in the wing just like that to put a pass on and in. But a great clear from UAH Yellow will stave off the offense from Ole Miss.
A big time play there, as it keeps it only a 3-goal deficit, and they just need to be cognitive of finding one here. They did a great job of having all the offense last game, but they have been hammered into their own side, and Ole Miss has been awoken. Nit off of the touch, he sends it up, it's sent back to him, signed, sealed, and delivered. Ole Miss up by 4.
Nit is absolutely popping off this match, and again, incorporating Eagle Rock with the give and go. It's one thing to find an open teammate and pass it to them, but in order to direct yourself into the flow of the rotation and then meet their pass as it comes off of their car to follow it up with a shot, that is just great teamwork, and you cannot ask for a better pass than that, as Ole Miss will go up 4-0 against UAH.
Nit just playing low and playing slow. He wins over 2. Slick Rick standing up that test. Finally, he has been that defensive stalwart for UAH Yellow, and he has been unfortunately helpless this game, as this team has found themselves at a 4-goal deficit. Is now that mountain continuing to get higher and higher as this Ole Miss team scores and the clock runs slower and lower.
Yep, unfortunately, we are approaching that 2-minute mark, but Ole Miss is still feeling themselves. But with that being said, with the 2 minutes left on the board, still plenty of time for UAH to answer back. But if they're going to get the job done, they have got to start now. Time is not on their side.
Oh, it's currently 4-0, and Ole Miss just all the way in control. They have the lead, they have the ball, they have the possession, and right now they just have it right now. It being possibly the series if the scoreline stays the way it does with 96 seconds left to be played in this game.
Now, we already talked what it's like to go down with 0 goals on the board, which UAH did not in the previous game. They managed to go out swinging. It's the same scenario here. Still plenty of time. You want to start getting shots on target. You want to get goals on the board. So that way, even if the worst is to happen and Ole Miss takes the series 3-1, you still go out with a fight. So I expect to see more coming out of UAH Yellow. And nearly putting one on, as this will barely kiss the sidebar and then go down by the wayside. But I like the attitude. I like the tenacity that's coming out of UAH.
I mean, there's just a stall right now as Slick Rick is just looking at this ball parked in front of zone net. But yes, I'm just in shock that neither of these teams scored. That was post abuse on both of these squads. Is now less than a minute left to be played. And yes, Twitch chat, we do want to fire Twitch because that was a bit obscene to run those ads for that long. 36 seconds left to play. The tongue twister intentionally there. And Ole Miss still up by 4, still in control and still on their offensive half. And another one comes through. Eagle gets him, and now it is 5-0.
Well, you got to pass around the ball a little bit, and Nit knows this. Nit has been popping off still with 100% goal participation, whether he's shooting the goal and putting it into the net, or if he's passing to the shooter and they're putting it into the net. Still, they have been non-stop on offense, and kudos to the Eagle Rot for being there, being able to read the pass and put it into the back of the net, if anything, solidifying the win 3-1 in favor of Ole Miss Red.
Captain NECC. I've just got to put it to you simply, man. It's just Nit things, honestly, as Nit continues to play excellent. Another touch there, trying to find a teammate on the pinch, and nothing coming of it. 4-3-2. The ending just a formality at this point is UAH Yellow unable to find their first win, but find another goal at the end of regulation. They will not be held scoreless. Captains aligning and able to get one, maybe feeling a little bit better, but this is very, very sweet for the side of Ole Miss.
Yeah, Ole Miss came out swinging, bringing in, of course, the youngin' off the bench, Alex, but Nit, oh my goodness, absolutely showing up there in game number 5 with 100% goal participation.
2 for 3, too.
And my personal favorite medal in the game, the Playmaker medal. So hats off to Nit.
Good.
Absolutely, and hats off to everybody that came out today, that of course showed up for Ole Miss, that came in and showed up for all of the teams that came out today. And again, just seeing that unfold right there, because as soon as you think that Ole Miss is gonna go down, maybe we can even see this heading into a game number 5. They show out really strong in game number 4, and they were able to deliver, and they walk away with the 3-1 dub.
Well, I mean, it's just the understanding of that Ole Miss squad overcoming the adversity of losing that one in the middle of the run and then answering in kind to find their offense once again, find the footing and find it into this series. And so Ole Miss now moving on to 1-1, whereas UAH Yellow, their season still looking for that first elusive victory, but still the season is young and they have a lot of time, leaving us at another Gatsoka 1-1 and 0-2 finish here in back-to-back series. But Captain Gatsoka, that's not all we have here on NECC. We still got more coming up, and we have Hail Monkeyman and Grant CFO following us up. So, you see that guy, that handsome human being to the right of me. You see that @ sign. Go follow that man and find ways to keep in touch with him, because he's a lot of fun to watch on Twitch, I would know. And, that's all I got to say, Gatsoka. You want to tell the people anything?
Oh, absolutely. Like the man, the guy Foof, that guy Foof. As they said, you can go check me out at Captain Gatsoka on Twitter if you'd like. And guess what? You'll probably be seeing me here a lot throughout the season, so get used to me. But no, it's been an absolute pleasure, this being my first time here at the NECC. I really enjoyed myself, and thank everyone in the community for welcoming in me to this community. It's been an absolute blast, and I cannot wait to see more of you guys next week. But don't go anywhere, because like that guy Foo said, we got some more fresh faces coming your way and some more high intense competitive collegiate Rocket League right here at the NECC.
selfish motive? Was I needed? Do I need it to go wrong? Polarized inherent pain, pumping through my veins. Eyes in flames, call my name. I freeze, I burn, I blame. I love, I hate the same. I embrace the side of me, I only fuel the fire. But is it wrong for me to fight against the balance of my power? History in halves, one brain. I will break the chain. Oh no, どこには呼ぶ燃える裏目凍ると僕の愛と嫌いにいる。Oh no, どこには呼ぶ燃える裏目凍ると僕の愛と嫌いにいる。I love, I hate the same. living every day in your head for free. You can tap away, but I will not hear you scream. You can break your keys, spread your toxicity, your world outside reality. In your room, a little hideaway, but you let it through. Enough to go insane, living in the dark hasn't treated you well. You're building your own prison cell. Hey, wait, don't waste it on me. Spite, life's telling you, don't waste it on me. Did I brush you off? Is it your lack of friends? We never met, even if you pretend. Am I in your debt? I don't owe you nothing. Don't say something you'll regret. Hey, wait, don't waste it on me. Spite, life's telling you, don't waste it
Welcome everybody to the NECC. We're 7 minutes early according to that countdown, but we are never late to this action if we didn't just prove it to you. My name's Grant CFO, and over somewhere, I've got to learn where to point. I think it's over here. It's none other than my partner for tonight. For the 5th series in a row, it's Monkey Man. How are you feeling about this last series for you and I?
Well, for you and I, and for us and they out there in the chat world of Twitch, we get to see some awesome competition to be able to round out just before that midnight hour will strike on this fine Tuesday here for the NECC. And it's going to be one in the Emergent Cyan division between Fresno Red and the University of Houston Premier. So a little bit of a flourish on their names. But what hasn't been flourished and polished is the records 0-1, 0-1 apiece, especially as Fresno and the Bulldogs just actually took an L only moments ago.
Only moments ago. I mean, goodness, now you've got something to live up to. You've got expectations to fulfill. You've got to do some things, do some damage. But who are you going to do that with becomes the first question. Let's take a look at some of the player rosters, Monkey Man. This is where the fun begins to happen. For the Bulldogs of Fresno State, you got Adern, Junior, and Evo. I mean, look at those majors. Pretty good stuff over there. Kinesiology, psychology, construction, some intelligent human beings over at Fresno State. But now the question becomes, where are these people going? Well, Monkey Man, who are they facing? I'll let you take this one.
This one is against the Cougars of University of Houston, and it's going to be Adam Blair and Sad Tate. We may get to see a little bit of extra, and you know, where there's more of the study of the body and the study of the mind going on for the likes of Fresno, there's a little bit more in terms of that digital medium. There's some more numbers, so we got some calculations happening over here. But also, we will have Schlumpert that will be joining us. So glad to be able to see this kind of dichotomy. That's a little bit of duality of man, if you will. Lots of sciences, lots of data, lots of qualitative, quantitative. How big will that be to be able to transition from the studies onto the pitch?
Well, we are going to have to find out for that one as we look to momentarily get over onto the pitch, see what's shaking up for us. But, you know, I've got to say, you know, there might be a little bit of bias going into this one. And the reason being is because they're digital media majors. I'm a telecommunications major, which is now being rebranded to media majors. So I don't know what I am. I know I'm telecommunications, but other things might have to suggest that I am a media major, but I'm not going to go with that. So you know what? If I'm going to root for anyone based off of majors, it would have to be the latter. It'd have to be the Cougars. You know what I'm saying, Monkey Man? I mean, I think that's very well warranted.
I would understand that, and I would have to, you know, sit and agree, being a computer science kind of guy. So if we go with that route, why not? But coming off of a fresh loss, you happen to be in the mindset of competition. You have the likes of the Bulldogs recently take a loss. Let's see if they'll be able to respond. Already going for a double tap opportunity. Fresno Red under duress.
Oh, goodness. Things are already heated up for UH. If they can get there, though, they're missing their shot opportunities. Those aren't going to come very often. And, in fact, if they don't capitalize first, they'll get punished first. It's ADRN.
That is Adrian with an open net. He just has to outpace the last defensive man, and that one will go through. That's how you put it through uprights, and that's how you are opportunistic off of a rotation. Does not maintain the midfield.
That is what you have to do anytime you step on, is you have to go for those counterattacks. It's some of the most important play in the game of Rocket League, and if you don't get the basics down, well, then you might just suffer, and we've seen that already with Fresno taking this early lead. It's Adam from the right side, over to Adrian. They've got it underneath. Missed the ball, though. Gives it right back to the guys in orange. SJ Cryptic off that corner. Can somebody capitalize? They can. A big planted shot from Adam as the bomb goes off.
I'm loving the thematic fit with that goal explosion, but also Adams want to just pounce as this comes out from the corner. That could have been detrimental if that had clanged off of any other portion, but his confidence is able to pay off and get this one all knotted up at one inside the first minute of play.
It's Adrian too taking this one back. They're trying to get these touches early on this Fresno team, but what they are doing when they aren't getting them is letting the 50s come to them. Luckily, there's not a lot of pressure from the UH Premier side, and that's causing them to be able to keep control of a lot of this. So it seems that the game pace could favor Fresno Red if they're able to hold on a little longer. Though UH having a very difficult turnaround, leaves it midfield for Adrian, who's got a bit of a touch. They won't have the second. It's all up to Junior. They've got it around. They missed the demo on Adam, and we were going to see this back and forth pace where everything starts to slow down a little bit more, Monkey.
Yeah, the Bulldogs have let a couple of possessions go by, whereas UH Premier is just trying to be able to get out of their own half. Bit of freebie real estate will be possessed, but now they're looking for the counter. And then climb that ladder, go over to the midfield, and again, we went from very fast break style offensives to just kind of creeping along. That demo will open things up. It's going to be Dark. That's going to put it nearby. That's a double commit, and that one could be punishable and could turn into this next counter.
You can see how desperate they are to at least get their hands on the ball when it's in the air. They love to go for this aerial play. Whether or not they can actually hit it or not, or be consistent, get an air dribble there from Adrian, it doesn't really bother them when they're not getting these opportunities because there hasn't really been some individuals to stick out, really. And they stick to the ground play. They stick to what they know, and that's why Adrian is able to get this second here.
That was just a nice little take. You had the defense floundering on that near side post, and Adam does get just a little bit, but it's not just enough. And able to keep consistent and persistent in their pursuit of happiness in the back of the net is Fresno reassuming their lead.
Blair getting involved for what seems like one of the first times. Maybe it's because we've just spent so much time thinking about the Fresno Red side that we haven't had a lot to spotlight UH. See what they can do, though. They've got the offensive pressure. Maybe this is the time they break through for the second time to get that equalizing goal. They have to wait for Adrian's play. Play it really carefully there. A little bit of a double commit, but it gets the job done. They'll move out with Junior. Blake missing that as well. It's not looking the greatest here for UH, especially after now 2 misses, forcing this third player to come forward. That is going to cause some issues in a bit.
Even in our emergence division, these guys are very aggressive and confident and able to bring some much higher levels of talent after all those activation week and after week 1 of play. They have at least congregated for another week of practice, and everyone vacates. Blair's gonna take advantage. You saw the traffic at the goal line, and it turns into issues on the defense.
Oh boy, Blair. I mean, there's not... Yes, it's a good shot. There's just not a lot to talk about there. I mean, you covered it pretty well there, Monkey. It's a bump that clears out the net, and now you've got 2-2 as your score line. Back and knotted up, although it feels like maybe it shouldn't have happened. Maybe Fresno should have been in the lead, but hey, a goal is a goal, and you'll take what you can get. Adrian finding this one to the backboard. Adam missing. Left it down for Cryptic. They'll advance deep into enemy territory. Junior. No connection with Cryptic. I'd love to see UH get more contact on the ball. It'd make me feel a little bit more comfortable, but that doesn't say that they are less capable. They continue this defensive stand. Can't get that one out, though. Double commit again. I think this is the kryptonite of both teams, is anytime there's pressure coming in. They're both really offensive, but that defense just has some struggle in holding strong.
And it's because you have to respond in a moment's notice and see if that you can just absorb that pressure and deflect it out. And at this point, it's about rotations. Fresno, they suffered the most recently and worse when it came to just making sure you weren't in front of your own teammate. But now trying for a transition, a little bit of a pop pass. But again, the forward rotation now suffering for the Cougars. They're still on the offensive half. They'll go over the head of Adam. Dark by himself. He gets one extra. Can he get a bump? That's a double commit, but no one able to punish on the opposite side. And it goes back to the Bulldogs half. We could be eking our way towards an overtime here in game 1.
Very well could be looking at OT. Adam wanted to drop that off to their teammate. Still nothing to be done about it. Blair threw that across. Junior picks it up. Lots of slow play. Back and forth. Someone's got to take control and move it forward, or you're going to see the end of regulation pretty soon. A touch that really undoes the progress that UH tried to make. And with that ball hitting the floor, we will be seeing our first overtime to kick off the last series on the NECC here.
And I do like that everyone is trying to be a little bit of an opportunist and pounce upon what could be transition shots or goals and opportunities. This one will bounce through and a big save! Oh, the Cougars! By the skin of their teeth and by a narrow margin of error, still in this OT.
I can't believe that that one just happened. I don't know how it got away, but that's just defense at its finest. I guess the defense is starting to hold true for UH. You got to hold on. Blair, try to take this one back. Now they've got it across. Shot on. You'll never score from midfield, though. Switch it up a little bit if you can. They'll put it back to the corner. Junior taking over. Adrian waiting down, so is Adam. Now back to the 1v1 with that individual. Cryptic can't reach it either. Slow play out of this corner, but you got to get it midfield. Use the backboard. There's no one on it right now. You get it there. I guarantee there is a shot and a goal to be had. It's just going to be all about execution. Dark Echo, though, has that to the midfield. That's what we're looking for. Not the best clear from the defense, but no one's around for offense. They try the fake out. Now the defense touches it in the hands of the offense. They clear it away, and they stay alive.
Unfortunate, but there's been a numbers advantage for Fresno as they've gone on to offense, and it's been the most dramatic of affairs for the Cougars to just advance out and keep these from going around the perimeter to their net. But the rotations still are a little bit more narrow, acute, double committee, if you will, and power of committee could be the Cougars as they advance forward. University of Houston is trying to eke their way out into an offensive press. The Bulldogs now stressed out on their own back line, but these passes are just not connecting in surplus.
Very unfortunate set of circumstances that both teams cannot capitalize. It's just going to increase the stress levels, and eventually they might crack if they're not trained up to have this kind of mental fortitude. You have to stay strong. You have to stay laser focused. You and I did a lot of talking in our place prior to this about world class and what that means, and I mean, that is performing at the highest level. You have to have mentality at the forefront, and you got to have consistency. There have been a couple moments where things are exposed and either team could take advantage, but then the consistency problem happens on the offense as well, where these shots like those are not quite landing. But now they might, but the defense says no. Somehow we are still going.
Oh, but another opportunity, and then it will end. Junior is the senior of this group, able to come in and show what he's got. Adrian with the putback into the box and just nailing it. Top shelf. The Fresno Red will be the ones to dread as they take game number 1 and lead this series 1-0.
Well, it was a pretty quick start from the beginning, but it kind of fell off at the end of regulation. But you put 15 shots up. This is exactly what I'm talking about, is the fact that only 3 of those 15 went in. What is that, like a 20% shooting accuracy? I don't even know if that's even accurate, but it's a lot less than we would have liked to see. It's that shooting consistency on offense. The offenses look great. The pressure looks great from both squads, despite the drastic number difference with, I mean, nearly less than half of the shots from the other side. You have to be able to convert on those. You have to be able to put shots into goals. And if you're not doing that, obviously you're going to lose the game. So if that pressure could keep on and we see some of them hit their mark and find the opening, then I think we've got an entirely different ball game that Fresno walks out of here sweeping 3-0.
I mean, it's going to be about how you rotate out. I mean, constantly we saw the Cougars on top of each other, and the same thing could be said about the Bulldogs in their own defensive half. Who's going to play that a little bit cleaner? Both had a little bit tenuous of a time to be able to get off of their own goal line. Lots of extra bumps and some freebies given up to the Cougars to stay in that matchup. I agree with you. I mean, if we have the likes of what could be a quick sweep, maybe not quick, as these guys will stay nearby just enough mistakes to be punishable, but it's about game number 2. It's about recovery. It's about progressions from here, about what will very much be the defining rope and dope of what goes into the rest of the series. We're going to be prepping for that very soon. And I mean, I've so far liked that aggressive play out of Adrian. I think he sets up a lot on the side of the Bulldogs.
I think so a lot. It's the name I feel that we said the most, Monkey, was just Adrian. Adrian, always on the pitch, and there's always those Fresno State guys that we are focused on as well. It just happens to be that the way things play out, whether it be a consistent offense or, consistent defense. This is going to be one of those where it's very unpredictable. You can't really predict it. There are inconsistencies that are going across the board, and this looks to be one of the most evenly paced matchups, hence why you see it go so slow and why there's time being dragged out, and we see things like overtime. I mean, it's just absolutely warranted when you've got two teams that are very even in terms of their play style and the way that they choose to play the game. So I think we see another overtime here. It's not that far off, but like I said before this, is that if Fresno State is able to put more shots that convert onto the net, then we are going to see a very much more one-sided game, but you got to get past the offense or the defense first.
I think there's a big reason why Adrian is so good and why we will call on his name a lot, is that he studies kinesiology, which is the study of human body movement. So he understands how everything mechanically is moving right along. He's part of that big brain group, that super science group. So maybe not exactly the digital media data and all that stuff, but has a little bit of those theories that could be wrapping around, not just from the academics, all the way into gameplay.
Potentially. I mean, it is the study of the body, not necessarily the study of the car, so, I mean, if we had some mechanics in here, then I'd see something else. But how about these for mechanics? Adrian, blip reset from the air dribble, takes it all the way home.
Hey, movement of the body involves mechanics on the sticks, and able to stick one just behind Adam, who had stopped off in midair to be able to get that vector if it continued through, but instead put it right behind him over to the opposite side corner, and Fresno Red again on top first.
An impressive feat of mechanics. I'm sorry I doubted you, Adrian. I really am. I will never doubt you again, unless you missed that ball, which they don't. Cryptic, though, still has the offense rolling for UH Premier. Belair, excuse my pronunciation, had a little bit of something in the corner. It kind of just threw me off guard that they would be there, but look at the way that they bounce back, courtesy of Blair and Adam working together.
This is a bit of deja vu, because the initial score earlier was Adrian, and the initial score now for the Cougars is Adam, catching the rotation with their butts facing his windshield, so he's got nothing but an open net to be able to score at. He just has to put it on with pace into the opposite side post. We're knotted up at 1, just a little bit late of the first minute into game number 2. Adam trying to elevate, goes to the backboard. Do you have a response? No, because it's found an open space.
I think Adam was also looking for a little bit of a demo after the fact, or at least a bump, something physical that would clear open the net, give them a path to shoot down, but nothing to come of it, unfortunately. Adrian can't set anything up off that back wall, and now they're on the back run into this retreat. Fresno still looking to regroup, but that is an unfortunate backflip on the near post that lets this slip through the clap.
That one goes off the wall, which is always going to create some issues, and Adrian and Junior get caught up together. So again, we're just having this strange rotational front that now is giving the Cougars their first lead in the entirety of this series, and just taking advantage of punishable factors of these guys just being all over each other. Got to take those outside lanes, got to really establish, hey, you can go out, we can go in. That's something that has to be practiced and coached when they go back to their programs.
Gotta be honest, Monkey, I have to address whatever word I just came up with. I can't imagine how many people are Googling right now what the heck I just said. Listen, it's not a word. It was an absolute misspeaking. We can't, there might even, I mean, I'm not even sure what the heck happened. I kind of blacked out. It's one of those things where the monitoring ain't too loud and you got to get a new audio interface. But now you might need some new offensive tactics if you're Fresno Red, because you're down 1 and you still can't convert. When you look a little bit of a better team, you might want to look at your defense too. Check yourself a little bit more. Guys, I'm starting to get scared. You might want to back off a little bit. That one somehow doesn't find its mark. You have a big old whiff from Cryptic that doesn't allow this to go through. Blair charges to pass midfield, but you got to shoot that one on net, homie. 2 minutes remaining. A little bit of change on top extra, and Junior clears this one up front and misses.
Oh, but still, and just clearing it, getting it to the Cougars half is kind of a feat at this point because we've seen such rotational issues. It's going to continue to be a thing. Everyone's spreading out. Blair had 3 free touches and is about to find another one until the defenders were able to get a conk on the ball. And that's something that's just missing for the likes of the Bulldogs. They've been there with such pace, but they have not been there to win the race. Adam with a drop off, and the options have been so depleted. They get the first initial touch. It's ever so good. Second man needs to be able to step up more quickly, but Houston's still hanging on to this lead.
You know, I'm starting to get used to the poetry that you're starting to spit here. Talking about boost being depleted, well, maybe someone's about to get deleted on the goal line with a demo. Now you got me all in it, Monkey. We're going for poetry, and maybe there's some poetry in motion. I've got to stop. I'm driving myself insane. Adam drops this one down off the waterfall, but nothing to come of it. Can't get it to go. And SJ Cryptic spends their time trying for a clear. This one is right back into their own territory. Quick shot, no shot. Now it's off the corner. Junior can't reach it. Man, at some point you just gotta wonder when one of these passes is gonna connect, Monkey.
Oh, it could be one that just falls into the box, and whenever someone will commit the second man, Blair, he's got another. Oh, instead, we'll have to fall off the wall. This one looking to be able to stall the ball. Here's the call. They go for it, but they lose it all. Still hanging on to just a one goal lead. The transition will come up quickly. Junior, he has to leave it off for Dark. A little bit of a putback, and that one will be a trade of possession. But Junior, one more time, he was the hero before. Does he have the double tap? No, it will go to the corner again.
Well, he's not the hero before, but it goes to the floor. Man, are these forced or what? I'm loving it, though. 15 seconds. UH Premier still leading the charge. This would tie the series if they are able to take off this game. 10 seconds to go. You've got the offensive pressure rolling. There is not really a way that you can lose this unless you keep it up like that. That's not the greatest thing for them. Blair's got to kill this. It's over their head. They tried to keep it up, in fact, to honor Rule 1, but it's not enough because Game 1's already gone. It's dusted, but Game 2 is here, and we are tied in the series.
You know what? We ain't getting a sweep. We can see ourselves in a full-on, just a neck-and-neck style series here, especially. Neck and neck.
Neck? Up there? Up there?
Up
You
there.
mean up there?
Yeah.
The neck and neck.
The neck. Yeah, that's good.
Had to do it to him, Monkey. I had to do it to you. You know, there's so many people that are like, oh, you going to? I'm like, I'm going to the NECC. They're like, oh, the neck. I'm like, I mean, sure, I guess, but yeah, I mean, it's up there. So we have that, and we have this series now chalked up 1 apiece. I'm loving it, Monkey. I did not expect us to be rolling into something this high energy this quickly, but this is what we get. This is how we cap off the night. This is not something where you're settling down, getting ready for sleepy nap time. You don't get your 8 hours. You stay up with the NECC. You watch this Rocket League action. Yeah, I see you. I know you're laying in bed, charging your phone and watching. I'm watching you too, and you better keep your eyes glued to this screen until the end of this, because this is high octane performance that you are not going to want to miss, because there is still plenty more of it to come.
You got a couple of East Coasters dishing up some talent and some showcases to the Central and to the West Coast over for Fresno and Houston. And these guys, they're going to play until the final word. I mean, it's great being able to see the opportunistic style of play. The Cougars really did put a lot of extra pressure in the box, and I think that there was a couple extra touches, especially as Blair just kind of had free run, free reign on the Bulldogs half to be able to just take extra touches and bring them center. I want to see that second man rotation. Maybe they're not wanting to overcommit. The emergence division is maybe missing that one single piece, and it's a couple of these teams, especially as both are sitting at 0-1. Maybe that's the piece that they were missing before. Someone's going to be able to get their first win of the season into this particular match, and we get to see if the Houston Cougars will carry on with this momentum from the Game 2.
We will indeed get to see that in just a bit of a moment. Game 3 is on its way. It feels like it's imminent. Like, I feel like I could just turn around. Maybe it's sneaking up on me. Is it?
I mean,
I don't see it coming, unfortunately, Monkey Man.
Might.
It might get there eventually. Hang on. Wait.
Oh,
I
wait.
feel something. Is
it the rumbling?
No, never
Okay.
mind.
Okay,
that's unfortunate.
Yep.
I really was feeling something there, Monkey.
Look, it gives us time to really set up our slam poetry session that we're gonna have into this. Look,
Are you saying that the offense is about to slam dunk their way into the net?
look, I mean, I might be saying that, but there's also another look. It's another phrase, okay? And when someone gets deleted off the pitch, you'll know. You'll know. When we go into game number 3, match point advantage goes to the victor.
I can't believe we are actually going through with this slam poetry idea, but goodness, we're gonna have a talk after this one, Monkey Man. We are gonna have quite a talk. Let's hope that we have quite a game, though. That's Adrian, that player we've kept our eyes on a ton. Just the offensive production that they've been able to put up for Fresno. Unfortunately, it showed a lot. See, yeah, you wish you were on play-by-play right now. I'm hogging the mic from you, Hunky Man. That's right. 30 seconds in, but we're talking about this player, Adrian, who, yeah, deleted someone off the field with the demo, but we are really starting to look at how they've been able to work that offense. Unfortunately, it just fell short in the last game.
And it was a nice dish, too, because he's had so many opportunities to really get these passes into the box. And looking for a double, that won't be able to connect, and Adrian actually ends up putting it wide. That would have been a fast follow-up and with some absurd level of accuracy and response time. But instead, Cryptic is finding out an open space. And with over a minute now into this game, we usually see our first score around this marker, but given that there's match point to be gained, and we're, of course, in the third game where most teams begin to adapt to their opponent, this one will go for it, and oh, what an open net. You got to get those on target.
Yeah, you got to get your way over to them. Adam got to the ball. Blair missing their opportunity as well. Now in retreat, getting tripped up by Dark on the way back in retreat. Still scoreless. Dark got dunked over the top. It's back into the defensive half. There's one. Midfield. UH looking to strike. Houston's been struggling a little bit more. Now the attack is back in favor of Fresno. We're in a game of tennis. Maybe volleyball. Anything that involves a net. Badminton. Pickleball, whatever you want to call it. That is what we are witnessing right now. It's so back and forth, and not a lot of the time are we seeing this ball cross midfield. It's like one of the first times it's done it there. And 2 minutes are already off the clock and expired. You've got a lot less time to work with. That's a beautiful shot from Adrian, though, that connects with the upper 90.
That is a wonderful attempt just to find that in open space. And what an arc away from the goalie, and the only spot he actually had mostly well defended, but it's slotted with such heat. It's undefendable because he was already looking towards the majority of the net, had to backflip and kind of slide sideways, and that will be Fresno Red again with the early lead. Make it 2.
Not just 2, but 2 in a row from each player. Dark's the one to get the other upper 90 in coverage. Is this insurance? Well, I think they've got you covered there. Beautiful placement from Fresno Red. Let's see what they can keep up. I already talked about the offensive production a little bit. It's Dark Echo and Adrian that really make the work of this. Junior doing an amazing job of playing support. You can't forget about them and how a team functions together. Look at that. Junior with a leaping save. Dark Echo to finish it out, preventing the 50 as well. Every single player got involved, made themselves useful, and that is world class.
That is beautiful. Just stopping it on the line on a dime all the time, and then able to make it still have me rhyme. 2-0, beyond halfway of game number 3. And we were talking about earlier, Fresno Red seemed like they had the capability of sweeping. They go and have this more dominant performance. We've had not more than 2 goals for any one team. They scored those first 2 early. And as long as they keep a balanced effort, balanced breakfast, lots of nutrition of not allowing these guys to be able to steal their goodies and their back to the line goodie bag, and the Cougars are going to have a tough time getting at least this deficit cut short.
I feel like at this rate we could definitely write a song with the amount of rhymes that we are coming up with on the fly, but check this one as it flies by. Blair getting the credit for this one. There's a beautiful demo on the back line. They turn it right around knowing that it is wide open, and even makes up for their teammates' whiff in the meantime. Now just 1 goal trailing.
That's how you open things up. If you do not make initial contact, then you know you're at least nearby. Get a bump, get a demo, play for the next stop. Give your teammates a chance, because if you just get one and leave, then they're not any more available. You don't have any more extra space. There's in fact a ton of traffic. Maybe you got your opponent to burn some boost, but instead Cougars, they go right back to work, turn every single attack into a multi-layered facet of weaponized offensive. Cryptic, the drop off, Can't really find anyone. Dark Echo looking for his second if he can. This goes to the backboard. Junior will be called up, and he will be able to strike. That is good awareness, and that is, again, Fresno on top by 2.
Dial it up, pick it up, answer the call. That's the formula for success here with Fresno Red Jr. Another beautifully placed shot, and the defense still unable to keep up with Houston. I really look to their defense and how they're able to remain calm, and how quickly can they get back? How quickly can you prepare for an incoming attack? That's the question. That rhyme was unintentional. I'm never going to speak to myself again. 50 seconds to go. Fresno still in the lead. And like I said, once they were able to clean up their offensive shots and turn them into conversions, that's when we're going to see them succeed. And the rest of the series could go to them very much so.
They got to start recognizing when these double and triple commits were coming out. That was ever so punishable. And the Cougars, I think they get it, but down by 2. They got to score 1 apiece, 15 seconds each. And I don't think they've been able to, well, they definitely have been able to get more than just 1. And being able to get 2, well, that's an uphill battle that they just will not win. 20 seconds left. A lot of extra pressure. Bulldogs knocking at the door, and they're knocking at what could be a 2-1 series lead. All they have to do is get this insurance goal, and that'll assure it.
I mean, it was probably insured before this case. I mean, 2 goals to make up is a lot. Now 3 goals is a lot. You get dunked out of your mind. And now the atom bomb explosion from Adam happens to be on the other side of the field with 9 seconds left. I mean, what's that? A penny less than a dime. Look, subtraction does not work when you're working with change. You can't just make a dime, a nickel, and 4 pennies. It just doesn't work like that. But what I can tell you works is this Fresno Red offense. It's been amazing to watch, and this could end in the next game.
Man, you know, talk about confidence. Fresno Red, the Bulldogs, they came out swinging and early, and to a degree, Junior went to the chat and said, "It's real quiet now." Looking at everyone saying, you know what? The UH offense this, UH defense that, and he just shut them up, and so did the rest of the Bulldogs. Cougars got to be able to find that transitional space, and I need Adam to throw some more bombs.
Oh boy, we do need to see Adam drop a couple more bombs, but we have seen them fall up short with their team in Houston. There's a lot to be cleaned up right now. The pressure's overwhelming. You were able to handle it in the beginning, but now you're starting to shake in your boots. You're starting to question your strategies, and that could cost you this series if you can't pull off this next game.
Yeah, that's a bit of a rough one. So hopefully they'll be able to do that in time. And that's something that you may not be able to do and adapt to within a single series. That's that world class. That's that champion level style player in an emerging division. It's tough to be able to get that kind of development in a short amount of time. But you know what? When you have yourself being held by the neck, well then maybe, just maybe, you'll be able to get yourself in order in a hurry. I know. Look, it's right there. It's NECC. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the final matchup as it is. Bulldogs are in the lead, 2-1, and the Cougars, we need them to be able to bounce back. And, you know, I do believe in them to have that fast break. I just want to see Adam and Blair connect with more efficiency.
Yeah, I think so too, but I think we are going to break up our connection here and go to a little bit of a brief break as we get a server reset, server change sorted out. So I'm going to stop talking, send it to break. We'll be back very shortly. Welcome back to the NECC. That's right, the logo's up there. The neck, whatever you want to call it. We'll call it what we have to call it, because, I just always call it that. Anyway, I'm Grant CFO, back with Hail Monkey Man. We are in the middle of a series between Fresno State and the University of Houston. It's been a great one so far. There's been a little bit of lackluster defense on the side of University of Houston, so it's like, there's some things going on there that need to be sorted out a little bit more, and maybe we see them push this to a Game 5. But how things are looking right now for the offense of Fresno Red, I think there is a lot going for them, and this series could be over as we sit on match point. I think we're going 3-1 in the series.
It does feel like that, but we're having a little bit of a change up, and that's at least with the servers. So we were operating on West, which favors, of course, the team that is on the West Coast. So maybe just a little bit of a change up for the Central team to go more to the East, which could be a more major factor. We get to see if the ping or these guys, as they sing to their actual operations and their attack, will be the biggest factor on the pitch. We go into game number 4.
Game number 4 is where you figure out what teams are made of. Can you close out the series, or does the other team have the resilience to bounce back and bring it to that game number 5? And you really figure out if they can win game 5 that they are a really good team, or whether or not they are. Now Cryptic started to start off this teamwork with University of Houston. Unable to find some connections, just a bit slower to the ball. Got to cut off Adrian here, but it's actually a pass. Unfortunately, Adrian, though, does catch it, regains control, gets demoed for their efforts in the midfield. Adam looking for a pinch. Are you kidding me? Wait, tell me that was not friendly fire. That was friendly fire. That was 2 orange guys. I'm in disbelief.
That hurts if you're Adam. He was going to go for a floor pinch, and absolutely 0 people were in the way. And he was going to have one heck of a bullet to send at the net. So woulda, coulda, shoulda, never going to happen. We'll get to see it. Maybe come back along. That is a shot on target. It's a big save by Adam to keep this one locked at nothing.
And there you have Adam saying, yeah, you're welcome on the defensive end. That's what you get for stealing my shot here. Now you've got a bit of runaway, some run room in the runway. That's a tongue twister for you. Blair had a shot, just not finding their marks. I think that's been the biggest thing about this Emergence division is that, you have to get the shot accuracy down. You got to get it down to the inch, bro. You got to get in there, but it might not go that way. It's so frustrating a little bit to see how good these teams are, but they can't finish the job.
And that's always the biggest variable to any squad. How you're going to finish the series, how you're going to finish the game. And you can tell that this one is going to be locked up for at least a good little while due to the fact that this is elimination time if you are the Cougars. Massive clear. Adam has just been the tip of the spear, leading the charge, really trying to give UH a chance by just opening up the pitch and consistently getting them out of harm's way. Now Dark Echo has to make sure he doesn't give it away. Back to the dreaded Adam. Adrian hasn't been able to possess the ball for very long. A great forward press by Cryptic, but this will be sent out. And Junior, for all of that confidence, I want to see him more active on the pitch as well.
We are at halftime now. We have to see them work some more teamwork out. Oh, no.
Good teamwork, right?
To be fair, yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Wrong net. Don't say anything.
It's a great shot.
F to pay respects. Either way you slice it, UH steals the lead. I have no idea how this has happened, but maybe they can win it back here. Junior falling short, unfortunately, though.
Well, they have at least a little bit of time. But a freebie? Oh!
Are you serious? 2 freebies?
Huh.
From
All
Mr.
right.
Blair B himself?
That's buy one, get one, I suppose. So they go to the fair market, and just like the chat said, the first 2 letters in free are FR, and that's how you can get them around Fresno. So the Cougars will take those to the bank, put them in as a long-term investment, and now they either build upon it or they just hang on tight.
Did they really forget the fact that Free and Fresno are only 1 letter off? That there's 3 letters there?
They capitalized the first 2. I'm just going with what they did. Okay?
I don't get it.
I'm here for the students. That's what I'm here for. Okay?
Chat's not making sense, bro. You're here for me then. I'm a student.
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's okay. It's a bit of a split diversity.
I mean, if you're here for me, I got some problems I need to open up about. You know,
Okay.
you know what I
I
mean?
got you, fam. All
Just
the
like,
time.
You know, I'm a little sad that, you know, this. You know, maybe it's better I don't get into my feelings and rather focus on this shot, and in the offense, from University of Houston. And see what they can do. Oh, come on. You got to score that, but also you have to save that. These are my problems, Monkey. I don't know what's true anymore.
It's you know, we're living in a time where there's some unsurety, and apparently that is what the defense of Fresno could be defined as. Unsure about what's going to be happening. Some of these have just rolled through. Some of these have been at their own devices. Devil that they know and the devil they don't, and the one that they should know at this point is their own depletion on the back line. So the Bulldogs have allowed the Cougars back in it. This one without the 3, just kind of either own goal to open net scores, would still be locked at nothing.
I want to say that I can stay true to my point about Game 4, figuring out what teams are made of. And I kind of can in some aspects. You know, I thought it was black and white, where it's like either you close out the series now or the other team's made of something. But all 3 of these goals have been free. They have been freer than samples at Costco, sponsored by TurboTax. It's unbelievable how this series could potentially end for University of Houston, and how it could end for Fresno. The fact that UH could actually take this away in one of the biggest steals in NECC history is boggling my mind right now. With 10 seconds on the clock, they have secured game number 4 in the bag. We're going to game 5 to decide this entire series, Monkey Man, and it has been crazy how we've got there, and at 0 seconds, the atom bomb returns.
That is something that we were missing, and something that, you know, everyone loves to see. 2 defenders miss, and the screen goes pure white. My eyes have just bled dry of moisture, and we're left with what we are getting to see, which is a game 5. How we got here, I don't know. It seems that game number 2 and 4 were just an ultimate implosion by the Bulldogs.
You can say that.
Yeah, that's something. So here we go. Game 5. Everything's gone. Look, everything's done. You get one game.
I mean, it was an implosion on the defensive side, but an explosion on the offensive side. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. I can't believe that this is how this one goes. I just want to like sit. I need to process this, Monkey. Like, I just need to sit here and say nothing because I'm speechless. I can't say anything. Like,
if the Bulldogs were to just get their regular connections when it comes to Adrian's press downfield, we probably will see this go a much different direction. But so much just kind of dropped out in the midfield, and maybe it's that west to east migration and for themselves. I'm not sure, but we'll get to find out one way or another. So the Cougars, they'll take those. And I mean, anyone that's in these kind of situations, they'll take those. Everyone is becoming a junior stan in the chat. Why not? We've got Schlumpert, who is just, you know, rooting for his Cougars as best as he can. So another thing to be thought of for the Cougars themselves, they're playing with what the player themselves define as the super sub in Cryptic. And as long as from the foundation of that team he can play fine, I see this going a long way.
I see it going a long way as well. Let's just get this one started. Fresno State in a desperate need to bounce back and make sure that this series is not lost, that it doesn't feel like, to them, a throw. I mean, when you let in 3 free goals like that, I mean, that's what your mind is going to. You're saying, wow, we just kind of threw that game, but this is our series now. So how do you keep yourself out of your own head, thinking that this series should have been over by now, and now trying to bounce back? What happens if you lose this? What does that do to your mental? I mean, that's very damaging. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'd be pretty darn depressed after that one. So let's hope things go Fresno's way. Otherwise, we've witnessed a robbery tonight.
If I've ever been told anything by either coaches or parents, that's what you call a learning moment. That is a life experience to be able to get done what needs to be done. And so far, You have a few extra passing opportunities. Dark Echo will not go for the attempt. That'll go to the outside, and then you have the perimeter attack. Adam looking for the breakaway. Is it a jailbreak? They'll give it. Oh, and again, he's intercepted by his own team.
I think that one was warranted, though. I think that was absolutely Blair's ball, and Adam was definitely too far away, didn't have the resources to reach that one. And we've seen this miscommunication between Adam and, any other given person. I think it's like Adam and Blair starting to clash a little bit with, who's supposed to go for the ball. Everybody wants to be the star, but you got to play selflessly. You have to be able to fulfill all the roles, and that's why everyone loves Junior so much on the side of Fresno. I mean, they're doing a beautiful job at being that backup man. They can be that third man. They can play whatever they need to, and then let Adam and Adrian do the rest of the work. Speaking of Adrian, he's been pretty silent so far. They've been doing a lot of defensive production instead of that offensive production, but that's where they need him to step up. Fresno needs Adrian to get involved, and here they come, actually.
They do, and Dark Echo may have a chance, but he's going to step back. And sometimes whenever your best player, which, obviously I think is Adrian for the side of Fresno, is feeling insecure, then you get them moving between the pipes. This one just happens to be a bump attempt after this one was laid up to the backboard.
Yeah, you have to keep a note of that bump right there from Adrian that causes this one to go, and it's so hard to see. You almost wish you could get another camera angle on it. 3 minutes to go. Fresno Red are the ones that lead this Game 5, and they are very happy to have done so after being so silent in that Game 4, unable to produce anything. They are looking to run with this offensive pressure that they got. It's just out to the left post, and Adrian comes from the back. Got faked out a little bit, but notice the space from Adam. Takes advantage off the backboard. Dark is there off the corner. Someone's got to capitalize. Here's the third, and Junior fires a shot far side off the post. Unfortunately, they won't be able to build and extend upon their lead.
Still, they have not left the congregation that they've created around the exterior side of the Cougars. That was a fantastic pass. It goes from the backboard on down, but still, because there was two inside that same zone, they're sent retracting and reacting. Blair, you will be met in open space by Adrian, who is a madman. He's out there. He's tackling people. He's trying to give his teammates every single opportunity, every single chance. He's going to move this over the midfield line.
I love that fake challenge from Adrian to give their team the ball. Now they've got it. Dark goes over the top, got bumped though. It would have been a for sure goal had that bump not happened. But hey, sometimes you fall short of the ball and it works out in the end. So don't be too discouraged. University of Houston, now they've got it. Adam sends it across, and Adrian's the one to pick it up. That deadly player. Adam realized it, got involved immediately. Adrian still fighting to send this one back into the defense's territory of UH. Junior has it all to themselves, up in the air, had one contest. Now Adrian with the shot, bump Adam out of the way. They don't even need to. It threw him off just enough, and Fresno have 2 goals and some insurance.
You are most definitely 100% right. He had to switch his nose and switch his angle of attack to dodge the demo, and because of that, the velocity and the final attempt was a clang off of his nose. That is 2 in a row. The Bulldogs are barking. Chains are rattling, but wait, there's a shot on target. Big save by Junior.
And only a minute with change to go for UH to bounce back from this one. Listen, you may have gotten a free game, but that doesn't mean you stop trying. There's still one to play after. Now it's backboard. Beautiful save off the backboard. That was absolutely necessary to keep yourselves alive in this game. Blair with a touch. It's not enough to keep it out because the pressure's still rolling. Junior's still firing Adam to the corner, and they have to regroup now. One more shot rings the crossbar, and Fresno keep this pressure on long enough. You just got to be one step more careful to not get counterattacked, not get complacent, but finish it out like Dark Echo.
The relentless pressure of Fresno State never lets the Cougars leave the cave. Stuck inside their tiny little exhibit. You get to see them, but they never get to move on. That is 3 in a row. The Bulldogs on top for right now, and maybe on top for the remainder of this series.
It has been quite the series indeed, but Fresno proved that they could be stronger. Hold on, wait a minute. Before I say any more, let me stop myself, rewind, watch the replay. What happened here? A pinch down connected with Adam, and it caught the defense sleeping.
That's a chance. That is just one chance. You have to do that 2 more times to bring this back to tied in regulation. We have seen a lot of goals in a short amount of time in Rocket League, but it has to be done here in this moment, this final game. Oh, and no, the deflection is too hot to handle.
Dang, I think that's the perfect way to describe it. Playing a little bit of hot potato back here, back and forth, and oh, you just got to get it away, but you can't hold on to it for too long. Take your time on those. Panic gets the best of UH here, giving the 4th goal to Fresno, increasing the deficit to 3, and it might just be one that is insurmountable as the one more is lofted to the offensive zone for UH. They can't produce much of it, and 10 seconds begins its final wind down. Not your final countdown, but this is all over as soon as it touches the floor. Everybody, though, lofting to keep it alive. And it still remains up. Adrian's there, nothing to take home. But we will still play a little bit longer. Everybody is in the game. They know the series is over, so why not abide by Rule 1? There's literally no excuse not to, except now it's out of your reach. You get too frisky, and Fresno takes it with a lot of risk.
And before anyone thinks otherwise, based on our West-East switch, remember this was away from the West Coast team. So they actually played at a connection deficit, proving it doesn't matter where in the nation they decide to connect to. They're going to dominate. They're going to win. They increase their record, improve it to 1-1 over the Cougars, who will fall to 0-2 in this Emergent Cyan division. And you know what? It was a great fight. It was a lot of chaos in those even-numbered games, but ultimately, I think the right team and the better team came out on top tonight.
I think so as well. I think I'm very much so satisfied with the way that this one went. I think Fresno could have taken it 3-1, but hey, you were caught lacking in game number 4, so make sure that doesn't happen again. I think in a week's time, they'll sort out some mechanics and those kinds of things won't happen. I think a week, you and I were talking about this a little bit in our last place that, hey, I mean, it's some of those things that can be worked out in a week. Yeah, a week's not going to change much, but it can change enough to work out some of those little problems to show that you can have a little bit more success by the time your time comes for the next time to compete.
Well, you know what? These guys will get a bunch of extra time, and you guys are going to get to see a whole lot more here on the NECC Esports Network. We have a whole bunch of games, and I believe that there's going to be even more coming up this week. So don't miss week 2 play for this semester, and of course for the split. Rocket League has been awesome, but so have you. So make sure you join us again continuously every evening throughout all of competition play for this semester. I'm Hail Monkey Man. This has been Grant. You've been awesome. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.